All right, I'm just going to just come right out and say, we're going to go around the room, and I want people to tell me who believes that we've actually been to the moon and landed on the moon and why. So why do you believe we landed on the moon? Why don't you believe we landed on the moon? I don't believe we landed on the moon. Shout out to everyone here. We'll take your questions and so forth. I see all of you guys in the live chat. Send in your questions and so forth. This is an open hangout. Remember, guys, anybody can join in. I have posted the link on my Twitter page. So if you want to join in, don't feel afraid and so forth. We're just going to be talking random stuff. We'll go for hours and hours and hours and we're just going to hit it. So, but first of all, so we're going to come first to Peter. Do you believe we landed on the moon? Yes or no?
I actually don't know. I know I'm sitting on the
No, no, no,
fence,
no.
but
A yes or a
I've
no?
seen the film. I've seen the film, and the film looks a bit dodgy. Let's be honest.
Wait,
Like
which
they look
film?
like the one where they like got the buggy and they're bouncing around. It looks like they're playing hopscotch on the moon.
Okay,
That
okay,
doesn't look
yeah.
that is that doesn't look that doesn't look real. But at the same time, like I believe we have the technology to have done it. So maybe we've done it, but that isn't the actual one that we did.
So
That
basically,
looks like it was made in Hollywood.
so you're still sitting on the fence then, pretty much.
Yeah, I think yes. I think yes, we've done it. But that video they have of Buzz Aldrin on the moon, that looks fake.
Okay,
That
okay.
how can you have a flag blowing in the middle of space? Like that's just stupid. That's the
I mean,
American that's the American patriotism just catching them out because their flag has to be blowing, so they had to blow it. So I don't know.
okay.
I think we have, but that film is fake.
All right. What about you, Darian? Did we land on the moon? Yes or no?
Yeah, just when I was younger, I thought we did. But as I get older, I tend to say no. Have you ever heard of something called the Van Allen belt?
No. Why? What's that?
It is a belt of radiation around the Earth. I can't remember how far out it is.
Oh
And
yes. I didn't know what it was called, but I've heard of that. Yes, I've heard of that. Yeah, yeah.
and I heard that to get through it, you need, with our current technology, you need about 5 inches of lead or something like that. And the space capsule is like very thin. So I don't believe the guys went to the moon. 'Cause when I was younger, I thought the footage was like fit to throw up to like maybe throw off the Russians so they won't have the technology.
Yeah.
But I thought they actually went to the moon. So if anything would have happened, they could prove it later on. But I don't believe they went to the moon. And plus, this is America at the age. They exploit everything. Why haven't they been back since?
This is the, so basically, you landed on the moon in like the 60s when there was no internet, there was no WhatsApp, there was no Xbox. And in freaking 2020, I can't have a freaking moon base. What? I mean, come on, man, give me a break. All right. Joseph, where were you at with this whole moon shit, man? Joey. All right, we'll come out to you afterwards. Also, Suna, what about you? Where are you at with the whole moon thing?
I'm not gonna lie, I've never even considered it before you asked it. I think so. I mean, I don't have any reason not to. Why do you think they haven't?
No, basically, my thing is, okay, you went to the moon in the 60s. Cool. Why haven't, if you were able to look at the advancements of technology, we have advanced way more than we were back in the 60s, based on the technology we have in our disposal. So pure logic would state, if you landed on the moon in the 60s, by 2020, we should know every single detail about the moon. We should have at least moon bases. And basically, we should be able to say, like, we know every single thing about the moon. The fact that we hardly know any stuff about the moon, we don't even have moon bases, leads me to believe it was a propaganda thing. Because I'm going to tell you guys about a film that really led me to believe that, nah, it's all bullshit. But it's the fact of the matter that logics would state that by 2020, 2021, we'd be able to have a freaking moon base. So you landed on the moon in the 60s, but you can't go back in 2020. And they say, oh, because of budgets. Nah, it's bullcrap.
Okay, so I think the way you approach that is you in terms like technology that's nowadays, like just a simple technology that we have right now, it's been developed by anyone. Anyone has the ability to develop some kind of technology on Earth. I think because it's so difficult to get to the moon, and because there haven't just been like enough people that have been on the moon, I think it's difficult to develop that kind of technology and to actually explore everything about the moon when you can only have a couple, like hundreds at max people going. And when you have billions of people on Earth, anyone can develop any kind of technology. So I think there has been something on the moon. I think it would actually be very funny, and I think this is a theory that I can kind of just come up with right now, that the Russians have landed on the moon, but the Americans haven't, I guess. I don't know, but...
That's what they say, man. That's what they say. Okay, so let me bring it. What about Kule Axel? What about you, moon? Have we not?
Moon? Can you guys hear me, though?
Yeah, we can hear you, yeah.
All right, perfect. Yeah, so I haven't really thought about it much either, about like the stuff with the moon. Like, I was kind of like, the more I've grown up, the more I've become skeptical about it, because it was during the Cold War, right? Like when we landed on the moon, right? So like, you could think of it the perspective of, oh well, maybe it's just like American propaganda that, oh yeah, well we needed to be right.
It was key because you see, that's the key thing. America had to land on the moon before Russia. Based on optics, it would have looked very bad for America if Russia had landed on the moon before America. It would have looked very, very bad, because everything was just a massive pissing contest. Because again, this was about communism is bad, democracy thing is good, and we have to show how America is better than Russia in every single way.
Yeah, for sure. But I guess like my question would be like, if we do colonize it, what will be like the purpose of colonizing? Because isn't the moon just like some rock? Like it's like some.
But why do people? Even if I'm much against this, why do we raid tombs? Why do we? The whole point is exploration. Like, first of all, we've not even explored like the freaking sea, but it's the whole point of like, shit, we've got all these freaking like rocks all around us. Let's investigate. Like, we all as human beings, we have a natural curiosity to find out why are we here? Why are we the way we are? Why are we the third rock from the sun? What's all this stuff around us? So it was almost like a right and something that every human being should want to find out every single thing about this crazy thing called life. So yeah, we have to find out what the moon is about.
I'm back, baby. Woo!
Wait, who's that?
Yeah. It's Joe.
Oh, Joe, mute your mic, man. Let him relax. Okay.
So, look. Before anybody just continues, we have to give a shout out to HH for making this possible. I've been on his back for ages.
Yes, I know. Yes. Oh, no. So look, this is just going to be an open warfare, because I told you guys, please, guys, send in questions and we're just going to just talk about random stuff, man. Because I just said, because I want to talk about COVID as well and just see how you guys are doing, but I want to just see people's whole moon thing. So. Kule, finish off your thoughts.
Oh, yeah. I guess I kind of want to just leave off with a question. Like, what are your thoughts on Space Force, like this new thing that we're branching out in the military in the U.S.?
So, okay, so just give me a quick rundown of what, because I keep saying it's what, because is that a space? Just give me a rundown of what Space Force actually is.
I think it's basically, to put it simply, it's more like it's an extended branch of the military where we're just in space. Like military branch, but like in space, you know?
Okay, my thing is, what's the point when we've not even had contact with any aliens?
Well, who knows? I don't know.
You see, you're asking the real questions now, because the answer to why, if we didn't land on the moon, or if America did land on the moon, because I'm not American, neither am I Russian, but I'm quite close to them.
You're in Ukraine, my friend.
Wait, didn't they already expose UFOs like during 2020? Like that was like in the peak of like.
Come on, you can't believe any of that stuff, man. That stuff is nonsense, man.
I don't know, man.
So if they did land on the moon, can anybody tell me what is the point of going to the moon?
Investigation, exploration.
To put a flag down.
That's
the point. Resources available?
There isn't any resource or point or benefits to going to the moon. There's nothing to be found. No minerals.
Okay, Joseph, do you really believe back in the 60s, where there was no WhatsApp, no Xbox, no StreamYard, no YouTube, no
listen,
do you really believe these dudes
you're coming at it wrong. You're coming at it wrong. I didn't say they did go. I just said if they did go and they planted the flag,
okay,
then
I'm asking
you right now, Joe,
I'm asking you right now, did they go, yes or no?
I think they did, because if the Russians were able to do it, I think they could have easily done it. Because people on here making it seem like the Russians were far ahead of the Americans technology-wise. No, actually, Russians weren't that good in technology. If it was the Germans, Okay, now we're talking, because the Germans were notoriously known for having very efficient weapons and everything, even the wars.
Especially the Nazis, yeah.
Exactly. There's a joke that when an American killed a Nazi, he dropped his weapon and took theirs. That's how good their stuff was. So Russians weren't like far ahead of, hence there was a race. So if the Russians could make it there, and if the Russians made it there and saw no signs of Americans, do you really think that they wouldn't have said anything? Have you seen their
Oh, that's
egos,
true.
bro?
This is true.
Have you seen the
Actually,
ego of the leaders of Russia?
the Russians would never like let it drop if they were the first on the moon. Actually, I think, to be honest, I think if they had proof that they were first, like they would have a full-on war, whether it was through technology or just to get that claim of we were first on the moon.
Okay, so you're saying that the Russians went to the moon and they saw the American flag, they said.
No, I think that
they have to have
it
seen
has nothing
something.
to do with having seen the American flag. I think it had to do with the fact that America landed on the moon was global news, and since the Russians heard it, I guess that's how they knew. Like, I have no idea. This is like next level.
It's all about pride.
This is next level.
Okay, wait, let's just take this from Whimsical to say that if US faked it, how come no one exposed this fake? Because, well, two things. First of all, if something this big, it is very worthwhile that everybody's on board to keep it very safe. I was watching a program on Netflix, and apparently this dude like worked for NASA at the time, and he said that he had some questions, but the more and more questions he asked, the more and more they just sort of just like move them and say, "Yo, bro, go away." See, my thing is that I'm one of those guys that until I can see it with my own two eyes, I'm not believing some freaking black and white 1960s small step for man, big step. Give me a break, man. Nah. Oh, okay. Yeah, go for it. Yes, side. Go for it, side.
But here's the thing, though. Because the thing is, like, if the way you make people believe a lie is by repeating it over and over and over and over and over and over again. So the thing about it is like, I don't want to. This has no parallel, but like, for example, if I say, HH, you're half Nigerian, half elf, and I keep repeating it like 100 times, everyone keep repeating it, then eventuality there will be a number of people, like probably the majority of people, will actually believe it. That's just how it is. So if even if it's true or not, the fact that it has been repeated to us so much, we have to, in our brain, that's the truth we know.
Oh no, it's true, because if you repeat a lie longer, people just come to accept it. But look, actually, wait. Last, because I want to get some other things. I want everyone else to speak. So Malcolm, we're talking about moon. Do you believe we landed on the moon? Yes or no? Malcolm, coming in. All right.
Yeah,
I haven't spoken.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so I'm going to go to Marvelous and Hassan. So Marvelous, did we land on the moon?
By bringing into consideration historical context, I say that the United States did. I believe that they did. But here's the thing, though.
Were you on the moon when this happened? Were you there?
That's what I'm about to say. We don't know, but we can only go based on the context of what we know, the Cold War, and how it was a space race, and the United States were in competition with Russia. So if you were to go off those things, you would assume the United States got there first. But now here's my whole thing, though. Joseph,
Sup,
can you hear me? You made a statement saying that why would the United States or why would anyone want to go to the moon when there's no natural resources there? Have you ever been to the moon? How do you know this as a fact?
No, I didn't say I know it as a fact. I'm saying what we do know in context is that it's very hard to get there. Right? Right. And we also know that they've been there, and we've seen pictures of the moon. We've seen pictures of the Earth. So even the Russians themselves definitely have been there, at least from what we can assess. So it's not up for grabs. And then we know that humans are always in orbit. at every point in time, there are humans in orbit. And we know that one of the major breakthroughs with going to space was the introduction of the internet. So all these things, okay, what maybe establishment of a base, fine, maybe. But they already have people in orbit. So there's no cutthroat. The internet is fine, defense is fine, you know. Yeah, I see no real benefits, and I've listened to many
The
informed
only
people who
That
say
makes
like,
sense, man. You
the
make a lot of sense.
only reason as to why we as human beings would want to go to the moon would be to explore. So that, like, our reasoning for going to the moon goes against your reasons as to why we shouldn't go. The reason why we're going to the moon is to find out if there are things there, if we can live there, if it would be suitable for any of the things that we currently have here. So saying that, oh, we shouldn't go because we're comfortable here.
no, I didn't say we shouldn't go. I didn't say we shouldn't go. I'm just saying there are no real benefits. So, for example, you said to explore. They have explored. Like the moon is literally, according to what they
It's just
show.
rocks, man.
To what degree have they explored?
Just to smooth, you know that even
Okay, wait.
we don't even need men to be around to explore.
Wait. Actually, look. So basically, because we've got loads of other stuff to talk about. So Marvelous. So basically, you believe we landed on the moon then? Yes.
Yeah, I think the United States landed on the moon.
Okay, Hassan, what it be? Do we land on the moon? Yes or no?
Yeah, I think the United States did, man. I think Russia followed after, but yeah, I think we eventually did land on the moon. I mean, if we can build a nuclear bomb to wipe out whole humanity, of course we can build a rocket. That's in my opinion. I mean, I think Josh was saying, what's the benefit to going on the moon? I mean, they had to find out how the moon was, like collect some rocks to see how the moon was millions of years ago and stuff, and how, if to like water in the moon and the minerals and stuff. But I think the plan for the moon is to make it a base for future, missions, like to go to Mars and stuff, make it easier. I think that's why they landed on the moon, though.
Fun fact to the panel. Do you know that you can buy moon rock in the market, like willy-nilly in the market?
As in, is this actual moon?
I was gonna say
like literally moon rock.
Yeah.
There's even like iPhone. There's a Russian company that does iPhones in different materials, and they did one with a moon rock in the back.
But is this an actual moon rock? But labeled moon rock doesn't mean it's actual moon rock.
Listen. So when you buy it, there are places, I don't know where, but there are places you can go to test it, scientific testing to verify if it's actual moon rock. I don't know how true it is, but it is widely held that you can buy it in the market.
But that's what I was gonna say about the point.
Here's the thing. This is all like conspiracy. Like we don't know. We've never been to the moon. So if you were to take your purchased moon rock to a testing lab and they told you, yeah, this is moon rock, they would only be testing it with what they're giving as a moon sample. They don't know.
Okay, wait, wait. I want to move on because we've got so many stuff to talk about. So,
quick.
All right, go for it.
Yo, you remember Kennedy said before he was assassinated that they'll go to the moon by the early 60s? And what year did they go to the moon?
Is it 60? Was it 65, 66 or something?
69.
69.
So I think, they're kind of rushing to make it look official.
Look, as I said again, man, I'm not buying it, man. I'm not buying it. But guys, look, I want to talk about 2020 and this whole COVID shit, man. Because I would just want to
the doctor is here.
I know we're gonna say, but I want just thoughts on this because I think this has been a monumental year, and I just want everyone's general thoughts of what 2020 has been like. And I know some guys they want us to talk about freaking the Twin Towers, September 11th, whether that's an inside job, and we'll talk about cartoons as well because I definitely want to have that discussion. Cartoons, the best cartoons of all time, but just general thoughts of what 2020 was like for you and what you felt you learned through this year. So here's my thing. As I said again, I am pissed off with China and Wuhan because these sick morons. Do you know that they knew about this shit since October, November? Because like for my part-time job, I do like a bit of like journalism stuff and everything. And when it got out was in December. But this, all because it got out in December, doesn't mean that it was not been known since October, November. So if we had known in October that, hey guys, there's a virus that's out there, and if the whole world had just shut its doors to China in October, we'd be in a much better situation right now. But I just think, look, this has been a year in which it's been shit, it's been crap, but I think that if you haven't learned something from this year, I think you really missed something. You missed the get up, because this year pretty much taught us that chill out, relax, and rethink about yourself. Because if you're the same person you were in March that you were right now, I think that you missed. So really for me, I just feel like I've known more about myself during this year, and I've just been able to sort of look at things a lot more differently. So Peter, for you, how has 2020 been like for you, man? And your whole thoughts on this whole COVID shit?
Well, where do I start? I personally have enjoyed it. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Because without coronavirus, I'm a student and I don't know if I'd be getting a first in my degree, I'll be honest with you. Sitting those exams at home, that's on the money, man. That's on the money.
I know what you mean.
Sitting exams at home, I could get a first by this year. Like, the chances of a first for many students have increased. I'm not saying I have personally. I know of people who are like sitting their exams together, all logging at the same time, doing question by question as a tag team, 5-man sessions. So as a student, it's been wonderful for me. I'm an introvert naturally, so the whole idea of not going out clubbing, not going to Paris. I'm from London, by the way. Not going to Paris, not going to Amsterdam. I really don't care about that. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I've watched the 92 X-Men, currently watching Justice League, watched The Office, watched Fresh Prince. This is my kind of vibe. As long I was getting paid during furlough, so, and I've learned new skills like playing the guitar. So
see, now that is key. That is see what I want to learn, because just for me, like, yeah, I just have my guitar because my guitar is somewhere else. But it's like, if further you've learned some skills, that is key. That is key. But yeah, carry on though.
Yeah, doing a bit more cooking, exercise a bit more at home. Yeah, I've enjoyed it. I see it as a holiday. I saw it as, like HH said, I saw it as the universe gave you free time. What are you going to do with it? How do you make the most of it? Can I look back in 5 years' time? Can I look back and say that I learned something? If I can't do that, I said to myself, then I know I'm not going to make it in life as anything special. So I had to learn something. I've appreciated it. But yeah, I've thoroughly enjoyed it. In terms of China not telling us earlier, that's poor. That's poor from them. But it is what it is.
No. It ain't what it is, man. It's fucked up.
They're trying to hide it.
It's in the past.
No.
We can't change it.
Wait. Don't just say it is what it is. Don't just say it is what it is. It's fucked up.
But we can't change it. And now it's up to us to deal with it. And being in the UK, we're dealing with it poorly. Whereas look at Wuhan. These men are having pool parties in Wuhan. So they kept the world from it, and yet they're the ones enjoying their time. So they're out here having pool parties. Like, so it's up to us to how to deal with it, and we're just dealing with it like this. How our government's dealing with it is absolutely despicable. So that's the only thing that's annoying me now. But
okay.
Yeah, that's it.
So Darren, what about you? Your 2020, man. This COVID shit.
Man, at first, honestly, it was a bit rough for me because I got lost on climate and stuff like that. So that was a bit rough for me. But I'm usually trying to gain some skills. I've even come up with some crazy stuff. Try to create some engines and all kind of stuff, even start trying to write down recipes. So if Arthur Guinness could be rich, I think I could be rich too. So I just tried some crazy stuff. And also I started to do a lot of meditation and try to think deeper, try to learn a lot more about myself. And he also taught me who were my real friends and who weren't. There were some people who were looking up for me and who weren't. So I think in a way that was a blessing in disguise. In terms of this China stuff, man, I don't know, man. I still got funny feelings. I want to know if some boy said it on them because they wanted to try to get China out the way.
So you're trying to say that somebody launched it on China because yeah, someone said that, oh, you shouldn't be looking at China, you should be looking at someone else. I'm like, what?
I mean, if you look at it, some countries owe a lot of debt to China. So you could be in a way that you try to destroy the economy. So, you know, you pay that back in a not equal value, but you help them out in a way. So it balances itself back out. It could also be new industrial powers want to creep up in the world. So I was looking from that angle as well. But China, they have very lax health standards. So you have to look at from that angle as well. So I'm not too sure. This is one that honestly I'm not too sure where it started.
All right. Kool-Aid.
Yo, here, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect. 2020. It's been. It's been rough, to say the least. Academically, though, I had my best year, though. Like, online school, it's pretty easy, so I've been getting A's.
Wait, do you know how lucky you guys are, man?
Very lucky.
I had to go into classrooms, deal with some bullshit, history and philosophy of science, some bullshit, biology stuff and everything. You can stay at home. Zoom, what I would pay so weird. I just have to I'd have to deal with some stupid dickhead who is freaking annoying in a classroom. You guys, you don't know how
they're
lucky
lucky,
you've had
man.
it,
They're lucky.
Yeah.
You don't know how lucky.
I'm in college right now, but yeah.
All right, so cool. Okay, go on.
Yeah, but like mentally, like it's been really taxing. Like for me, like I've been a very outgoing person. Like before that, like the start of 2020, I had my job, which I worked at a movie theater, which has been closed since March.
Oh yeah, bro.
And like
bro.
I just lost that. Then I was a very outgoing person. Like I would like my usual schedule would be I would leave home at around 8 and then come home around like 9, 10, 12, depending on work. So I would never be at home usually. And like staying here now, it's been like stressful because like being an outgoing person I am, like I can't play because I used to play a lot of indoor soccer with my bros, and and now I don't have that, and I miss that. I miss my friends, and then not only that, like a lot what also contributed a lot, not only being at home, I think politics as well. Like with the stuff with the BLM, like with the George Floyd protest, like that really was very taxing for me as well, because I was very into that as well. Stuff with politics in the election was also very extremely taxing. And also like having family members, like I'm more to the left, and like I have family members more to the right, and we're just like constantly in the same environment. We're just
I want to get into that. I want to get into that as well, because I want to talk about politics and whether you guys are left, right, and so forth. I really want to get into
politics,
it. Go on.
Politics is ass, but it was tough, and started looking back. But like I guess
so what was your job in the movie theater? Were you like
I was everything. Like I delivered, because like it was a dine-in theater, so I would also deliver food there. I would sell tickets. I would be in concessions. I would clean theaters as well. Like I was just an all around, doing everything.
See, for me, because I'm such a big film guy, an immersive film guy, one of the things that has really, really been tough is the lack of a cinema. Because I was one of the few guys who went to watch Tenet in the cinema because I just had to, and just that feeling. Because for me, if you're not a film guy, whatever. But for me, you have to see a film. I have to see a film in the cinema because it's just that whole thing with the big screen, the vibes, and so. No, like either with friends or by myself. Like see, if it's a film. If it's like a thriller, a film where you have to concentrate, I want to go by myself. Really? But if it's like a Transformers and Avengers, oh man, let's make it a whole party and everything. I'll get my friends and so forth. But if it's a film where, no, shut the fuck up, I need to concentrate, I go by myself.
Yeah, like imagine watching Endgame for the first time at home. Like, it just wouldn't feel the same.
Do you know how that is the best cinematic experience of my life? Endgame, because I watched Endgame in this kind of like in the IMAX locks, where they have the seats will recline. That was an if you watched that at home, it would have been horrible. That was an
Endgame, the best. Get Out for me was the best experience I've ever had.
But just in terms of just the whole vibes and so forth.
Man.
You see,
HH,
you say that you had that experience. I had the exact same experience, and I fell asleep, and it was the worst experience.
Endgame was phenomenal, though. No, I think
Infinity War was better, though.
Infinity War, the way it ended, that was different. Infinity War was different, guys.
Infinity War was trash. Infinity War was trash.
Infinity War was a better movie.
Greatest movie created by Marvel.
Film was trash. Okay, so Wait, talk to me about your 2020, man. Give us the
I'm
low
glad
down.
the last three people here have enjoyed the year because it's been the worst year of my life. I'm someone that's that likes to go out. I had a job working at a bar and a job working at a car factory. I lost my job at the bar because the bar closed, and the car factory I went from a full 5 days working every day to 2 days, maybe half a day. So basically, my entire schedule freed up. My going to the gym couldn't happen because the gym was closed down. And as someone that always likes to go meet people, like I was taking a gap year last year. That's why I had those jobs in the Netherlands with my dad. And he and basically everything went down, and I spent 3 months basically doing practically nothing. Like tried to learn a couple of skills, but I just started getting super depressed. In the end, I sort of ended the gap year kind of shit. Then I moved back to America to go to school. I'm someone that this is gonna sound weird, but I'm that dickhead in class. Like I am the guy that likes to always go to class, likes to meet people, likes to always make friends there. And because everything was on Zoom, I couldn't. Like what can you do? Put on this chat. Hey, hit me up on Snapchat, right? Like I basically, as someone who loves like moving around and making new friends all around the place, I couldn't do that. So that
but it's for this. You see, because for me, I changed, man. It's like my first year in secondary school, I was like that guy. I was like, hey man, hey, it's me. Hey, how you doing? How you doing? Hey, me. And funny story is that basically my Japanese friend and we're still friends till now, this guy didn't speak any word of English. The first thing I said to him was, hey, do you watch Dragon Ball Z? And that was it. Because like, do you know how certain people that because he's Japanese, because I said, hey, look, he's Japanese, therefore he must know who Goku and people are and everything. But as years went on, I became much more of like, a guy was like, no, fuck, I don't want to talk to anyone yet. Screw you all. But yeah, so continue.
Yeah, so basically afterwards, I've just been like kind of at home, you know, like I have my own place here right now, and it's really lonely. Like I try to go out and meet a couple of people that I know, but I've just been getting even like my mental condition has not been great. I've been getting a lot of depression, and it's been it was really a bad year to be honest.
But see, so first thing is, so are you based in Holland?
No, right now I'm in America.
Oh, why? Whereabouts in America?
In Colorado.
In where?
Colorado.
Denver, Colorado. Okay, cool. See, my thing about it is that this is why which is why I said I felt that as tough as this year was, what made me happy was, man, let me just provide content for guys out there.
Thank you.
And especially for guys who were like, because I said, you know what? I know this is tough for people, but like, see, for me, I am happy when other people are happy. You know, and I'm like, there's so many people dealing with this stuff that is so hard, so difficult. If I could just make some people happy, keep them occupied, make them laugh, make them smile, and just provide content, man, that's just the greatest thing in the world.
You know what will make people the happiest? Admit that Messi and Ronaldo are the greatest.
Joseph, we're not bringing that crap in. We're not bringing that crap in.
That's why I've been watching your channel since early 2019, pretty much, or late 2018. But I never joined in on the Hangouts or anything until the end of this year because, I mean, whenever my happy moments are I get to watch a football game and then I get to watch analysis and I get to be part of the analysis now. And that's
true.
Like because of that, I've been a little bit like able to find something that I enjoy still right now, and I'm very thankful to you, HH, for that.
Oh no, that's my pleasure, man. It's my pleasure.
We all are, man.
Yeah, otherwise,
Preach,
it was crap. And as for the coronavirus, I just want to say this. I think the reason that it broke out so hard is to do with three main things. The first thing is the lack of containment. But the lack of containment comes from this. Basically, what happens is when you want to like shut down all communications, or not communications, all transport or all travel from a country, and if it's like, let's say, China, right? Trump already had a bad relationship with China, right? There are other countries with bad relationships with China. And because of that, the only way that a lockdown from China would be looked at is racist from any country, right? If you think that would be the reaction. So, and because I think that was a lot of consideration, because it had to go all the way to Europe before people started closing down borders, because hey, it's another white country against another white country. Oh, it can't be racist or anything, but that is a little bit of a political thing or more. But anyway, and the second thing is that when you are like, I know stories of like American towns. I've heard stories where like very small towns that are very obscure, if something goes on in them, like no one else knows about it, right? No one else in the country, and the government, if they're smart, can keep things that have been done in that small part of the country down low. Like that never happened. We never killed everyone in this town because of X and Y. And I feel like a country like China, where media does not run on a we got to report everything that we see basis, it runs a more on a we have our political system here, we have the news that goes out, and rebellion against the news is much less prevalent in China. I think something, I'm not saying, of course, that you should have bloody killed everyone, right? But I'm saying containment of a city should have been much easier in China, and yet it didn't happen, which I find very strange. And the third reason is because people are not smart, but you know that's
Yep, true.
Okay, so let me come to Joe. So Joe, talk to me. Your 2020 man reflection on the 2020.
Okay, so I'm going to be the first to say I haven't really achieved anything with this year. Nothing of note. This is my final year in medicine, so.
Oh wow!
Ooh.
Congrats!
Yeah, it's
Congratulations, man.
It's going
congrats,
fine
man.
in that aspect because thanks. It's much more easier, as they've said, from home. But either way,
Yo,
we're
Joe, by the way, my club, I think we're looking for medical experts because apparently all of our team gets all of our
Yes,
players
said,
get
mute
injured.
your bloody mic.
So
Mute
we
your
need
mic,
someone-
Joe. Mute your mic.
Specific for
I'm going to mute the guy's mic right
I will
now.
be,
Joseph,
I will be-
ignore everything that
I will
dude
be
just said and
happy to be
continue.
the Catalonian agent inside of the United. Yeah, but it wasn't going to be hard either way because by this time you're not learning anything new in med school. You've done everything. You're just repeating information. So yeah, I did improve on my songwriting skills. So that has gone pretty well.
Hold up. R&B, rap, pop, or folk music?
Pop, mostly ballads.
Okay, interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
I expect to get some MP3s and in my email folder on WeTransfer because I want to hear those, man. I want to hear them.
What's your SoundCloud, bro?
I ain't got none, bro. I'm pretty rudimentary. Like I got myself a piano at home, but I'm like if there was any level worse than amateur or beginner, then that's me. yeah Solidarity. So it's been, one thing I'll say though is, apart from originally when I said I'll be fine with staying indoors, I did lose my mind at some point, but I'm what I call an extroverted introvert. So if I'm amidst people in a gathering, you would believe that I'm the master of the event. So I can play the extrovert card and play it well and play the role well. But if I had the choice, I would never want to be in that situation. So I constantly dread having to meet with people, even people I know. I just prefer to be in my home, and I hate travel. So for all of you travel merchants, it's trash, and you guys contributed to COVID. So
I actually completely agree with you. As someone who's traveled, like I'm 19 and I've lived in 5 countries. I've not been to the same school. I've not lived in the same place for 4 years straight. At a certain point, you get sick of it. You don't make a really close group of friends that you're close to all the time. You can't get used to your surroundings. If you're traveling all the time, it's shit. Trust me.
yeah, the good part of traveling is when you're there at the beach, but everything apart from that, check-in, check-outs, the traveling, jet lag, messed up circadian rhythm, and so on. It's not fun to me anyway. Plus visas as a Nigerian.
Oof, visas is rough. Yeah.
It is tough. It is tough, man. So what's it called? Hassan, your year, man. Talk to me about your year.
I mean, 2020 been an L, man. 2020 been an L. I mean, COVID fucked everything up, man. I mean, luckily for me, that I took a gap year this year, so it wasn't
Okay.
that deep.
Okay.
But, you know,
Okay. So you haven't started uni yet, or you've begun uni.
no, I'll become an electrician now. I would have done my level 1 in it. I meant to do my level 2. I took a gap year.
Okay.
I worked a couple of jobs, and then COVID messed up in it. COVID messed up. I mean, I got to watch a lot of animes and some movies this year. I mean, I watched a lot of series on Netflix this year. I mean, I watched a bit of Breaking Bad. I mean, I watched loads of Dragon Ball movies again. Some Naruto. I mean, the worst thing about this year was
Wait. Pause. You said Dragon Ball movie?
movies.
Movies plural. Movies
Not the
plural.
live action though, right?
Not another live
Oh,
action. Joseph,
okay.
mute your
No.
mic.
Okay.
Joseph,
Animated one,
mute your
animated
mic.
one.
Mute your
Okay.
mic.
I was
Joseph.
about to end this hangout.
I mean, the worst thing about this year was the deaths of the celebrities. I mean, Kobe, Chadwick. I mean, it felt like every week someone was gonna die for 2020. I don't know why, for some reason. I mean, COVID. I mean, if you live in London, you know, obviously we got Boris Johnson, the idiot. I mean, he could have locked down the country a lot sooner. He was like, nah, I'll wait it out, and he decided a month later to do it. I think that's why we're in this predicament. I mean, for Wuhan, I don't know how it happened. I think it started in the lab. I think the virus was it. For me, my first thought of it was like population control. Maybe that's why they let it out. You know, China's for a lot of people, man.
Makes a lot
No.
of sense.
Yeah, that was my
Yeah,
original
wow.
thought. That's like, man, are China just doing this whole population control crap or something? But
Yeah, man. I mean, Trump didn't help though. I keep calling it China virus and that. I mean, that guy was a bit crazy in 2020, but you know, yeah, that's my 2010 though. It's been an L. It's been an L really.
okay.
But your content kept me up, man. Thanks.
Beast, man. Marvelous. Talk to me, man.
For me, I would give this year very mixed reviews. It has been one of the best and at the same time one of the worst years of my life. In regards to the coronavirus, I still question its origins. I think about how this whole fiasco, this whole pandemic started at least once a day. In regards to my schooling, I had one of the best semesters that I've ever had, and I had one of the worst semesters that I've ever had. I got into a really competitive music program at a really prestigious college, and just things have just been very mixed for me. When the whole lockdown thing first started, I'm in New York. We were one of the most badly hit areas. People are literally moving out of the city. Crime rate and everything. Literally, New York City is like Gotham now. Places that were once populated and popping are like just horrible and shitty, and clubs are leaving.
So in New York, are you guys still on like heavy lockdown in New York still?
It changes every day. Every day. It changes
every day here as well.
Our mayor literally gives announcements every morning, and depending on the percentiles and what's happening in the hospitals, that's what dictates what will happen that day.
He's a brick, bro.
So and it's I got to experience it from multiple perspectives. So my mom is a nurse, but not only is she a nurse, she's also like she works literally on the front lines. So I got to kind of see it through her eyes and her experiences. But then my dad is a teacher, so I got to see how it affected the education system, Zoom and everything, the testing that he has to do before he goes in. I will say it helped me just eat better, live healthier. I garnered a new appreciation for life. I developed empathy. I always had empathy, but even more so. I paid attention to things that I would usually gloss over, things such as racial tensions. I feel as though the lockdown and people being on edge, losing their jobs, it kind of pushed the country to a tipping point. When I say country, I mean the United States, to where people started to react politically with protests and things of that nature. The elections this year also made me kind of develop, I wouldn't call it a liking, because I don't think you can like an individual such as Donald Trump, but an appreciation for his brutal honesty. Because I feel as though...
But like, I was watching, because I was started, but before I forget, I was watching Drink Champs, and they were interviewing Modern Mooka and Loaded Locks, like battle rappers. And Loaded Locks said something very, very key. He said, whether you like Trump or hate Trump, specifically in this year of 2020, he was a necessity.
Yes,
because of what he was.
Agree.
So whether you love him, whether you hate him, or so forth, what he represented is a truth. Because what I hate are people that are fake and are liars. Because what he brought up was, it is what it is, and I'm going to just be fully clean here. And the reason why we have so much problems interacting in society is because everyone lies. Everyone is fake. Everyone says one thing and they're saying another thing behind the back, because everyone is pussy, everyone is a wimp, and nobody actually ever is brutally honest. But his existence brought out a brutally honesty, specifically in this year of 2020. But
everything you've just said, I agree with 1000%. And I also watched a lot of Drink Champs episodes also. I did a lot of decluttering. I went through things that I haven't gone through since I was like 10 years old. I'm 21 now. I found like PES 2004. I found my FIFA 97, NBA Jam. I played a lot of those throwback games. FIFA 10. I'm trying to make Marcus Alonso like a prodigy.
You sick man. Man.
And Braithwaite is in Bologna right now. But
Bologna. Oh, wow.
Yeah, Bologna and Barcelona. They both start with B, and they're both crap.
Yeah.
Respect, bro.
In regards to my diet, so I had it was very cyclical for me, because I kind of deal with depression, and your content for the past 3 years has kind of been like a fortress of solitude for me. And even like communicating with you in Instagram DMs has even been like a source of comfort for me. So I remember watching like one of your early Hangouts when you were doing the Hangouts every day when COVID first started, and you made a joking comment about how if you're eating unhealthy every day, it may taste good, but it's lubricating your heart. And I remember when you said lubricating your heart, I couldn't stop laughing.
And you know the funny part? It's literally lubricating the heart, like literally adding fat to the heart.
Bro, Joseph, when he said that, I couldn't stop laughing. And since that hangout, I think it may have been like in March, I started drinking lemon tea. I started eating salads. I cut down on a lot of things. And just, if I could sum it all up really quickly, I would say this year has taught me to take things one day at a time, because at any given moment, you can lose everything. So you have to be able to adapt.
Can I ask a question?
You have to be, go ahead.
You know your school, is it that one in that movie with Miles Teller where he's the drummer and he's trying to Whiplash? Yeah, that school in Whiplash. I'm not sure what it's called, but that's the only school I remember from New York. That's intense.
You're talking about Juilliard's, but in the ranking, my school, it's called SAP, Sonic Arts Program. It's second in the ranking. So like only 25 of us in a pool of 550 got in. Wow. And in regards to that, really quickly, let me just say, so my first semester, so thank you so much. My first semester, I got all A's. Excellent, beautiful. My music theory classes, my general classes, everything was wonderful. And I think our professors got hip to the fact that certain students were putting assignments on Chegg. And how they knew it was they would personalize their questions. So rather than use a question in the textbook, they would personalize it to what they were doing. And if they typed that question online and they saw it, they would know that it was a student from within our program. So they made a lot of the things that we did in the second semester that just ended, DBQs, document-based, 3-page essays. So I did a lot more writing and just a lot more presentation this past semester, and it was terrible. It's almost as if they said to themselves, "We're gonna make this as hard as possible because we know you guys have it easy now with Google." But you know, and I also developed my spirituality. I'm not a Christian or a Muslim, or I don't identify with any human interpretations of religion, but my spirituality in terms of my ethics, being a good person, doing the right thing.
Oh, no, because I want to get into religion as well. So we're going to go into all aspects here because I definitely want to talk about religion as well.
So I definitely strengthened my spirituality.
Okay, cool. So shout out to Sam. Thank you, H. Supporting you feels great. You helped me. Thank you. I'm here to help the youth. I'm here to help the youth. Yes, Said, man. Talk to me about your 2020.
Man, so my 2020, I've been working like a dog, like like a slave. Let me just say that. I've been working 7 days a week. I work every single day. I work 24 hours, so 12 hours shifts on Saturday, Sunday. And during the Monday to Friday, I work a 40-hour week. So I've been working.
Wait,
that's
what's your
where
job?
all the super chat money comes from.
wait, what's your job?
Now.
What's your role?
Right now I work in like adult foster care, so working with people that pretty much with mental health and people with need and stuff like that. And then on the weekends I have a different job, which is I deal with transportation. I'm like a dispatcher. So
wait, real quick. Have you seen Patch Adams, the film?
No.
Watch specifically about working with mental care because it's based on a true story. Jot it down. Watch Patch Adams. Watch Patch Adams because it's based on a guy who he changed his technique with regards to dealing with people with mental health and mental care, and like he revolutionized the way people approached dealing people in hospital care. But yeah, go on.
Stop being a movie merchant.
Joseph. Yes,
So I try my best to get to your hangouts, man. HH, because I usually a lot of times I have a lot to say, but I unfortunately there's times where I just can't do it. It's very hard for me, but then for the most part, 2020, and I live in Minnesota, guys. I live in I live in St. Paul, which is like basically, so it's the Twin Cities. St. Paul and Minneapolis are almost identical. There's literally not much difference. It's very hard to explain, but it's called the Twin Cities because they're like identical. So I used to go to school and over in Minneapolis, and my grandma used to live in Minneapolis, and et cetera and et cetera. So the whole George Floyd thing literally happened in our city.
Yep.
So that whole thing,
and also you're the city of Prince as well.
Yeah, Prince.
That's crazy, bro.
So the whole George, because like nothing happens in Minnesota. Like none of our sports terrible, like mediocre, to be honest. Nothing really happens. So the fact that happened here, it was surprising, but not surprising at the same time. I mean, I personally had some stories that individually I ran with that happened to me with terms of the police, and it's just a reality that people with my skin color and people like that look like me just have to deal with in America. It's sad, but that's just the reality. So that's the whole 2020, the whole political thing, the whole thing where I feel like for some reason this year it ramped up about people trying to put ideas in people's heads and just trying to like this is the only opinion that matters. The fact that you're not really black if you don't vote for Donald Trump and and stuff like that, and that whole thing just like really kind of annoyed me. I had like a sense of like I don't like people telling me what to think because I have my own brain. I'm my own person. I like to think for myself. I like to like assess things for myself. So that was that whole thing was just like a whole thing. And then also like just the fact that I couldn't see my friends. I haven't seen my friends for months now. It's for the best. And then also like the fact that I realize there's two, like people are very very different. In terms of like there's people that generally no matter what you say or no matter what you do, you cannot make people do something they don't want to do. And this pandemic just proved it. If people will not show us for distance, people will go to their families at Christmas, people will go to their families at Thanksgiving. This virus will spread no matter how much, like even in lockdown, people will sneak out from lockdown. It's gonna happen.
So, but
You
how
know,
have you dealt with the lockdown mentally, though, psychologically?
to be honest, like listening to you guys, watching football really helped. Oh my God. Like, if football didn't come back, I don't know what I
Oh
would do with
man,
But
myself.
the months where
bro,
football
man.
wasn't there were the worst months of
Oh
my
my
entire
God.
life.
Oh man,
Oh
it
Yeah.
my
was hard. No,
God.
no, you see, for me, that is why I'm so glad. Like I've got like a two flex because as much as I'm a football fan, I'm also a film fan.
Mm.
So if football was not there, it was hard, very hard.
Nah,
But
it was hard for me,
I'm
man.
like, you know what? I'll just do like a movie marathon. But still, my Lord in heaven, because I was like, if there's just months of no football, I don't know how I can deal with that stuff because
Especially if you're a Liverpool fan, you're gonna
yeah.
get tired.
Oh
And
man,
You
it was so
know,
tough, man.
during the lockdown, guys, I remember I used to be watch on YouTube the Champions League. There's a Champions League page. They had all reruns of like games. So I remember that was like the best thing ever because they showed like the full game of like I think I watched like the Atletico Madrid, Real Madrid, 2016, and you know how HHU said that was such a boring final, like. When I was watching it live that moment, it didn't seem like it was that boring. But when I rewatch it, oh my God, it was the most boring thing I've seen, football matches I've seen. And it's so dealing with like I basically
Wait. Actually, quickly, yes. Is there a way we can turn down the volume on your mic because there's
yeah.
bits of reverb on your mic? Try and turn down the volume on your mic.
Is it better?
Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, that's better. Go
Yeah.
for it. Go ahead.
So basically, try like listen to your hangouts, man. It's like trust me, HH, you have done for me personally. I've like watched every single video of yours. It just I don't know.
Me as well.
It's you helped
yeah,
out
same
a
here,
lot,
same here.
man. You helped out a lot, man. If you wasn't doing contents, I don't know, man. And then is this?
Content's crack, man. Content's crack.
It's just about like because of like the politics and everything that was around 2020. I just wanted something genuine, and I think that's what I found with your channel. So I
Okay.
appreciate it, man.
Cool. Okay, so round us off, Malcolm. Round us off because I want us to get to some lighter topics now. Your
Sure.
2020.
I was in my third year of high school. Now I'm in my senior year, and so it has been a challenge for me, an interesting challenge, because as we had to study home, we didn't have as much online classes, so I had to really rely on myself, if you know what I mean. So in that way, I'm not saying like it. I still had gotten to that highest realization that actually I'm not doing all the schoolwork for school, but I'm doing it for my future, right? So
Yeah.
so that has been the challenge, and I think it's really good. It's like a therapy or something like that. So yeah, it's a challenge. And as for all the political things, to be honest, I think that COVID, I definitely think it's real, but I think that many people around have, instead of taking like a rational approach to it, they started to be hysteric.
Yeah.
And it created this sort of political climate. Then people on the other side started to deny it completely, and people just stopped solving problems and just wars.
No.
Marco, I don't think we're talking about it being real or not here. I think
Yeah,
we all think it's real.
Yeah, no. But no. One thing though is I think I believe that COVID is a test for the world. It's almost as if like I feel that yes, we don't know where it's coming from, but I think at the same time I feel like if the world is testing humanity, can you dudes actually work together as one, or are you going to continue to bicker and still be tribalistic during something that affects everybody. It is so key that it's something that affects everyone. Because it's a test as like, are you still going to bicker? Are you still going to argue? Or are you going to be like, you know what? Forget all that. Let's actually come together and try and actually walk through this as a whole. Let's remove the whole politics, which is why it is so messed up what's happening between the Democrats or Republicans in America, where you're bringing politics into this as well. But Malcolm, continue.
I guess wanted to continue. I think the worst thing about Corona is that it came at the very worst time, and I think in our world, like especially in the United States, with the polarization. The thing about American politics that is so toxic is that we kind of treat it like team sports, and like you had the Democrats and the Republican side, and the Democrat and Republican, they can't align on the same position. Like they have to it has to be two-sided. There has to be a two-sided, no matter what. Like if it's climate change or even if it's like the easiest solution, there still has to be like a two-side to it. And we have to always keep fighting over for like, what's this, what's that.
You can't be a Republican that's for abortion. That's literally illegal.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. So, basically, Malcolm, round everything.
No, I just wanted to finish that. It goes on both sides. So we should be responsible. We should be, of course, responsible to that coronavirus. But we can't. I mean, we can. That's everybody's choice. But we shouldn't mystify it. It's a disease. If you have a disease, it's a natural thing. It's a thing that happens in nature. And just because we don't know it doesn't mean it's something that we should freak out about or, so like, just we should try to be more in connection with nature. We should have more respect to what is actually happening and just take a step back and look at the things closely, and maybe it allows us to be less cocky about things,
Oh, no. I think that's the thing, is that it's going to be very interesting to see what 2021 will bring and what people are going to learn about this year. That's going to be very key. So, guys.
Malcolm, can I just say, I feel so bad for you that you have to spend your senior year at home of high school.
Horrible.
That's
1 minute
terrible.
silence, guys.
It is literally the best year of your life, and you have to spend it at home. Sorry.
Well, like to be honest, I'm kind of introverted. I'm not that.
Okay. Then
I don't really divide it like introvert extrovert, right? I'm changing as a person right now, but I'm not that type of person that needs to be always around people. And actually, I like it because I know that I have to do my leaving cert or like my final examination this year, and so it's challenge from all sides. I know that I can put all this energy. I don't go out and anything, so I know I can put all this energy to that leaving cert, to that hard work.
Also, sorry.
Yeah, sure. That's all.
Let me just say something real quick.
Okay, real quick.
I agree. Like we have to actually face COVID what it is, because I've actually had the virus. I had COVID.
I had it too, actually.
Yeah, so my whole family had it. And unfortunately, like once it comes in the house, it's very difficult for other people not to get it, because it just like the virus itself is contagious by nature. But then like Malcolm said, like we're gonna get over it. That's the thing. I got over it. Unfortunately, certain people will not get over it. But then that's the positive that I take out of it, is like, I try to be very, very optimistic nowadays because of COVID, because it's like, it's just not good for my mental health specifically, or other people's mental health, just to be like, oh, COVID, we're screwed, all that stuff. Nah, in life, you just got to go through it. You just got to go move through it. And hopefully, now the fact that we have vaccines and everything, hopefully there's going to be a better time, man. That hopefully we can get through with it. But also, briefly, this also shows the countries that are generally run right. The countries that
I was just going to say that Germany. Look at what Germany.
Some countries, man, the way they dealt with this pandemic, oh my God, it's ridiculous.
Brazil, man. No, because again, last thing, because basically, again, I do some new stuff for my part-time thing, and as we're reporting it, the people that will handle this the worst, the UK, Brazil. Those have been the main, and also initially America. So to begin with, America, Brazil, horrible job, UK, and to a certain extent, India. People who've handled it to the best. I think the best is New Zealand. I think the lady, hence why like she got
Ain't they
related.
COVID free? Yeah.
They completely and I think New Zealand and Germany have been the people who really handled it the best in terms of
I
like
also
the
heard
lowest cases
Vietnam
and
as
so
well.
forth.
Actually, Senegal.
Vietnam
was-
as well. They're pretty good.
Okay,
Korea is also really good.
South
Yeah,
Korea is also
Senegal too, actually.
Senegal. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm half Senegalese, actually, so.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Yeah.
It's right. People over here acting if COVID is finished. So
What? Okay. So look, my thing is so let's go a bit lighter now. That's a bit heavy. I want to go a bit lighter now. So guys, if you're here, man, drop that like. So guys, let's talk cartoons.
Say
Everyone-
the word.
Everyone,
Say the
Joe,
word.
mute your mic. So we see, everybody had a favorite cartoon series when they were young. Something that they latched on so and so forth. So I want to just to go around the room and then we can maybe go into it, which is that favorite cartoon series growing up, favorite cartoon film of all time, or your favorite anime series of all time and so forth. So let me start right now.
One question: does it matter if it's adult or child?
Anything,
Okay.
anything. It doesn't matter, anything. So
You did say growing up.
I don't care, anything. Because that Mr. Nickelodeon trash. What's supposed to go? Hey, Arnold, man, get out of here. So my thing is this. I
Go ahead,
believe.
HH.
So basically,
Wait,
I believe.
what do
this-
you mean by growing up? What age period? What age period do you mean by
Oh,
growing up?
just when you were young, the cartoon series that was like, that was your thing. Like you
Man,
would
one
watch
of
How
the
young? You're
hard.
talking about like
One of
8
the
or
hard.
like 15?
Technically we're still growing up. So you can still put
okay.
that.
So,
Yeah,
so
8
basically
or
either
15. Like which age category? 8? Am I 8 years old or am I 15 years old?
so basically your
It's up
teens.
to now, why not?
So basically either your teens or even now. Either your teens or now. You can choose whichever which. It doesn't have to be great. Just your favorite. Okay, favorite cartoon series, or what you believe is the best cartoon series of all time, best cartoon of all time, or best anime of all time. So for me, best cartoon series, Tom and Jerry. But then when anyone says Tom and Jerry is what you call
Yeah, it's up
brilliant
there, it's up there.
quality, so that is
Cow
for me.
and
I always say
chicken.
that is the greatest cartoon series of all time. I don't care what anyone says. I will fight anybody on Tom and
You
Jerry.
will lose.
Best cartoon film. This may sound a bit crazy. Basil the Great Mouse Detective. That thing is full on quality. Because it's one that's it's not really as promoted as about by Disney, but ever since I saw the first one when I was young, always been the best. Now anime is tricky.
Isn't that the one that has Ratigan?
Yes, yeah.
That's serious.
That's pretty good, man. So see for anime, best anime series, One Punch Man. That's for me is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Hence why I'm counting down the days until the season 3.
Of all time?
Yes.
Easily. Best
Season
Season
one
one
is
easily.
is like crack.
Easily.
That's like
That-
that's closest into crack cocaine.
But sorry, I've never laughed out loud more watching a TV thingy than I did One Punch Man. But
Yeah,
and
good,
also,
good. Yeah.
see, as far as the film goes, for a long time it was Akira. I watched Ninja Scroll for the first time like a few days ago. You see, for me, Akira is technically the greatest cartoon animation production of all time. What those guys did in the 80s is insane. But personally, based on my sensibilities and what I like, Ninja Scroll for me was bloody amazing. So I would still say probably my favorite anime movie film. Well, Street Fighter does count though in a weird way. That was good though, the Street Fighter anime movie. But I would have to say Ninja Scroll. Because I need to watch that film again. We may do like a Ninja Scroll watch. Ninja Scroll is freaking money, man.
HH, have you seen Death Note?
Oh,
Here's the
that's great.
Here's the thing
Death Note's
about
money.
Death Note. I need
No,
to watch
you're
it
not
again.
supposed to ask any
Death Note is
questions.
sick.
You're supposed to go round.
Unbelievable.
Don't
Unbelievable.
ask him any questions, bro.
Okay. Let's
Let's
just go.
say Death Note for yours.
No.
Mute your mic, my friend. So, Peter, what about you? So, favorite cartoon series, anime series? Give it to me.
My favorite anime is hands down One Punch Man. I watched it last month, first time.
Oh, Wow.
I finished season 1 in one night. I couldn't get enough of it, man.
Amazing.
I loved it. It was so funny. Episode 3 when he realizes he has to go to the supermarket is just so amazing. Favorite animated movie? See, I used to say Lion King, but I think I'm gonna go more with Kung Fu Panda.
Lion King is Lion King is trash.
No, don't. It's not trash. It's not.
Lion
it's not
King
trash.
is
It's
trash.
good.
Lion King is trash.
Have some respect, okay? Have some
Lion King is
respect.
trash, man.
Have some respect.
So which one are you going with then?
I'm gonna go Kung Fu Panda for animated movie, mainly because of Master Oogway and like the messages behind it, like looking within yourself, the Dragon Warrior,
Oogway, man.
Tai Lung, Master Shifu, and then the fact that number three is also really, really good too, with Kai and the way they do animation of his blades and stuff. I love it. And then favorite cartoon growing up, when I was really young, it was the 90s Spider-Man show. That was good.
Bro.
And I would say more to when I was growing up and like now and recently, I would say regular show.
No, my thing about it is like, I don't care when it says best intro. The best intro to any cartoon, that's Spider-Man animated series.
I disagree.
I don't give a damn.
It's not even close, bro.
Wait, no,
it's not even
I think the best intro is actually X-Men intro. I prefer the X-Men intro. The song is more iconic.
Bro,
What?
none of them are touching Batman Beyond.
Batman Beyond, yes. Joe,
No. I don't care what it says. This, as soon as his webbing comes down, it's over. See, the closest thing is Thundercats.
Bro, have you sat down to actually you know what made Batman Beyond special?
Batman Beyond, are you saying crack?
No, not the series, just the intro. So in school,
bro.
we used to beatbox with the intro, and one person is like, dum 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 dum.
No,
and the other person is on another rhythm.
You're smoking crack.
It's ridiculous,
I
bro.
disagree with you, man.
Batman
Beyond was a work of art. It was a work of art.
Okay, wait. Okay, so Peter, last. So which one are you going with then?
I'm probably I'm going with the Amazing Spider-Man. But I want to say you talk about cartoons a lot, and so I want to just quick point that I have like a younger brother, so I've been watching cartoons up until recently, like Cartoon Network, and it is going downhill so
Cartoon
bad.
Network is trash. Cartoon Network.
I can name 3 shows that when I was growing up would be acceptable. So regular show, Adventure Time, and the Amazing World of Gumball.
No.
They would have made it.
Nowadays,
stuff is bad.
You see, Cartoon Network in its heyday was gold standard.
Yes,
like,
bro.
Because there are times when I just don't know. Because look, guys, I'll be real with you. I'll be real with you, man. SpongeBob ain't that great, bro.
Yo.
Yeah.
SpongeBob is the most overrated cartoon.
Not overrated.
Easy, we'll go around. Easy, guys, we'll go around the room. We'll go around. Okay, before I come to Darren, I'm just wait. So Mohammed says, Code Geass is the best written anime ever.
Code Geass is good, guys.
Shrek 2 is one of the greatest anime of all time. You're smoking crack.
He's on Costa Rica, bro.
Shrek 2, no way. I don't. If I see this trash, Scooby, are you?
I never liked it.
Respect Scooby-Doo.
That's iconic. That song's iconic.
Easy. Let's bring it. What's Darren? Talk to me.
The song is good though.
Yeah, check second one. It got upset before the barn, but I love this show. You know, Darkwing Duck. I just love watching this rerun.
Darkwing Duck was good, man. No, the intro to Darkwing Duck was amazing.
Yeah.
The intro was what's called Mixed Scrooge.
Not really.
Okay, no.
Because my cousin had remember I had VCRs. My cousin had all of them, so I just watch them over and over. The crack with Kean. A funny one I like as a child was Johnny Bravo. I don't know why.
Johnny Bravo was good. Johnny Bravo was good.
Bad. I just tell my mother here like Johnny Bravo for fun.
That guy was a brick.
I know.
I felt bad for him.
See, the thing about Johnny Bravo is that you will actually appreciate it when you're older.
Yeah.
Because a lot of things that he does, you need to be a bit more mature to really understand how. Basically, Johnny Bravo right now, you can't relate it. Basically, he's like Me Too. Because the guy he viewed women as just pieces of meat. Johnny Bravo.
He was still a brick, bro. He never caught it to break.
Hey there, man.
That episode, right? Where Johnny Bravo said,
Yeah.
"That's my boy. That's my boy. That's my boy."
No. Johnny Bravo was. I mean, it wasn't the greatest show, but just in terms of just him, the guy was hilarious, man.
You're not talking being Me Too. I always remember this episode. At the time he wanted a chick so bad, he called up a hotline and ordered a girl, and she came in a crate. And it was a big fat chick. And it was a big fat chick. And she was the only chick that ever let Johnny Bravo said, "I don't want this chick. I want a babe." Yo, you can't do that nowadays. You can't do that nowadays.
No.
You cannot do that in these days.
No. Basically, if Johnny Bravo was released right now, it would be removed off the air and it would be called male chauvinistic. Like, basically, see, he viewed women as just pieces of meat, like totally disposable. Actually, but you know, one thing I forgot was wacky races.
Yeah.
Wacky races
That was a good one. That was a good one.
That's refresher.
Actually, Dick Dastardly has to be, apart from me, Dick Dastardly has to be the most cost person in the world next to me. Like, me and Dick Dastardly have to be the most cost people next to me. All right.
I said anime. I'm not really an anime guy. I'm sorry. I think it was Saeed who said this, but I kind of like Death Note.
Death Note was good, man.
His girlfriend was annoying, but I truly love the show. The concept was amazing.
Oh no, great concept.
Animated films can we use like was Zootopia count?
Yeah. You know, anything counts.
Yeah. A bit older when it came out, but I just love the film. I just like the dynamics between the two of them. And don't kill me, EHH, but I got a real love for the Into the Spider-Verse.
What? You see, for me, I think maybe you call me because see, for me, I've always been okay. You see, this is what happens.
Yeah, I saw that.
This is what happens when you just have crazy people. So, my dear friend, thank you, but I think you'll get the blocking things. You see, my thing is that because I'm such a tradition. Gosh, see now that's just thrown.
Wait, how did this happen? Someone's simping for half hope here.
Yeah, I understand why you don't like Miles Morales, right? And I do agree. I would prefer a character in his own universe.
No.
But it's just that film that it just works for me.
And no, look. See, you know what? I'm gonna watch it because I watched it once and I hated it because I came in with a very specific idea of what I wanted the film to be, because I was like, wait, why are there 5 Spider-Men? Where is Peter Parker? Who the heck is Miles Morales? So maybe I need to watch it again, knowing what it's about, and then maybe I'll appreciate it more. But yeah, like I hated the movie the first time I saw it. That's because just from me coming as a Spider-Man fan. So Into the Spider-Verse is your favorite animated film?
It's second, but I just like Zootopia. I don't know why, but I just like Zootopia. It kind of childish, but I just like characters.
I need to watch that.
DMV, it reminds me of real life. Because I was in DMV in New York City, and that scene with the sloth just reminds me of the DMV in real life. So that scene alone is one of my favorites.
Oh no! I need to I need to watch that again. I need to watch that again for sure. So now talk to me, man.
1 second. So I have a couple of things. My first choice. Yeah, look, usually my opinions are not what other people think. I've come to realize, like...
Same as me, man. Trust me. Join the club.
Over the years, I can't really say something that's my favorite as something that's the best, because it's a very strange taste. But there is one that I will argue for that we'll get into. My favorite cartoon series, I mean... Like, I never really had a favorite, but like whenever I would scroll through the just a cartoon series when I was young, when I was like 9, 10, there was always one which I would always just like find, and I would be like, "Huh, it's this? Okay, I'll just watch it." and it was just I just watched for a couple hours, and that was Tom and Jerry, like you said, because it's just the most hilarious thing ever that a mouse just keeps roasting a cat in the most hilarious, bloody ways.
And also, see, the key thing about it is not a single word is spoken.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So
and that's the
you have
genius of
episodes
it.
where like you are because it's amazing writing. How can you create so many amazing situations with comedy where not a single word is spoken? It's all movements and situations.
They are
Genius.
unspoken merchants, bro, and words are
Let me
spoken.
mute
So,
this guy's mic, man.
Thomas,
Let me mute this guy's mic. Osuna, please talk. Ignore him.
In terms of my favorite movies, animated movies, I have a couple of candidates. My favorite is between either Up, and the Finding Nemo. But there is one which I will vouch for to be the best animated movie of all time, and that is Ratatouille. I have never laughed.
That's nice. That's nice.
I have never ever laughed harder than when that scene where the first time that the mouse grabs Linguini's hair. I have never laughed harder in my life. It is the funniest scene, single
that was hilarious,
hands down. And in my favorite anime, like I never really watched a lot of anime, but hey, this is a football channel, and this is one of the only anime I've watched. Inazuma 11. Does anyone know it?
What is it called?
Yeah, football anime.
Yeah,
maybe.
Wait. What's it called?
Inazuma 11. It's like a sort of like football anime where the guys get like special moves where like they do some crazy whack shit.
I think I've
heard of it. I don't think I watched it.
I think you can even see some episodes on YouTube or something.
Yeah, I think so too.
Guys, if you want a sports one, Prince of Tennis. Trust me. My God.
Of tennis.
Prince of Tennis is phenomenal, guys.
Oh yeah,
I've seen it, but I've never watched it.
Okay, I haven't seen this one. I was mistaken.
I just saw someone in the chat say HH only knows Finding Timo.
Jeez, man. It's a new year soon, so you get to.
HH, have you seen that video? And I miss you.
Yes. I miss you. I miss you. It's messed up. Man.
Shout out to 90s, bro.
Okay. So which one are you going with as in your top cartoon series and cartoon film?
So cartoon series, I'll go with Tom and Jerry, and cartoon film, I'll go Ratatouille.
Ratatouille is good, guys.
Cooler, talk to me, man.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yep, can hear, man. Can you hear me?
Cool. Yeah, so for my favorite cartoon series, I kind of split it down between adult and kids. So my favorite kids cartoon would easily be Tom and Jerry, the classic. That's one.
So the Tom and Jerry, man. It is what it is, man.
Yeah,
SpongeBob is better.
Like with Looney Tunes coming at a second, but yeah, Tom and Jerry just easily there. And then my favorite adult cartoon would have to be Boondocks.
Yes.
Boondocks.
Boondocks is that is crazy.
Yeah.
The thing about Boondocks is that it's almost the same as Simpsons. I don't see Boondocks as like a cartoon. I see it as like a series. Because I just don't think it's as a cartoon or like a kids cartoon. It's like this is like a proper. It's an adult show, but just animated. Like Simpsons is an adult show, but just animated.
Like Family Guy stuff.
To be honest, I see it more as a critique. Like it's a critique of like black culture in America, and it's very, very like. From seasons 1 to 3 is just perfect. Season 4, but 1 to 3 is perfect. Anime, so I kind of split up to sub and dub because you can't really compare when you listen to different languages. So for dub, I would have to put a Cowboy Bebop. Ooh, Cowboy like.
I've never seen Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah,
Everybody keeps saying
I've never heard of that.
Bebop.
It's really good, and like it has one of the most distinct soundtrack. The soundtrack is jazz. It takes a lot of American influences, like with jazz, and it's super good. Like the opening is perfect. And my favorite sub anime, it's just like very obscure one. It's called Legend of the Galactic Heroes. It's 110 episodes long, but like if you love politics and if you love war and you feel like really mature series, like Legends of the Galactic Heroes is like what you have to see. Like it's the best anime like I think has ever been made. But yeah. And then animated movies. So for my favorite anime movie, I would have to say Tokyo Godfathers. It's a Christmas movie. But it's really good. I watched it recently, and then my favorite like animated movie like from here in the U.S. I would say the Simpsons movie would be mine.
Yeah, no, that was all right. I mean, it's for me. I think because there was so much hype around it, people were expecting, oh my god, this is going to be super amazing. But I think still, for what it was still pretty cool.
It was, yeah. It could have been a disaster, but it turned out pretty well. So, there you go.
Hassan, talk to me.
My favorite cartoon of all time. I mean, this is hard, man. This is hard. I mean, Tom and Jerry is a great one. Dexter's Laboratory was an amazing one. I was a big Yu-Gi-Oh fan, Beyblade fan. I mean,
Dexter Laboratory intro was phenomenal.
Yeah. Inspector Gadget was a really good one. Inspector Gadget.
Cool guy.
Bro,
I mean, this is hard, man. This is hard. I mean, I'll give it to Yu-Gi-Oh. Let me be different. I'll give it to Yu-Gi-Oh. Yu-Gi-Oh was really good.
Yeah.
For anime series, it's between Dragon Ball Z and Naruto.
Ooh.
I mean, I grew up watching Dragon Ball Z, so I'm aware Dragon Ball Z guy. But Naruto, I started watching in high school, and that's when it really hit me like really good. I'll say Dragon Ball Z.
Anime.
I mean Naruto. I'm not bad. Naruto. I started watching Naruto growing up.
Can I ask, is Yu-Gi-Oh anime because of the way it's drawn?
No, it's cartoons. Sorry. Yu-Gi-Oh's cartoon.
It's like Pokemon. I don't see Pokemon as an anime. It's like a cartoon.
No. I said Yu-Gi-Oh's my favorite cartoon. Now I'm gonna talk about anime.
Anime, okay.
I'll say DBZ. DBZ my favorite anime. My favorite anime movie will be the latest DBZ movie, Broly. I mean, the fighting in that one's amazing.
Yeah. I watched that. That stuff was crazy, man. That stuff was great. No, I think Dragon Ball Z might be one of the most actually. Okay, if I was to ask you, Hassan, which do you think has been more impactful globally?
Oh, Dragon Ball Z.
Okay, Pokemon or Dragon Ball Z?
Dragon Ball Z, bro. I mean,
Dragon Ball.
Dragon Ball is all over, bro.
Pokemon
I've never
was
seen
ridiculous,
anything about Dragon Ball. Everywhere I go, I see Pokemon.
Pokemon was.
You don't hear no one rap about Pokemon,
stupid.
bro. You don't hear no one rap
literally
about
made
Pokemon.
people die in stampede for things that weren't real.
Exactly. Like, you don't get so big as a company without like.
Bro, directors of corporations were packing their cars to go and get trampled on for things that aren't real.
But guys, Dragon Ball Z at its peak was different. I mean, I probably wasn't alive back then, but when Dragon Ball Z came out, it must have been big. I mean,
no. Dragon Ball Z was a massive impact, man. It was like because when you first saw it, you're like, man, what the heck is this? Because nothing in the West was coming close to the intensity.
Like saddest things I ever heard in my life.
What?
I asked a saying, right? And I said, well, Vegeta. And the one asked me, who is Vegeta?
Bro, just turn on Twitter. Like, there are about 3,000 Vegeta memes that you will see. Like,
if I tell them, what's a Dragon Ball Z?
It's not. If you're a certain age, you probably wouldn't know what Dragon Ball Z is. But basically, it is if you're 35, 40 or below. I think if you're 35 and below, you have to have heard of Dragon Ball Z. There is no way you've not heard of Dragon Ball Z if you're 35 or below. Mm-hmm. Because sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, the thing about Dragon Ball Z is though, it's like the one thing I dislike is like the community is very toxic. Like they say, oh yeah, Goku can beat everyone. Like they always hate on One Punch Man. They always hate on Side Time. Like Saitama's so trash.
The thing about One Punch Man, I started
is Naruto in Dragon Ball Z?
A couple years back.
What?
No. Naruto is separate. And
Naruto is something else. Okay, never mind. My
bad,
bro. That probably sounded incredibly stupid.
We'll probably do like an anime manga discussion because because there's something that I believe that manga is better than most anime, but we'll have it afterwards.
Read Berserk.
Bro,
easy. Let me get through Naruto.
Shout out Naruto. That's the second best anime.
Oh, okay, wait. So before Joseph spouts his nonsense, let me just read this, man. So Sam says, "Don't listen to these bricks on the anime. There's too many animes and mangas. I'll DM you some. These guys are not worth listening to. Dragon Ball Z, age like milk. Whoa, no.
Yeah, Dragon Ball Z is one, man.
No, trust me. Dragon Ball Z, that is iconic. Because the thing about Dragon Ball Z is that there is no anime like it. in terms of the characters, the storytelling, the action, and just the vibes. See, now maybe I don't know, maybe the storytelling is good, but just it is so unique and it stands out so much. Hence, basically, there's a reason why it became so popular, because other animes are very kind of Japanese, but that just sort of really gives you that extra wasabi. So, Joe, talk to me, man.
Okay, I'm going to start off with anime because I haven't watched a lot of anime movies. The closest I've come to watching an anime movie, I have watched some like Cowboy Bebop and the other. It's not my cup of tea. I'd say Kung Fu Panda for that. Kung Fu Panda is my favorite anime movie.
No, Kung Fu Panda is bloody. No, they don't lie. Kung Fu Panda is bloody are good. It's a damn good cartoon.
But it's still a Western animation, so I believe. Oh yeah, it's DreamWorks, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's DreamWorks.
Yeah. So, but anime series, I haven't also watched a lot. I did watch a lot, and then I quit because it was just like more of the same to me. And the ones that weren't in that alley weren't my cup of tea. But one thing I'll tell you, HH, is you need to stop being a brick and get to Shippuden, because
what is Shippuden?
Naruto, until you get there, you haven't really seen anything.
I'm reading Naruto. I'm on volume 7 on the manga.
You haven't started anything. That's what I'm telling you. You haven't gotten anywhere.
What is Shippuden? So will I get to Shippuden in the manga? Or is that the anime?
So it's like a point where it kicks in full gear. Like
wait! Don't spoil anything for me. Don't spoil anything for me.
Don't worry. I know. I was the one that made you watch Avatar, so don't worry. I know how to
Avatar
not make you.
Avatar is good.
So before I get there, you need to get to Shippuden, because I'm nominating Naruto for particular arc, the Pain arc. That arc is one of the most well-written arcs. It will rip your soul out.
Don't spoil it for me. Don't spoil anything.
I'm not saying anything. Your soul will already be ripped out a couple of times before that. But
look, Naruto is right now.
Naruto got best storyline in Dragon Ball Z.
Now Naruto is hilarious, man.
No, that's the thing. So originally it's like kiddish, but when you get to Shippuden, you'll see what we're saying. Then now, the only thing is the ending of the show.
Oh my God, Lee, don't talk too much about
I
my friend, just talk about something else, man. I've heard about this, so just talk about something else, please.
Let's get into the main thing. Animated series. Now, if anybody knows me, they'll tell you straight and simple. Avatar: The Last Airbender is the best series.
It's good. It is good.
I would argue even you could put it on par with live action series, and it holds up in writing.
I wouldn't speak.
That's the point.
See, let me make an admission. Avatar, when I first saw it, I was like, this is a piece of trash. Because when I saw the first episode, I was like, this is garbage. Then Joe kept saying, watch. Then Sam in the comments said, watch. So it was Sam and Joe that kept saying, no, watch. I was like, So obviously, lockdown, can't go anywhere. Oh, look, it's Can't Hot. Didn't like the first episode, but I said, look, let me stick with it. I've got nothing else to do. Bro, that stuff is damn good, man.
What's it called? The Last Airbender?
Yeah, Last Airbender, Legend of Aang. That thing is
I might
damn
check
good.
it out.
Have you seen
You might, bro. If you love
good,
anything cartoons or movies, you have to check it out.
It's very good, man.
I can still remember the first time I saw it. So basically, I was still in Nigeria. I and my family. And I and my sister, we were watching Nickelodeon. We were Nickelodeon merchants. We were animation merchants. And so we saw an episode. And what the clincher was that it was the season 2 finale that we caught first. That was our first episode in the series. And so we couldn't even finish it because NEPA took the light. If any one of you know what I mean, electricity went out.
Those bastards, man.
Which happens in Nigeria. And so from then on, I went to school and I talked to everyone and nobody knew what I was talking about. But I knew I had seen the light. So I went and searched for this series. And before I knew it, the whole school was enveloped with talk of Avatar. But I was the pioneer because I saw it first. It was ridiculous, bro. Okay. Now, quick shout outs for best series of all time. Tom and Jerry is, nobody can
It's the
argue with
best.
that.
It's the best.
But at the same time, you have to remember what's on my, on my
SpongeBob,
profile
100%.
picture.
Powerpuff
So
Girls.
if you guys remember
Powerpuff.
Shogun, Spice, and everything nice.
Oh, Powerpuff Girls.
Once you hear those words, you know it's getting down.
These are the ingredients to make the perfect little girl. But professional term accidentally add an
And-
extra ingredient, chemical
Yeah,
X.
that's good. Powerpuff Girls is good, man.
And actually, Courage the Cowardly Dog is overrated. Now,
What?
when you go over to all-time
crap are you on
animated
about?
movies,
Facts,
all-time
facts,
animated.
facts.
Shh, relax. I didn't say anything. All-time animated movies. Now,
Joe the Big Doctor.
now, I actually went ahead and drafted lists of different categories for these days because I've been expecting these hangouts for a long time. I actually have my list right in front of me for best animated series, top 10, and honorable mentions, best animated movies, best intros, and so on. Okay,
Give us a
Now-
top three, my friend.
my all-time animated movies. The first for me is The Incredibles.
What?
The Incredibles. Look,
I don't know.
look.
You
Oh,
see,
Master Ink.
you see this?
Look,
You
look,
see? You
you
see this
see-
nonsense?
You see, technically, it's all about opinions.
Joe, you
all about
kept us in
opinions.
suspense for the Incredibles.
But if you can I land? Let me land. Can I land?
Go for it.
Okay, look.
Wait,
I
look,
can
Sam
argue.
says Naruto is overrated. No, it's not.
Oh,
Sam,
Sam,
God.
watch your mouth, watch your mouth, Sam,
Relax,
watch your
Relax,
mouth.
man. Sam, that's messed up.
That's ban worthy right there.
All right,
Ban
no, it
worthy.
is. Joe, go for it.
There's literally no aspect. If I ask you guys, what aspect of The Incredibles is bad or just subpar? The score,
It's good.
the
No,
writing.
it's decent. It's
Yeah, it's
decent.
good, but it's not
Beautiful.
top three.
It's
Top three.
decent.
Beautiful.
No.
For me, it's my best. Like I live for that.
I've
And
seen
I
it on
still
theaters,
believe
by
it's
the
the
way.
greatest.
What's your next
comic
one, bro?
book. Okay, the second for me is Mulan, and the third is Lion
Okay.
King.
What?
But funny enough, you know what the fourth is? And this movie, I don't know if you guys have seen it, Spirit. You need to go and watch this movie, Spirit.
Spirit.
That movie is ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Wait.
That's it for me. That's it for me.
What the heck?
You do realize we're talking about greatest.
Yeah.
You would struggle to find any animated movie that has more impact culturally than The Lion King.
The facts.
Yeah. Hate it. Top
Right,
three. Lion King, bro.
right,
You would
Lion
also
King,
struggle
get
to
it.
find an
That's
animated
true.
movie that has a better soundtrack than
I
The Lion King.
cry.
Bro,
Every time I
you
watch it, I cry.
Oh,
I
that's
shed
okay.
tears,
That's
man.
okay.
Okay, so
Tears.
let me bring in Yassir Sideman. Give it to us, man. Give it
Oh
to us.
man,
Don't let us
Yeah.
down, man. Don't let us down.
that is the reason why my imagination is so wild is because growing up, I grew up watching cartoons and anime. My favorite anime by far is because I grew up with it is Dragon Ball Z. I used to remember I used to run from I used to live by my school, so I used to like literally run from my school all the way to my house just to watch it on Toonami, and I literally grew up watching like if you don't like people don't really like Dragon Ball Z as much as I and some other people do is because we literally grew up watching scene by scene by scene like Frieza was like, oh my god, how is he gonna like
Frieza. Frieza. Tell me just talk about Frieza. That has to rank as one of the best characters in anything I've
Yeah.
seen. And also see, I'm not sure this is true. When I used to live in Switzerland with these guys, like my far family friends, I watched the Japanese version. The Japanese version and the English dub are different.
very
Because in the Japanese version, those fights last for like 5 episodes. This guy, they'll be holding a fireball for 5 episodes. Literally, I was like, wait, this guy's still holding the fireball, and I was like, what the hell, bro? And I was like, didn't Vegeta trained for like an entire season?
Yeah.
Seriously, before he landed, the guy was training for an entire season, and it was still weaker than Goku. But there he goes. Yeah.
So as a kid, my favorite character was Goku, but as
Yeah.
an adult, when I watch it back, my favorite character is by far is Vegeta. Vegeta had one of the biggest character developments, probably the
Fact.
only character development of Dragon Ball Z, because literally a lot of the characters just stay the same. Vegeta, how he transformed as he got older was phenomenal. And by the way, do you guys know that it was supposed to end like several times? Like after Frieza, it was supposed to end. After Cell, it was supposed to end, and then after Boo, obviously, it was supposed to end. But that's my number one. HH, you have to watch Death Note. I advise you.
Man.
I advise you to watch.
No. See, thing about Death Note is that
damn good.
It requires a lot of concentration, and I did watch Death Note, and it was very good. And see, I don't want to give any spoilers away in case of people who've not watched it, Death Note. But you know when that massive moment happens to that character, I didn't like it. Because that guy for me was such a good character and he had such a good dynamic with other characters that when that moment happened, I was like, and also basically
I agree.
second half wasn't as good as the first half was really good.
It's because like I agree. I don't want to spoil anything, but as much as I love Death Note, that moment for me up to today had a bitter taste in my mouth. I didn't like that at all.
And is a brick.
I mean, it is what it is. But anyways, so that's my favorite anime. My favorite cartoon is hard, guys. I genuinely like a lot of cartoons. For me, I used to be a Cartoon Network merchant. Like that was like.
Wait. Actually, we look at
Join the club.
Wait. Side, try and turn down the mic volume on your thing because I think there's too much reverb in the mic. So turn down the mic volume.
Or move away from it.
So either move away or turn down the volume. Yeah.
Is it better now?
A bit better. Go for it.
All right. So I'm a Cartoon Network merchant. For me, my favorite cartoon is difficult, guys.
Billy and Mandy was good.
I do love Courage the Cowardly Dog. Like there's something about Courage the Cowardly Dog that I was fearful as a kid of it, but at the same time,
it's a freaking horror movie, man. There's horror movies, man.
At the same time,
it messed me up.
I loved it. It was Return the thing, like that ghost dude. Mario. I loved it. Cartoon. It's a hard one for me. Animaniacs. Maybe it was Animaniacs.
Animaniacs. Gotta pay for play.
I really don't have a favorite cartoon. I apologize. My favorite animated animated film has to be hands down Lion King. It has because I had a video cassette of it. That's the thing. And I remember my parents used to play it all the time. So I used to as a kid, I used to take a nap. Then I'll wake up to Lion King, and I wake up to that scene when Mufasa dies, and it's like, Dad, wake up! See, guys, Lion King was by far one of is up to today will be my number one. So yeah, I mean I watch a lot. Men in Black, guys. Men in Black. There's an animated version of Men in Black.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
I watched a lot of cartoons, guys.
It's like, look,
Cat and Dog,
Lion King, man. I don't know, man.
I don't know.
Guy, you literally just said Cat Dog.
Your Cat Dog was good. Guys, the Cat Dog was phenomenal, man. It was a cat and a dog attached to each other. It never makes sense.
But that's Nickelodeon anyway. That's Nickelodeon.
Wait. Actually, did it? See, I'm not sure because this was a bit before your time. Did any of you guys watch Beavis and Butthead?
Yes.
No.
Oh wow!
I've heard of it.
Because see, this is like early 90s. Like this is when MTV was actually a good channel and actually showed good stuff. Because they used to show these two things: Beavis and Butthead and Ren and Stimpy. Those
Ren and Stimpy was weird, man. Ren and Stimpy was weird.
That's why I liked it. It was super weird. but it was freaking funny. But it is one of the most creative
Nah,
cartoons out there.
shout out Pinky in the Brain. That was a good one.
Thank you, brain man. Thank you, brain.
Quick question. Did anybody catch the Justice League animated series?
I hated it.
I'm watching that again now. That was
I
beautiful.
hated
That was
it.
beautiful.
I
love
hated
that.
That's a very good one. I don't know.
Okay,
There's nothing I liked about that.
wait. Let me bring it. So, Malcolm, talk to me. Your favorite cartoons, animes, and stuff.
Sure. Well, to be honest, I don't really like anime. I actually tried to watch Cowboy Bebop seemed to be pretty cool, but when I watch animated movies, it's more like for the purely aesthetic experience. So films like Dragon Ball Z that doesn't really suit me because if I watch, as I said, if I watch an animated movie, I just love the scenery and all that, but I wouldn't really watch a long series with a complex story or something like that. So I watched more like simple classic stories, but with really good animation. I don't know if you heard French people, they do pretty good animations. Michel Ocelot, he does really good stuff. And
because obviously you must have watched Tintin.
Yeah, Tintin, sure.
Tintin is damn good. Tintin is damn good.
Yeah, Tintin's pretty good. Yeah.
I need to update my list.
Did you hear about Kirikou? Michel Ocelot. That's one of the movies of Michel Ocelot, and it's like a story from Africa. I think Senegal. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that's it. Pretty much.
All right. Marvelous. Talk to me. Your favorite cartoons, animation, and all that stuff.
I don't have a favorite cartoon, but I definitely enjoyed Cow and Chicken.
Yeah.
I loved Johnny Bravo, not because of the quality, but because of just how comedic and how much letdown and heartbreak he went through. I just found like humor in that. And there's actually a cartoon that I've been like just racking my head trying to find the name. And I don't know if anyone in here might be able to help me. No. It was a soccer cartoon or football cartoon. And they played the league on a ship. They were sailors. And they played like the league on a ship, but it wasn't anime. So I've been trying to find it. I watched it a lot as a kid. I watched it.
Super Strikers?
It's not Super Strikers, no. I watched it when I was still in Nigeria. I'll probably stay up the whole night trying to find it. But in terms of anime, this is an anime that I'm surprised no one has brought up. My absolute favorite anime of all time is Rurouni Kenshin.
Isn't
that Samurai X?
I've never heard of that.
Rurouni Kenshin, guys, is about a samurai that has
Samurai X.
a reverse sword.
No. It's about
a reverse sword, right?
Bantusai the Slasher. Yeah, he has a reverse sword. Yeah. It's one of the best animes of all time.
I don't know. Rurouni Kenshin was I've never finished it. It was, I don't know, something about it I never liked.
No. It's never. It doesn't touch Aku.
No. But if we're talking about Samurai, see, Samurai Jack is something I need to watch from beginning to end. I missed out on that.
Haku.
I missed out, and see, it was always there, but every time I watched it, it was always in the middle, and it just sort of passed me by. But everyone said that no, because see, I watched the episode where he goes back to like Roman times, and I was like, man, this is pretty damn good. So I said, you know what? When I have time, I'm just gonna probably this weekend or something. So you know what? I'm just gonna watch Samurai Jack from beginning to end. Because people said no, Samurai Jack is actually a very good cartoon. That's what everyone says. And from the episodes I've seen, I'm like, oh yeah, I need to check this out. But I have to watch it from beginning to end properly. So, okay, let me bring this in. So, Sam says, my God appreciates art. Also, Rent a Girlfriend and Tower of God were good this year. Jujutsu Kaisen and Attack on Titan must watch. The opening and the ending music is the best. Let me talk about Attack on Titan. That thing makes no freaking sense.
Thank you.
I was like, you see, and see, this is the hence why I want to talk about anime and manga now. Is this you
I
can't
read the manga if you need help.
there is see you can't bring out an anime and then say, "Yo, man, you need to read the manga. It fills out all the holes." Because as I'm watching this Attack on Titan, I was like, what is going on? Who is who? Who's this dude? Where the hell are we? What the heck is happening? What is this backstory?
It's
It makes no
confusing as
sense.
hell, man.
You see,
Yeah.
and that's why for me, like,
It's convoluted, bro.
you see, Naruto, I began watching the anime, and I was like, okay, this is just weird. Like, I couldn't grasp it. I was like, the character that's is weird. But then I've now been reading the manga, and instantly I was just a lot more drawn into the manga because I was just instantly connected to the characters, to the people, and so forth. So I think what you find is that the manga sort of tells a better story. But sometimes for anime, like for instance, like either Dragon Ball Z or One Punch Man, if let's say the visuals are really strong and good, sometimes the anime can be better than the manga. So it's like
Bro, I'm telling you, you have to ditch that book when you get Shippuden. Ditch it. Trust me, bro. Bro, if you, bro, no, you can't do that to me. You can't. You have to.
I'm enjoying the
watch
manga too much. I'm enjoying the manga too much.
HH. Do you know what's the most disappointing anime
What?
for me? It has to be. It was literally my all-time favorite when it was going on. Is Bleach. Bleach had the potential to be the best anime ever.
Because I keep on hearing about Bleach. So what is the basic thing about Bleach?
Well, Bleach is basically is about a guy, and he's basically supposed to be this whole different world where there's people called Shinigamis and they fight with swords. So it's very complicated to explain.
Okay.
So it's basically you have powers. You're like a spirit. You're like a Shinigami, which is different in different animes. But it had potential to be the best anime, but they just.
So now let's switch things up. I want us to talk about music. Let's talk music. So I want to create a scenario. Desert island. You can't leave. You're going to be on this desert island indefinitely. You can only take 3 albums on you. So these are albums that you know that you can listen to continuously again as you're on this island indefinitely. So I'll give you time to think and I'll go first. So it's 3 albums. Only 3 albums you can bring with you on a desert island. So I'll go first. First, for me, Michael Jackson, Off the Wall. Second, Tribe Called Quest, Beats, Rhymes, and Life. Third, Soundgarden, Super Unknown. So those are my 3. Michael Jackson, Off the Wall. So and also I want to get a little bit of a background before. For me, Michael Jackson, Off the Wall, that is his best album. Thriller is the most popular. Off the Wall is his best album in terms of just sonically, musically, and so forth, from top to bottom. Because not every song on Thriller is quality. Every single song on Off the Wall is flipping amazing. Beats, see, I always say to people, if anybody wants to sort of learn about rap or get introduced into rap, the one album I give to them is Beats, Rhymes, and Life, Tribe Called Quest. In terms of what they say, what they talk about, the content, the quality, the rapping, J Dilla's production, amazing. And for Soundgarden, Super Unknown, I just think that because I need something alternative, so it is a very good alternative sound that is very different from Michael Jackson, Off the Wall, and what's it called, Tribe Called Quest. And just in terms of just musical composition, an alternative musical composition for me, Super Unknown, Soundgarden has just been one of my close favorites. So those are my 3: Michael Jackson, Off the Wall, Tribe Called Quest, Beats, Rhymes, and Life, Soundgarden, Super Unknown. Peter, talk to me. Your 3 albums that you'll take with you, and why?
The first 2 are very easy. For number one is the very first album I was ever bothered to sit and listen all the way through.
Okay.
That was in 2016. It was Culture One by the Migos.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah,
Great
that's
album.
the first one for me. Then number 2 is a throwback, 2004 Dirty Rock by Sean Paul.
Hey, old school, okay.
Yeah, I like that. And then number 3 is the hardest one. It's
So,
actually
so,
between
so remember, these are albums. So you're saying these are albums that you can listen to again and again and again without being bored.
yeah,
Okay.
that's very easy for me. Those 2 albums are just vibes. Put me on the island with me and a couple of girl them, and we can ride. We can ride.
It's
Um,
a deserted island, bro. It's just you, bro. You know.
oh, anyway, still. And then the last one is between Culture 2 and Without Warning by 21 Savage, Offset, and Metro Boomin.
You see,
I
do you know what would be funny about this? It's going to reveal everyone's age
yeah.
because
See, the thing
these
is, I'm
albums are
actually not
foreign
that.
to me, man.
Yeah, I think I'm actually not that young. Well, I'm not saying my age, but I'm not that young. But I would say I started listening to music and exploring my music tastes very, very, very late in my life. I used to listen to just like the Black Eyed Peas before, a bit of Black Eyed Peas, a bit of Sean Paul, and I started to explore. That's just say the culture ones when I started to explore my musical tastes and really start testing different artists. Listened to a bit more to Drake, a bit more to Kanye, Jay-Z. 444 is a great album, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, those are my 3 albums.
Okay.
Because those are what I listen to quite often right now. So for me, it'd just be more of the same, which I don't mind.
Darian, talk to me.
Wait. Quick question before anybody goes further. So, in these albums, can we view the video?
No.
Or it's simply audio?
Just the music. Just the music. It's a desert island. You don't have a DVD player, you have nothing. All you have is a freaking device to the music.
Why
and
do you
that's it, bro.
need the video exactly? What
No,
do you
he wants
I'm
a
just
video
trying
with
to
some
clarify,
he wants a video with this like some like streetwalkers in it.
Based on the video, don't worry. When it gets
okay,
my
all right,
turn.
we'll get okay. Darian, talk to me. Your 3 albums, man.
If you try to figure out my 23 albums, you were able to figure it out because one came out over 10 years before I was born. One came out when it was one in a couple months, and one was when it was like 20. So you can't figure out my age. Number 1 will be Jay-Z, Reasonable Doubt.
Okay.
Number 2 will be Run the Jewels, RT3.
Oh, okay.
And to be a little different, number 3 will be Metallica, Ride the Lightning.
Wait, is that the one with Enter the Sandman?
Yes.
Interesting. So you would take Reasonable Doubt over Blueprint?
I just prefer Reasonable Doubt. And to me, for debut album, it was amazing. It just resonates with me more.
Yeah, no. It says it's best album.
And I like Can I Live Part 2. That the outro song. Can I Live? I just love that. I play over and over.
No, and also what's it called? 22 Twos.
22 Twos is amazing.
That's when Jay-Z shows you how good of a rapper he is. And like most of the stuff, well, I actually don't believe that he says that he freestyles everything. He doesn't write anything down. I'm like, bro.
I'm too sure. And he even got everybody's favorite Illuminati song, The Evils, on it. So
boom. Okay.
Yeah, RTGS 3, I just it brought me into more undergrounds. Even though they're not truly underground, it just opened my mind to more non-mainstream artists. And I like songs on like Pants and stuff, so that's a good one. But that'd be number 4. I read it Lightning will just be it's rock and it's different. You can't listen to hip hop all day, so that'd be something different.
You can't. No, see, that's what for me. Like I have a rap album, a kind of R&B pop music album, and I've got like a rock album. You have to have different genres.
I think if you listen to Ride the Lightning, to me has a concept of life and death. Like more songs about life, but it kind of flips between every other song to me. So that's what kind of like the album.
Okay. Also, Suna, talk to me. Your 3 albums.
So I'm not exactly a person that listens to albums. I more listen to individual songs. So whenever I hear a song I like, I just say, "Hey, I like the song."
Okay, even better then. So maybe you know what? You can go on this, and then we'll maybe do another round. Your 3 songs. If you can take only 3 songs with you on an album.
That's hard.
On a desert island.
That's hard.
3 songs. Holy crap, that's hard. Oh my.
Only 3 songs.
Let's take a look. Let's take a look at what we have in my.
Gangnam Style.
Hell no, man. Gangnam Style, give me a break.
Yeah, I'm Korean, so. Let's see.
Oh, you don't like BTS? I'm doing the stereotype, so yeah, you don't like
Fuck
BTS.
BTS. Fuck that shit. Okay. No, I would say one would have to be. I need some time for this, man. Human by the Killers.
Okay.
Jesus Christus, man. The Other Side of Paradise.
By who?
Glass Animals.
Okay.
And the third one should be. What is a nice song?
No, the three songs is actually a lot harder than 3 albums.
Yeah.
Because I told you my playlist is like freaking 200 songs that
Yeah.
I all like.
I think it's a bit of it's a hardstyle song. It's not very popular. It's called "Imagine" by Bass Modulators. It's more of a hardstyle song, but yeah, that's my 3 songs.
Actually, I do know my 3 songs actually. Actually, I'll tell you my 3 songs and then we can go to the albums before I forget them. So my 3 songs are, one would be Michael Jackson, "The Way You Make Me Feel." Other one would be Soundgarden, like "Suicide," and 3 would be Tupac, "Do for Love." Those are my 3. And it's tough, but if I had to pick, those are my 3. So Joe, 3 albums.
Okay, so the first one will be, I guess you guys will be able to tell my age or my age bracket by my picks. So the first one would be, oh yeah, the reason I was asking for video allowances, if I can't see the videos to Michael's songs, then I won't pick them.
Oh no, see, I get what you're going through there, because this is what I've always said about Michael Jackson. Bad isn't a very good album.
Yeah.
How good is Beat It? Beat It is not. See, Thriller is only good because of the music videos. Bad is only good because of the music videos. Hence why Off the Wall was always Michael Jackson's best album, because that's good with or without the music videos. Smooth Criminal ain't a great song, but you watch that music video, wow, there's a
It's
song.
probably his best video, just for video's sake.
No, it's the greatest music video of all time. I'll give the Smooth Criminal. So
yeah, okay, so my first one's going to be Celine Dion. Yeah, and here's the clutch, or here's the clincher. It's her French
don't
album.
tell me you're a Titanic merchant, man.
Oh yeah, I am. I still cry till date. I still cry till date. Anytime I rewatch it, I cry. I shed tears.
We'll get to movies actually. We'll get to movies afterwards.
But then if anybody knows that Celine Dion used to sing in French before she sang in English, there's this album named S'il suffisait d'aimer or something like that. And that's the one I'd pick from Celine Dion. And then my second album would be Shania Twain. And
she don't impress me much.
Yeah, it's a toss-up between Come On Over or Up for me. And most of these songs are driven purely on nostalgia. Of course, they were brilliant musicians and probably top 5 till date. But yeah.
No, seriously, that's been a music, like, what's it called? Ray of Light, Madonna. I can tell you exactly where I was when I listened to that, and that takes me back to a very specific place. Ray of Light by Madonna. So
yeah, and I guess the third one technically would have to be Michael Jackson, but which exact one? Okay, I mean, I don't think I know the albums offhand, but it will have to be the one that has The Way You Make Me Feel, because that's the song that I can listen to, just purely listening to, and the audio, the instrumentals and that. Anyway, the instrumentals and all
No,
this.
it's one of his best songs.
Yeah. So that one for me.
Okay.
And underrated song by Michael Jackson, "Blood on the Dance Floor."
Never liked it. Never liked it. Okay, do you want to know an underrated album? Invincible is an underrated album. There are some gems there. It just didn't hit, but listen to Invincible. Specifically, listen to the first 6 songs. See, it gets a bit weird afterwards. The first 6 songs of Invincible is underrated. Like some of his best songs on Invincible.
It gets a bit weird afterwards.
Yeah, it gets very weird. Just like basically he just does his whole Michael stuff. Michael, like, okay, cool, but we're cool. Okay, Said, talk to me, man. Your 3 albums.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
So my 3 albums, so maybe the younger generation might understand my favorite 3 albums, because one of them has to be Lil Uzi Vert. The Love Is Rage.
Whoa,
2.
didn't expect that.
Love Is Rage 2. That's one of my favorite albums.
Wait, by who?
Lil Uzi Vert.
Okay.
Then we have Culture is a good one, but I'm not gonna pick that one. Then we have The Weeknd. What is it called? Crap. The Weeknd album. Someone help me out.
The Weeknd?
Yeah, I've never been a Weeknd fan, man.
Guys,
no, The Weeknd album. Oh, come on. I'm driving a break. No, the one where I can't remember now.
He's probably not that good. That's why he can't remember.
That's The Weeknd. There's one of my favorite albums of all time is one of the Weeknd albums. Starboy. Yep, Starboy Fun. It was a masterpiece. The 3rd album. Oh man. A Boogie with the Hoodie. Artist.
Oh yeah, I've heard about him. Yeah.
Artist.
Yeah.
That album was the best album he ever had, and ever since then, I don't know what happened to him, man. He's still one of my favorite rappers, but it's just not the same. His first album, Artist, was by far one of the best.
Okay. So let me just. Okay, this is weird. Do you take it as a compliment or racial offense when someone refers to a black man as BBC? So that
Hasn't this guy said that before?
Yeah. This is from the football dugout.
This is from the football. I mean, it's weird. Like, I'm not even gonna refer to that's just wild. That's just wild.
Nice try.
Hassan, talk to me, man. Your 3 albums, man.
Yeah, I've never listened to an album before, man. So I'll give 3 songs.
Hold up.
I'm not really a massive music guy, innit?
You've never listened to an album?
But if you have if you have any favorite musician, you could look up their albums and you'll see which album has most of your favorite tracks.
I mean, there's just some songs that I don't really listen to the albums. But can I give my 3 songs?
Yeah, your 3 songs. Give your 3 songs.
All right, it's gonna be from 50 Cent, my favorite rapper of all time.
Okay.
Window Shopper has to be one in there. Window Shopper is a good one. Many Men has to be in there. And what was the one? Hey Shawty, it's your birthday.
In the club.
In the club, yeah. They're my 3. They're my 3 right there.
You know what it was? People keep saying that Many Men is one of his best songs ever. Because when I first listened to it, I was like, is it really that good? But I think because trust me, I was obsessed with 50 Cent, and that album was huge. Hence why he basically didn't rap anymore, because that album was so huge. He didn't have to rap anymore because it's made too much money. You know? So that Get Rich or Die Trying was a massive album, man.
Let me take out The Weeknd and replace it with Travis Scott, Birds in a Trap. That was a phenomenal album.
Yeah, it's like Travis. It's one of those things because maybe just me being old or so forth. I just don't get Travis Scott. Like, I don't get it. Like, I've tried to listen to, but I just don't get.
Yeah. It is age, I guess. I don't know.
Because obviously, there isn't this whole auto-tune thing and everything. I'm like,
a young
rapper. You like actual rapping with rapping skills and stuff. And
like 6ix9ine,
It's vibes.
But is he a rapper or just more of a pop star? I think he's more of a pop star than an actual rapper.
A young rapper. Go ahead,
There is
Marvel.
only one Travis Scott album that you'll like. I usually tell like people who say that they don't like his auto-tune stuff, you have to listen to his first ever mixtape called Alfaro. Before Kanye signed him and he did a lot of ghostwriting for Kanye on Cruel Summer and Yeezus, he used to actually rap and he was a producer and he never used autotune. And then when he got signed through Alfaro, they wanted to push him as a good music artist, and then he went pop for the money and
Interesting.
but anytime people say they don't like him for the autotune, I always tell them listen to Alfaro. That's the only album that I think you'll like.
Okay.
A young rapper you should listen to is Polo G. That guy, oh my, Polo G is phenomenal.
Paula G. How do you spell?
Polo,
Polo.
Oh, Polo G.
Polo.
Yeah,
Yeah, Polo G is phenomenal.
Okay. I'll jot it down. Polo G. Because obviously JID is very good. That's what Dev used to tell me. JID is really good.
I want to ask a question to the panel. Anybody can tell me if G Herbo has any song where he's on beat?
Who?
G Herbo, does he have any song where he's actually rapping to the beat?
I
Yeah,
don't like G
he has
Herbo. I don't know.
he has Written in the Stars, which is like one of his earlier mixtapes. He's on beat on that song. He has Intro, and then he has Some Nights. He's on beat on those 3 songs, but he's notorious for being off beat.
Damn.
Why
Okay, so
anytime he's actually on beat, I'm like, wow.
okay, wait. I want to come to Darwin's Clover. 3 albums. Desert Island. Which 3 albums are you picking on a desert island? 3 albums. Okay. What's it called? Marvelous. Talk to me. 3 albums. Desert Island, man.
Okay, my first album, the way I looked at it was if it's a desert island, I'd probably want something that would make me like comfortable, make me embrace the solitude. Wizkid Superstar, his first ever album, reminds me of like growing up in Mushin, like living Odrolegba, my mom driving me to school, reminds me of Lagos. My second album is Amy Winehouse, her last album, the album that has Back to Black, Mr. And then you see my third album.
Is that one like "Pay Me Back to Rehab" and say
Yeah,
no more?
yeah,
Okay.
that's one of my favorite Amy Winehouse songs of all time. And my third album is the one where I'm most conflicted. So it's either going to be Kanye's College Dropout, or it would be like a punk rock album. So whether it's the Sex Pistols album or Billy Idol's Rebel Yell album. But the third pick is going to be very eclectic.
So which one are you going with there?
I would say Billy Idol Rebel Yell because it's a good mix of like punk rock, but also some pop radio type vibes.
Okay. So this is an interesting one. Anyone can jump in. Which movie or show has the best soundtrack?
Lion King.
Easy.
Inception.
Inception isn't touching Lion King, bro.
Oh, you see. Oh,
No,
now this
way.
this already
Hans Zimmer.
Gladiator is the best movie soundtrack of all time. Like that's like standard.
You're on one.
Hans Zimmer has the best.
Gladiator is the
I don't
best
know.
movie
Nah.
soundtrack of all time.
Never. Never, bro.
Oh, I just can't wait to be king.
Hans Zimmer
Bro,
is the.
I sat
The
down
absolute-
and listened to Elton John. You know when there were still like BCD players? I sat down in front of the BCD set and played each track of Elton John's album back to back, listening to it. That was the first album I listened to as a kid because of Lion King, bro.
I mean, okay, look, see, I mean, so okay, have you guys listened to the Gladiator soundtrack?
It's cool,
Can I
but
just
Nah,
say
nah.
there is no soundtrack that's more well known in the world than the Star Wars soundtrack. So
That's a fresh trash.
I've
Bro, it's
never seen
overrated.
Star Wars.
Oh,
Ever.
no. You see, the thing about the Gladiator soundtrack is it's crossed over. So people who didn't listen to classical music at all had the Gladiator soundtrack. So for me, I think the Star Wars soundtrack is just, it's popular because people only know really the theme. But the Gladiator because the Gladiator soundtrack is what made Hans Zimmer. And so many, because that CD, I remember when the album came out, it was like, wow, like how can a movie soundtrack be selling almost as much as like a regular kind of musical album or so forth? But when you listen to the soundtrack, and especially the music to the film, it's flipping amazing. It's flipping amazing, man. So okay,
Could
let me
I
read this boy.
I want to
expand on that?
nominate. I want to nominate another movie that I mentioned earlier, Spirit. The soundtrack on that cartoon, Hans Zimmer also, and Spirit. You need just Spirit, Stallion of the Cimarron, or Cimarron. I don't know how it's pronounced, but it's immaculate. Like, and it's also Hans Zimmer collaborated with a very underrated musician, Bryan Adams. If anyone, I guess you guys know.
Bryan Adams. Yeah.
I also feel Phil Collins is underrated.
Yeah.
I think Phil Collins has one of the best drum sounds and drum programming of all time. I think it's up there. Phil Collins, yeah. I was actually thinking about that in the shower yesterday. I would pay
Space Jam. Guys, Space Jam soundtrack is insane. That is an amazing, outstanding soundtrack. Yeah, everyone's saying Space Jam.
Yeah, Joseph.
Marvelous.
Go for it. Joseph. Phil Collins, his drum sounds are incredible. But
like, have you watched Tarzan?
Yeah.
I guess the song is Tarzan and Jane. The opening, or just the opening? No. It's the opening to the original Tarzan movie. That's the beat, as you're saying about drums.
His drums are incredible.
It's ridiculous. It sets the tone. Wow.
But there's another good one here is, not Few Dollars More, which is the best from the trilogy. Good, Bad, and Ugly. The soundtrack for that is insane.
Yeah, I just said that. I like that a lot.
Oh yeah.
I love that soundtrack.
Everybody talks about Hans Zimmer and with his film scores, but no one ever talks about James Horner. He did Titanic, he did Braveheart, he did Avatar, The Amazing Spider-Man, he did Jumanji, he did Commando, the original Commando with Arnold. I think he's up there too. But people never
he did Beautiful Mind, actually. Also, Beautiful Mind, which is a nice soundtrack.
Hey, someone in the chat said The Exorcist. I think the soundtracks are.
Look, it's funny, but it may be.
But then that just gives me nightmares. So I told you. Okay, so let me bring in this guy. So Zone, is your mic working in that Zone?
Yeah.
Okay, so best movie soundtrack.
I'd go with DreamWorks Spirit. That's the best one, in my opinion.
Oh, so what's it called? That's the same one that Joe says.
Bro,
Spirit.
You need to watch that. I can literally hear it in my head. Although Man of Steel does have a banging soundtrack, bro.
You know what? Man of Steel, horrible film, horrendous film.
It's not soundtrack. Horrible, but but the soundtrack is and Hans Zimmer, like, I just don't know, what does this guy have to do to get out of the shadow of John Williams?
And I think John Williams just has iconic themes, but I think people recognize that as of right now, Hans Zimmer right now is the hottest guy.
You can't do no wrong.
No. Hans Zimmer is like a cheat code. Wait, I'm just saying. So anybody, because I think there's still people that want to come in. So if anybody, let's say, has to come out or anything, feel free to come out so people can come in, because I want to just try and get in people in here as soon as possible. So let's do films. Let's see how old you guys are and where you guys are.
Wait, before you go forward, someone in the chat just said Fast and Furious 7.
They're not running. Horses.
I love this.
How do we? We're talking about Hans Zimmer. We're talking about James Horner. We're talking Titanic, Fast and Furious 7, not 1, not 2,
baby.
7.
Bro, it's all for family, bro.
give me. The family can stay away. Okay, so guys, I want to now see, because guys know, like, I'm a film guy and so forth, but I want to know where you guys are at. So you can only pick one film, your all-time favorite film of all time.
Why?
Just one film.
Why, AJ?
One.
This, if you say you can only take this one film that you can watch again and again and again. Your all-time favorite
Don't
film
do this.
of all
Don't
time.
do this, HH.
So,
Please,
Peter.
please don't do this.
Peter, talk to me. Your favorite film of all time. No, if you could just pick just one favorite movie of all time.
Wait, no, I need time to think because I need to know if I should go for an action, a thriller, or a comedy.
That's the thing. You have to just choose one.
That's
Darian.
no. Skip me. Come back to me. Come back to me. Come back to me.
Come on to
Do you know what you're asking us to
Yes,
do?
I do.
You're basically asking us to do a Ronaldinho elastico and chip the goalkeeper from the halfway line.
100%. Yes.
Come on, bro.
Yes. Darian, talk to me. Favorite film of all time.
Yeah, Church, I know with The Wolf of Wall Street. I'm not a Leonardo DiCaprio fan, but I just like the movie.
Okay.
And then you see the rise of Jordan Belfort, so
Oh, he's a great actor, man. He's a great actor.
Oh no, that's that. No, I mean that. Okay, so what specifically about Wolf of Wall Street did you like?
I like the ruthlessness of Jordan Belfort. I like to see how you rise of him. I also like to see the people rise and they fall in the film to show how human they are. I think if any of the guys just being on top, they kind of cheesy, it makes it feel superhuman. But then you begin to see the downfall of Jordan Belfort, and the court and the feds catching up with him and stuff. So it's sure there's a consequence for doing those kind of actions. So I must say kind of like finance.
And
So
and
like
also,
realism.
yeah, and also it's based on a true story. It's based on a real guy.
Yeah, Jordan Belfort, he's actually a real dude.
Yeah. Also, Suna, what are you going with? One film.
Yeah.
The Donut Raises.
Do I go with a comedy? Do I go with adventure?
Let me help you. Dark Knight Rises.
Don't you? I swear to God, man. Sure, if you say that's trash, man, I'm gonna break this computer, man. You could just pick one, just a one film and say, this is my all-time favorite film. Not about your all-time favorite film of all time. All-time favorite
HH, I
film.
literally think this is impossible. Like, of all the I
like
think
it.
this is impossible.
You can only pick one. Your all-time favorite film of all time.
I want to say though, that's a different question to what you asked. You said on a desert island, what film to watch forever.
Okay. So
That's different to my favorite film of all time.
So yeah, so does it change it for you? So your favorite film of all time. So one film that's it. I can just
here's
pick
the
one
thing.
film. Favorite.
I'm going to need a lot of laughing and a lot of what's it called? Yeah, a lot of like entertainment.
Did someone
So,
say
I guess-
18?
Yeah.
That was what I was looking at. Yeah.
No.
A2.
See, no. Let me say. Do you know if you want to say the horror movie is 7-1. 7-1 is the greatest horror movie of all time.
Yeah.
No,
That's
A2, The Hangout.
No.
That's the movie.
No. 8-2 is the funniest film of all time.
No.
Okay.
Let's go with American Pie. Why not?
Wow, interesting.
American
So to
Pie.
go with the comedy, bro. When American Pie hits, man, that was big. American Pie. That's the first one. That was big.
I'm gonna need some tits on that island, eh?
Yeah. Man. Look. Okay, what's it called? Hassan, what are you going with? Favorite film?
Since it's going to be one movie to watch, it's going to have to be comedy. And it's going to be Don't Be a Menace to South Central.
Oh, wow.
Bro, that movie kills me.
But things like, have you seen Boys in the Hood and Menace to Society?
Yeah.
Boys
You see,
of Hood is good.
No, because see, you have to see those films because it's
I've
going to
seen
make
Boys in the Hood.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, because basically
Yeah.
it's
Ricky.
it does a rip on Menace to Society, Boys in the Hood, and I think another one as well. I forgot. So basically, it basically rips off all of those films. But okay.
Wait, HH.
Yeah.
My favorite movie I would say is Saw 2 though. Saw 2 is my favorite movie.
Wow, Saw too.
So,
I don't like horror movies. They're not realistic.
Oh no! I'm not.
bro,
saying
watch The
horror.
Exorcist. Watch The Exorcist. It's
Yeah,
I
that's
heard
so-
Arsenal 10-2.
Oh Lord, no. What's it called? Malcolm, favorite film of all time.
Well, like it's really hard, but if from the top of my mind, I would probably pick Inception.
Oh,
Yeah, so I mean I absolutely love because I love also James Bond movies, for example, and I absolutely love Tenet, and I love Christopher Nolan movies. in
So,
general. But
what's the best James Bond film? Then?
That's
Skyfall.
easy.
What is it, Malcolm? What is it?
I prefer the newer ones. I watch the old ones also, but the main difference is that the new ones are more serious and more like serious action based, and
Okay.
the old ones have a bit of comedy, and I like them also, but I like the more serious version. So
Okay.
Skyfall would be probably that. And what I love about Inception is the combination between this like James Bond style movies, but also like spy action and stuff, but also the abstract the idea, you know. So the connection between the abstract and the concrete world. So that's what I love. And Tenet was amazing. Did all of you see Tenet?
I saw Tenet. See, Tenet for me is same thing with Inception. Great idea. I'm not sure about Inception. No one comes up with really, really great ideas. I just think that the films could have been executed in a different way. But
Wait, is Tenet the one with where the bullets go back in time?
yeah.
I ain't finished that. I watched a bit of it. I ain't finished that. Yeah, it's pretty.
Yeah. Okay, so wait, so let me just from today says, have you watched Psycho? This is my favorite horror and novel movie of all time. By the way, can you answer my previous super chats? Okay, as far as previous super chats, okay, yes, I would find it offensive because it's stereotypical. So that's it says yes, and yes, I have seen.
No,
Psycho.
there was another one. No.
No. Yeah, look, I said yes, I find it offensive, but Psycho, so Psycho is very good because, and also Hitchcock is the godfather of the thriller genre, man. So that guy's the don.
No, there was one he asked where if the white women go black after, you know.
Oh
that was
my
super
god.
chat, yeah.
Let me even.
So no one will pick any Denzel Washington movies.
You see, now we'll get there because we're going to talk about actors afterwards, man. So is it true that once women go black, they never go back? Not entirely. Not entirely. That's the myth. Not entirely. So, but it depends though. What's it called? Joe, talk to me, man. Favorite film?
It's impossible, bro. I literally can't pick. But if I just had to draw one, it's The Incredibles.
Oh, you can't
What
do this.
the heck?
You can't do this. No, you can't do this. Joe, you can't do this, man.
Bro, you must really love that show.
Yeah. Like, I can't.
Of all time?
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Of all time?
Yep.
Oh my
I hate you
gosh.
to come answer.
Who's your favorite person in that?
Is it Frozo or whatever the guy, Samuel L. Jackson's character?
Oh, you must remember Edna Mode. No capes.
Yes. Yeah. Edna, I remember.
Okay,
Edna Mode.
says, are you a fan of blaxploitation movies? You know what? What's it called? Black Dynamite with Michael Jai White is an incredible film that sort of rips off the blaxploitation era of movies. So because again, I don't really watch much blaxploitation films, but Black Dynamite by Michael Jai White is like a comedic send-up of blaxploitation movies. That is one of my favorite one of my favorite comedies of all time. Marvelous, talk to me, man. Favorite film?
I like Natural Born Killers.
Guess.
That's a crazy movie, man. It's a crazy film.
I love that film.
Oh, that's a film? I thought we were just saying you like Natural Born Killers. I was like, what?
No, it's a film. It's by Quentin Tarantino.
Oh, you thought it was? It's a film. It's not a film.
I didn't know it was a film.
Oh, I like Natural Born. I was like, oh, jeez, damn. Okay, then Marvelous. I think you need to go and see someone.
Yeah, and another movie that's also up there for me is called Strapped.
Oh yeah. What is that with Lawrence Fishburne?
Yeah, Lawrence Fishburne and the guy from Onyx. I always forget his name.
Fredro Starr, Sticky Fingers.
Yeah, Fredro Starr. Yes, incredible. I only thought about it because Splashnet talked about Black blaxploitation movies.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
then all my other favorite movies are like rom-coms from like the 80s, like Money Can't Buy
yeah.
Me Love. Those
Wait,
type
wait,
of movies.
remember that one with I don't know, it's with Bruce Willis and Kim Basinger. Oh God, I've forgotten
Uh,
the name of it, but it's like a rom com from the 80s. Hilarious, man. Hilarious. See, like romantic comedies like now are trash, but the ones in the 80s were hilarious, man. Rom coms in the 80s were hilarious. What's it called? So actually my favorite comedy show, Everybody Hates Chris, was pretty damn good. Yeah,
That's good.
I never got into How I Met Your Mother, man. I never got into that.
Yeah, it was
No,
good.
we'll go to
That's
TV shows
okay.
afterwards. We'll go to TV shows afterwards because I want to talk. I
Hey,
want to talk
teacher, got
TV
my
shows.
answer now. Got my
Okay,
answer
Peter,
now.
talk to me. Talk to me.
So my favorite movie of all time, just a standard, is actually Batman Begins. That's, I think, for me, when I first time I watched that, that actually affected like my childhood because I was just like, this is amazing. I
But
fell in
actually,
love
no.
with Batman after that.
Quick story about that is that I remember Batman Begins, like as soon as that film came out, I literally, because like I think I was in school at the time, and as soon as I got back, I literally sprinted to the cinema to go and watch it. And the funny thing was that basically, so normally whenever I like a film, I watch it like at least two. I watch it at least 2 or 3 times in the cinema. So the second time, I went with my friend to go and watch it. And like, so my friend was sitting next to me. Like, you obviously see like adverts and everything. So when the adverts were coming up, I was just like this. Then when like the intro comes in, man, I was basically like sitting like this, like, and my friend was just like laughing his head off it because like I was like sitting literally at the edge of my seat. I was like, like that. But like, no, Begins was a big movie, man. Now Dark Knight and Rises, man.
I'm gonna be honest, I love the whole trilogy, but I think the first one had the biggest impact on me, even as a person, like my like, childhood and how I grew up, because I just love Batman, and it's because of that film. The other two, I still love them. I still think I really enjoy them because I now just enjoy Batman movies as a whole. And then if I have to watch one movie for the rest of my life, it wouldn't actually be Batman Begins though. It would either be Django Unchained or The Hateful
Ooh,
Eight.
that's a good movie.
It's between one of those two because I like the fact that there's just so many. One, they're both thrillers, but there's also a bit of comedy, a bit of horror, a bit of political correctness, especially in Django Unchained. Black the black stuff. So I think if for the rest of my
Did he
life,
win an
it might
Oscar?
be Django Unchained. Pardon?
Did he win an Oscar in that movie, Leonardo DiCaprio, for
No.
Best Villain?
No, he
No,
was
no,
nominated. You see,
Oh,
he's only
you know
nominated.
the thing about DiCaprio is that he won for Revenant. He shouldn't. Do you know what DiCaprio's best performance is? Is in Django Unchained.
yeah.
That is
That was
his best
phenomenal.
performance. And
Yeah.
also, you know what? It's just that they can't, based on just how controversial his thing was. Do you know how good Samuel L. Jackson was? They can never nominate him because the character is too controversial. Do you know
That's
how
bollocks.
amazing his performance? Samuel L. Jackson was amazing in that. It was absolutely amazing, man.
Have
What
you seen
doing
The
up on
Hateful Eight,
that
by the way?
net? Was it?
Have you seen The Hateful Eight?
Bro, Hateful Eight is Tarantino's best film.
Oh,
That's
you're the only
Tarantino's best
person who
film.
agrees with me on that. I would
That's
say
a
his best film
really
is
good
Reservoir
film,
Dogs,
actually.
personally.
No. Hateful Eight is his best. That's his masterpiece. Like my
No one else,
favorite.
no one else seems to see it. No one else knows
Oh,
about it.
no, because not like it is. See, my favorite Tarantino film is Kill Bill Volume 1. That's my favorite of his. But his best is Hateful Eight. Hateful Eight is an outstanding film. Like that film
Yes,
is just
it is.
outstanding.
It is.
Okay. Yes, it's like talk to me, man.
All right, my favorite movie. Um, this is very difficult, but I like drama. That's my favorite genre. Comedy is funny, but I feel like it kind of loses it unless it's a classic comedy. It kind of loses its comedy over time. The more you watch it, my favorite movie is A Time to Kill.
Was that with Samuel
Samuel
Jackson
Jackson.
and Matthew
Yep.
McConaughey?
Yeah, Matthew McConaughey. I really like Matthew McConaughey as an actor. A lot of people don't.
He's a good
I
actor.
don't know.
Because Matthew McConaughey is a very good actor. Just like he presents himself as a very cheesy dude, but when you
Yeah.
see him act, the guy is actually a very good actor.
Yeah, so that's my favorite. I mean, if none of you guys watched it, please watch it. It's
And
it's a
I
very
hope he
good movie,
burns in
man.
hell.
Yeah. It's a good movie, guys.
It's a good film. So what about you, Zone? Favorite film?
That's a tough question, but right now, I would go with an animated movie. That's I don't know if anyone knows the movie. It's called Spirited Away.
Bro,
Oh
of
yeah,
course I know.
sure.
Of course I know Spirited. How do I know that? It
Huh?
won the Oscar, didn't it? No, because remember, it's broke the kind of run that Disney films used to win the Oscar with. No, Spirited, yeah. And also, see, now, if we're talking soundtracks, the Spirited Away soundtrack, that is an amazing soundtrack.
Bro, I just remembered Prince of Egypt's soundtrack.
Yeah, that is good though. That is good. Prince of Egypt, that is good. That is good. Okay, so Zone, so that's the one that you're going with then, Spirited Away.
Yeah, that's the top one, the first one. But if I had,
I've
you're
seen
asking
this
for.
movie.
Oh no, just one. Because see, so have you seen Princess Mononoke?
Yes, I actually saw almost all of Miyazaki's movies, and Spirited Away was the best one, I think, in my
Oh
opinion.
no, it's not. It's a. I actually need to watch it again though, because I'm not watching it in ages. But I think what thingy with me was just like how different the story was, but just the animation, the freaking soundtrack was outstanding, man. That soundtrack was superb. And
HS, Spirited Away. I just googled it. I've seen this movie once, and you know where I seen that movie in? I was in Japanese class. I was learning how to speak Japanese in high school. Yeah, that's where I watched it.
oh, it's easy. Yeah, no, that is a good way to learn Japanese, man. Actually get you to watch freaking videos, man. Malcolm, talk to me. Best film, favorite film.
I think I told you, but to be honest, actually, Hateful Eight is really, really good, and might be one of my most favorite because I love in general detective kind of movies. But my favorite scene, maybe like from all movies that ever existed, was that scene with Samuel L. Jackson, a great actor, by the way.
Oh, superb.
With where he talks to the general about his son. That he put his big dick in.
Yeah, no, it's wild. That's wild. That's wild.
That's messed up.
That's
That's
absolutely
messed up.
wonderful.
Gladiator. One of my favorite scenes is the Gladiator scene. Is like, are you not entertained? That was
No, yes,
classic.
the whole actually look. Let me say this. This just tells you how strange I am. So let's say I do something victorious. Let's say I flip a knife over and I basically catch it, or I just do something in the kitchen by myself. Nobody is in here. I'll be like, "Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?" Or like if you say I score like a goal on Pro Evo or something, I'll just stand up with like the gamepad. I'm like, "Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?" So no, look, that's like my
Check out
standard thing.
the Pro Evo series though on Twitch. You gotta start by the Pro Evo series.
Oh no,
on Twitch.
we're coming back. We're coming back. Don't worry, Twitch, we're coming back. We're getting that seal. We're coming back. Okay.
Wait, who's
Favorite.
getting a seal?
So wait. Favorite TV show. Favorite TV show.
This is gonna be hard, man.
Favorite. See,
That's easy.
for me, this is super hard. I'm gonna just name a few. Then I will have to pick one. You've got to say UK The Office. The Simpsons all the way up to season 7 or 8. Then it became trash. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw in Moesha. One thing that I know I would have liked, but I didn't actually finish off was X-Files. But I need to get back. But I can't say it because I've not finished it yet. You see, this is favorite TV show. See, I'm gonna cheat in a slight way. The first 3 seasons of 24. There is not. This is. You know what crack cocaine is? Do you know what drugs is? Do you know when you're on an addictive drug? The first 3 seasons of 24 is what I'm rolling with. Let me just see what a few guys are saying. So we are saying superhero, Daredevil, but guys, hate me all you want, man. I never liked Batman the animated series, man.
Batman Beyond. Batman Beyond is a good one.
I never
Trust me.
liked Batman the animated series, bro.
Yeah. So wait,
Okay.
HH is the first 3 seasons of 24 more addictive than the first season of One Punch Man?
Um. Hmm. Wait. No. Okay. Let me think. No, it's not. 24 is the most addictive thing I've ever seen in my life. I am
Oh,
telling you right now. Once things get going 24, you won't stop. You will not stop. It's because the way it ends, you have to watch the next episode. You know, so as soon as no, it's like no, I need to know what happens next. Just that after season 3, it goes crazy. Those first 3 seasons is incredible because I mean, you obviously, but I mean, do you guys know what 24 is about?
No.
yeah, Jack
So,
Bauer.
okay. So basically, let me just get. So basically, this dude is called Jack Bauer. He's like a anti-terrorist agent and works for this thing called CTU, which is called the Counterterrorism Unit. And each season takes place over a course of one day. So
Wow.
each season is 24 episodes.
I'm
So
hooked.
so
I'm
so
hooked
basically,
already.
yeah. So basically, oh Joe, you'll be sniffing, my friend. Basically, each episode is 1 hour. So by the time you get to the 24th episode, that is like the 24th hour of the day. So this just takes you through how crazy his day is. And the concept is so mad, and the way they execute the concept is brilliant because you just get so hooked because everything is like on time, and the way they do it, they really do it and make you feel like if he's going through that day, it is
Did
freaking
he
amazing.
sleep?
No, he
Does
doesn't
he
sleep.
eat?
Obviously he eats and everything, but he basically has to operate because he has to, because there's like a terrorist thing that's happening. So for that entire day, the guy is basically trying to stop this whole thing. So every episode is an hour of the day. It is it's too good. It is too good, man. So yeah, my thing is 24. So Peter, what about you?
Mm, it's hard. So I think the greatest show of all time is The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Okay.
My reason saying is I have never met someone who says they do not enjoy watching that show, who has even critiqued that show, or someone who you can just sit down at any episode, watch it, and enjoy it. That is why I think it's the greatest show of all time because I have still yet to find a person out there to say, like, say some people say Friends might be the best show ever, but some people
Never,
don't like Friends. Some people
never,
don't like Friends, so it
Friends,
can't be the
no, for me,
greatest
Friends is
never.
show.
overrated.
It is
In
garbage, bro.
Friends is
Garbage.
I've never
Relax.
heard
overrated.
Respect
anyone.
friends. Respect friends.
Friends is
See, that's
overrated,
the
man.
thing. See, exactly with Friends, with any other TV show, you have a debate. With Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, I've never
True.
had a
No.
debate of
Fresh
of
Prince.
someone enjoying it.
Oh well, we have
Um,
someone here though. There you go. Someone's the
He's
first person to
oh
say
yeah,
trolling.
it.
He's
but he's already
trolling.
said
He's
some
trolling.
mad things before, so who cares what he said? Anyway, my
It's
favorite
it's
show.
it's a she actually, but carry on.
Oh, swear. Oh,
No.
damn.
You can still say
Um,
that she's trolling, man. No, come on, like yeah, he, she, yes. Boom.
Is
But yeah,
that
um,
is that who you were alluding
Joseph,
to?
mute your mic.
HH
Joseph, mute your mic, man. Mute your damn mic. Peter,
conspiracy.
carry on.
my favorite show of all time may be, I think it might be Daredevil from Netflix.
Oh
I
yeah,
said I'm a massive
Preach.
superhero fan. I
that's
love
a
like
damn good show,
everything.
man.
Yeah, I love everything superheroes, and for me, that was the first. I like the fact it was neat, it was proper gritty. You know, you see the blood, you see him
Very good
pounding
fight
people.
scenes. Very good
The
fight
fight
scenes.
scenes were amazing.
But
When it
that
first
dude
came out, I
really
absolutely
annoyed
loved
me.
it.
His friend, his chubby
Foggy,
friend.
Foggy Nelson.
That guy annoyed me so much
Do you know who
because
annoyed me even more? The girl, the blonde girl, Karen Page. Like, why are you there? Like, you
I
should be
mean,
dead by now.
to be honest, she was like, it's like no, that guy just had because some of the stuff he was like, what? Nah. I know the funny thing is that guy, he's normally in a lot of like romantic films, so this was like a ton for him. So it was like, wait, I was like, so I'm supposed to take this dude because I just know him from romantic films, you know. But he was really good though. He
Wait,
did really
is
well.
he the main character in the romantic films that you've seen?
No. Basically, like, what's the name of this? It's called Star Something with this chick Claire Danes because that's where I first saw him in, and I think he's just known for being in like period dramas and all this kind of stuff. So him being in a gritty film, you're like, gritty film, boom, boom, boom. So, yeah, he was I. I was I. So Daredevil is what you're going with then.
Yep, that was my answer.
All right, what's it called? So Darren, go for it.
Is your question the greatest TV show of all time or your favorite?
Favorites, because I have two different answers. So this is favorites. This is favorites. So my favorite is 24. Not the greatest, just your personal favorite.
This is a bit of nostalgia for me, but it's one of the first more mature shows I ever watched. It'll be Entourage, especially first 4 seasons. That's my favorite show of all time. Well, yeah, favorite, yeah.
You don't know what's it called. I think a lot of people, my brother was like, no, Entourage is like really good. And a lot of people like love the show in terms of just how it depicts that kind of world.
Yeah, it's really show behind Hollywood, and it wasn't cheesy or anything. That it had a real mature story behind it. And I relate to E, because if I was in that situation, I would be E, the kind of calm, kind of behind the scenes kind of guy.
Yeah.
I like Johnny. Johnny was the idiot that had Turtle driven around. And they had Aaron. That was funny.
Because do you watch Power?
Yeah. I watched. It's just honest with you, right? I watched the last season of Power.
Look, see, things about Power is that it becomes trash, but because it's so black, you're like, it becomes like a comedy in a very black way.
Facts.
So basically, like, no, because see, Power started really good, then it became crap, but because they are very black and they do some very black things, you're like, okay, this is now a comedy. It's an unintentional comedy, but it's a comedy.
You know, I didn't watch Power because to me it's like, I don't want to say a black stereotype, but it feels like limited. It's like, black people also do this gangster drug thing. It's just I'm not gonna turn me off on the season, but my cousin was like, oh, it's pretty good. So I watched the actual final season.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's them, man. I mean, what can I say? What can I say? Like, it's.
I like Ghost. Ghost is a sick character.
No, Ghost is my
the rest
hero.
Of it,
but
yeah, Ghost is beautiful, but the rest of it's
no. The rest of it, no.
Who's got that plays Ghost? What's his name?
Amari Hardwick. Amari Hardwick.
Yeah, to me, he deserves better. Like that guy, he's a really.
Oh no, he deserves better. Okay, what's it called? How much do you bench press? I haven't bench press in months because I quit the gym. So the only bench press I'm doing is pressing the A button and the Y button to pick up wood and stones on Animal Crossing on my Nintendo Switch. So that's what exercise I've been doing. So,
you've also been doing you've built a lot of wings of recent. So
yes,
that's a lot of bricks to carry.
And also, especially in the cold as well. In the cold as well, it's been tough. Also, Sona, talk to me. Favorite TV show?
So you have there are a lot of options. I'm thinking of Rick and Morty. I'm thinking of South Park. Maybe something like a little bit different, such as, I don't know, Game of Thrones, maybe.
Oh my gosh.
What about this is just a really funny one. 2.5 Men. That was great.
Yeah.
I love that.
That was a good
That's
show.
good.
With obviously with
Charlie Sheen.
Yeah, not Ashton Kutcher, man.
Hey, put respect on Ashton Kutcher's name.
Nah.
That 70s show was lit. That 70s show.
That 70 shows was lit, but the 2.5 Men with him was not.
Yeah, that's true. That's
like that show was built for Charlie Sheen.
Yeah,
it was built for Charlie Sheen.
Exactly. So I think my favorite is probably going to have to be 2.5 Men. Yeah, 2.5 Men.
Okay. Joe.
So just for the laugh, someone in the chat actually mentioned Go Power Rangers. Hey.
Don't hate.
Popular for a reason,
Don't you dare hate.
Power Rangers is a good show, man.
Bro, let me tell you right now. When I was young, there was basically, before this in the UK, there used to be this guy called Mr. Motivator. This dude used to just do this trash motivational thing before Power Rangers. And I used to be like, man, can this brick get off this damn screen so I can see this Power Rangers? Do you know the thing about Power Rangers? You dudes spend all the time fighting, and say, all right, let's form. Why don't you just form the robots to begin with? You waste
Fact,
all
fact.
this.
There just be no show. That's
So
the
They
point of
did
the show.
think about
It's
it.
to
No,
build
no,
up
no, no,
to
no, no.
it.
Look, you spend all this time getting your asses beat and handed to you for about 25 minutes. Then in the last few minutes, you're like, hey, let's form. And you form the robots and you destroy the dude. Every single damn time. I'm like, what the heck?
And you watched it every single day, didn't you?
Every single day I was there. Every
Then
single day I was
then the formula worked. The formula worked.
No, because what's it called? Because I had the toy of Billy, who was the Blue Ranger. And do you know how funny it was? Because this is how sick it was. The Black Ranger was black. The Yellow Ranger was Asian. And the Green Ranger evolved to the White Ranger. The White Ranger was so powerful, they had to call him from a mountain. This guy was on a mountain and then he used to come and so he was so powerful. Say, yo, and he would always like on a mountain. The optics of that was so fucked up, man.
To be frank, there are always so many mountains wherever Power Rangers are.
What was your Power Rangers, HH? What series? Was it SPD, Wild Force?
No, the very first one.
Isn't it
Basically-
down in front of it? It sounds like down in front of it.
No, because again, it shows how old I am because it was the very first one that launched where
That's probably
it was
Mighty Morphin.
yeah, Mighty because it was Jason
was
was
lit.
Jason was the Red Ranger, Billy was the Blue Ranger, and I can't remember I think Tiffany was the Pink Ranger. I think so. It was the very first one. Mighty
Was it
Morphin.
Tony,
To be-
the White Ranger / Green? Tony, I think is the name.
Yeah, no. Basically, he was the Green Ranger to begin with. Then something happened to him. Then he then got reincarnated as the White Ranger.
Right, yeah, he became good or something
Yeah.
like that.
Look, it was messed up. Man.
To be frank, though, it was cool. It was cool at some point. But let's take a moment, guys, and reflect on this great show. So the show's intro starts out with these very words. I wanna be the very best. Da-da-da. No one ever was. Dun-dun-dun-dun.
God damn is my okay. We're done.
Okay.
Look.
Wait.
No. But,
To be frank,
Let's-
he
no.
never actually becomes the best. He's
does.
not even
Well,
close.
He does. He actually
He's not
does.
close.
He actually does.
He wins the league.
He wins the league.
That's
He wins the league in the long
After
run.
a billion episodes and like 2 generations of children have passed.
No, with a mustache, right? I remember he looked like he had a mustache.
Let me say this right now. No. I need full screen here. No, I need a full screen here. What we're doing. Ash
Is a bum.
is without a doubt the trashiest, most useless main character in any. Because I said to myself, wait a minute, so Pikachu is stuck with his bum. Do you know that this guy Ash? You're supposed to be the main character. All you do is lose, get beat up, and just get messed up, and that's it. Without Pikachu, you're irrelevant.
But
Literally,
it's not his
you're
fault. though.
irrelevant.
It's the writing. It's not his fault.
Ash
Like,
was trash, man. That guy was the
you know how much
trashiest,
Thanos
most
he lost
useless.
by
And
BS.
he gets the
By BS.
Remember when he tried to fight Mewtwo with his hands, bro? I think like in the movies, like he tried to fight Mewtwo with his hands, just trying to swing at him, bro.
If anybody knows who Mewtwo is, that's the joke. That's the joke.
This is a guy who couldn't even get his fucking Charizard to listen to him.
No.
Whole fucking season.
No. Wait. Wasn't Mewtwo the 150th Pokemon? Like he was the 105th because they're 150, aren't they?
He was lab produced.
Well, he was
I think.
technically not a quote unquote Pokemon. He was like
Yeah.
a clone.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's basically what you call test tube baby. Literally.
Yes.
No.
Oh, it's a quick question, right? This is the motivator. He's a black man that's wear like a onesie kind of with a do-rag and glasses.
Wait. Who is this? Who?
Mr. Motivator, right? We said that
Oh my god. Yes, it's him. Because basically, okay, I'll bring up a picture because basically he had a show that happened, and he was basically like, and I was like, because I hated him because I was like, man, can this guy get off this effing screen so Power Rangers can freaking start, man? And this is the dude that used to stand before Power Rangers. There you go. Mr.
Oh my
Motivator.
god.
Yo,
So I had to sit down
HH,
and look at this guy.
HH, get
do-
this off my screen.
yo, his look though,
No.
you know.
No.
What
This
is
guy
this
stood
guy?
between this guy stood between me and an episode of Power Rangers.
What channel was this?
This was channel, I think it was ITV. I
Was
think it was
CITV?
ITV.
Black Kim Jong Un.
No, it was Watchman.
This is funny.
It's like what's it? Misty wanted it, but Ash never hit it. Ash was a loser. No, guys.
It was a disgrace,
No,
bro.
Tell me a more worse main
PhD.
character in any show than Ash. Because you see,
Wow.
for me,
Jon
I was
Snow.
That's a tough
you
one.
see, for me, I was confused because I say, wait a minute, is the main character? Because for me, I view the main character as Pikachu. That's who I saw the main character as. Yeah, like I was like, what is Ash? I mean, what is he? He doesn't even train Pikachu because Pikachu can pretty much do things by himself. So what did Ash actually do that contributed to the Pokemon? He didn't do anything. So
Jon
keep
Snow's a
taking-
worse character than Ash.
yeah, and we'll see. I do watch Killing and Kel. Yep, quality.
surprised.
You can
I'm
technically
surprised.
say. Go ahead, Marvelous.
I'm surprised no one has brought up the X-Files.
I haven't. I never watched it. Like,
Yeah, same.
Neither have I.
baby, see, X-Files was
Same.
something that everyone always used to watch. But the thing with me, I have to watch it from the very start. So I would come in, and it would like be mid-season. But hence, what like, see, when I have time, that's something that I have to watch from beginning to end because the X-Files, like, that was huge. Like when that hit, it was massive.
X-Files is incredible. I'm rewatching it right now, but I rewatch it often.
Well, what is it about?
Alien, no, basically,
Paranormal Activity, Alien,
it is
pretty much every
The
everything.
weird and unexplained.
extraterrestrial, unexplained, just thing
Basically,
you could.
the
You know
re-
how
basically-
you know how HH says Juju is real.
It's
Just
true.
go
It
and
is.
figure it out. Just watch
I've-
X-Files and you see.
Yeah, no. It's
You
X-Files
guys
is
don't
like
believe Juju's real.
no,
That's
see,
the crazy part.
no. X-Files is like what people use as conspiracy theory. Don't believe the government, UFO, Area 51, and I think that is what because the show was so popular. That is what's popularized people's feelings about. Oh my gosh, this is what it's about. This is all that kind of stuff. So
Guys,
But
Juju is real,
but
though.
actually, my favorite show has to be Smallville.
No.
I've never watched it.
It's supposed to be the real life action, like real life version of Superman. I don't know. I never liked Smallville.
It ran too long.
how do you have 10 seasons of
That's
a
the
dude
funny. That's
trying
the
to be
fun.
Superman?
That's
But
the fun.
everyone knew who he was, though.
No, bro, Joe. At a point, they gave us Baby Doomsday. See, these guys, they're so because really Smallville is really like 2-3 seasons because you don't spend a small time. Because it's so popular, they were like, let's just keep it going. I think you had a Baby Batman, Baby Flash, Baby Doomsday. I was like,
Aquaman.
The episode that where Flash shows up the first time, that episode is top 5 in the whole series. Season 4, maybe 12 or 16. Episode 12 or
Never
16.
liked
It's,
Smallville.
it's so good. It's so good.
Nah.
But yeah,
What's called? Let me. So from Ash. Speaking of Ash, what's up? Have any of you seen Norsemen? Amazing new comedy show on Netflix. You guys will love this. Trust. Norsemen. Why? What is it about though? Because see this. Have you guys seen Vikings? Or Head of Vikings?
No.
Like, see, that's supposed
Heard
to
of
be
it.
another
I've
amazing
watched
show.
it.
And I think it must be similar to Norsemen. But yeah, like I'll keep that in mind.
I just saw that and I see Ash and Horseman in the same sentence almost.
The same thing. I actually thought he put horse. I said, don't you put Ash's class B, class A? Man. That's what
Ash is CSD. What are you talking about?
Ash is Siberian. That is his nationality. He's a Siberian. That's what he is.
bro, his name is literally Ketchum, and he still doesn't catch them. He doesn't. He does.
The funny thing is that you spent several seasons saying that I want to be the very best, but for all the seasons you were just the very worst.
Bro, we grew up and forgot about him, and he was still on his journey.
At least
Wait,
it was just like HH. He said semis minimum, and he never made it.
No, but my thing about
Oh wow.
Jeez, can you give us a semis?
wait, my thing is that didn't he win his first thing like just recently?
Yeah, literally, like it was
Yeah.
this year, I think. This year.
This guy needs to be cancelled.
Isn't he gonna meet his dad this next movie?
That means we should have been watching the show since I was a child till now.
So basically, because I said, wait a minute, why is Ash trending? And there was like a massive thing like, oh my gosh, Ash, he finally won. I was like, this is sick. So for like over a decade, he's only won just this. Basically, he is the biggest bomb.
You know what's the worst thing is? Pikachu every season digressed. Like Pikachu started from like ground zero every season. Like it really made no sense.
And he's even like in Ash's party anymore. He doesn't even use Pikachu anymore.
Really? Wow.
Wow. Even Pikachu got tired of his nonsense and moved on.
No, I think her ninja was his main or something afterwards.
The relationship was toxic, bro. She had to move on.
He had to carry him the whole time, bro.
So who else hasn't spoken about favorite show?
Buffy the Vampire Slayer is also up there. In terms of what it was. It's niche.
No,
it's niche.
What was the guy version? There's a guy. There was a guy version. Angel. Yeah, I used to watch it before I went to school.
Buffy was Angel.
Marvelous. You can't be serious.
I am so serious, HH. Rewatch it.
Angel.
Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Yes.
It was trash. Sabrina the Teenage Witch, or what it's called?
That was not bad.
Yeah.
Sabrina the Teenage Witch was not bad. I liked that. That was good.
That was an
Sabrina the Teenage
ITVT.
Witch was good. Yeah, that was that was see that yeah.
Drake and Josh.
HH, look at the chat. Look at the chat.
What?
HH, let me tell you
my spies.
Huh?
Oh my god. Buffy was money. Buffy. Basically, it's just a blonde chick just beating up dudes, and her fighting was trash as well. Buffy?
Oh
man, nah.
Let me tell you my favorite show.
Go for it.
My favorite show has to be Prison Break. That's
it's up there. Man's up there.
People keep talking about this Prison Break. Is it really that good?
Yeah.
You haven't watched it? Oh my god.
Prison Break is bad.
Maybe the first
HH, you'll love it.
First three seasons.
No.
First two. I think by the time they got to the Sonar, it was
Sonar was lit. Sonar was different, bro. Sonar was amazing. I loved Sonar. It's either that or it has to be Breaking Bad is underrated.
No, it's not.
I didn't finish it.
Everyone loves that thing. It's not
I didn't get past
man.
first season. First season was
everybody calls it the greatest show. Most people.
I also like the U.S. Office. I don't like the UK. I don't know.
Okay, why don't you like the UK Office?
I just don't. Maybe it's because it's like the way is. I like the idea that it's not real. You know what I mean? I feel like it's too. The UK is too real and too raw.
That's why it's so funny. See, for me, the UK Office is one of my favorite things of all time. For me, David Brent is like a hero of mine. And I watch that regularly. UK Office. I just watch it again and again and again.
How long is it, by the way?
It's 2 seasons.
Okay, I'm gonna try it. Again. I tried it once, but
no. But see, I can tell that you won't like it because it is very different. See, the US Office is like a TV show, and I think because I saw people like compare the two. They said like the US Office is more optimistic and much more uplifting. The UK Office is much more tragic. It's a tragic story because and it's very real, and they really build on it's very, very real.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, because it's so real, it feels like a better show because you're like, wow, man, it feels like you're just being in a really crappy office with a really weirdo boss as well.
Honorable mention is the Game of Thrones, the first couple seasons, the first 3 seasons.
Yeah.
Game of Thrones
That was
is
good.
the worst ending to anything I've ever seen in my
Yes.
entire life.
Ah, bro.
No,
The ending's the
yes.
worst, yeah, but
Yes.
the beginning is.
That was
It's
garbage.
no,
Well,
put it this way. It's so bad that
It makes me
I wouldn't
angry, man.
recommend anybody to
Yes.
begin watching it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
Because
Oh, yeah.
see,
Same.
Oh yeah, then you have
no,
to. Yeah.
see, the thing about this is that there's some ending. Oh man, ending was like it's like how some people say like they didn't like the ending for the Sopranos, but it doesn't really mess with the whole thing. The ending of Game of Thrones completely negates everything from the TV show.
What didn't you like
Basically,
about
wasted
it? I
your
want
time.
to hear your opinion, HH. What was it like that? You like, man, this is.
You know what? I'm gonna spoil it because I don't want anyone to watch it. So guys, I'm
No,
gonna spoil.
don't.
Do it.
Now go ahead.
Nah,
Go ahead.
nah,
Go
nah.
ahead.
Okay, you know what?
Chat, go ahead.
All right, I won't spoil it. Okay,
Just
cool,
write in the
guys.
chat if you have to. You know?
Okay, so
Yeah.
Wait,
basically,
I have to go.
okay,
Alright,
How
please,
can
bro.
you guys?
No,
How
no,
can
no,
you
no,
guys?
I haven't gone yet.
okay,
Yeah, I
so
haven't gone either. Yeah.
so
Me too.
so who says they have to go?
Yeah.
No, I haven't gone yet. Like,
Oh, so,
haven't-
okay. So I'll come to Kulin and Hassan. So basically, Game of Thrones. My thing is the way what they did with the main character of that show totally ruins the experience because
Who's the main character, in your opinion?
Jon Snow.
Jon Snow is the main character. Like
Okay, no, some people say it's Daenerys. That's why I'm asking.
I don't
Just
give
clarification.
Nah.
mate, Peter,
Jon Snow
I
is
don't
Jon
give
Snow
a
is.
flying fuck what people say. The main character in that blood-clad show is Jon freaking Snow. It's obvious. He's the guy with the sword. He's the chosen one. He is the dude.
It's just they screwed them so
that was
bad.
No. My thing is,
So bad.
again, I don't want to spoil anything for anyone, but the way they make this guy end up and do this stuff, I'm like, you flipping morons, because it's so bad. There's no point in watching the whole thing because if you start from the beginning, you're like, I know how this ends, and this ends trash. So everything that you see,
D&D
even
are
the
scholars,
thing
bro.
with the freaking White Walkers as well, man. Really, a dagger from
You know, you have to
behind.
blame. You have to blame Star Wars for ruining Game of Thrones.
D&D
How?
are
Disney.
good, bro.
Oh
Blame
yeah,
Disney.
Star
the-
Wars is don't even go there. Star Wars is the worst ruining of a series in the history of
No,
ruining
you
series.
have to blame Star Wars for why Game of Thrones, the ending of Game of Thrones was so
They
bad.
made the new prequels. They made the prequels look good.
Yeah, but none of these shows are touching Hannah Montana.
Relax.
Hannah Montana was amazing. Was
That's
amazing.
a fantastic show, to be fair.
iCarly is better. iCarly
No,
is better.
no,
Okay,
No,
no.
So Hassan, talk to me. Favorite TV show, Hassan.
Favorite TV show? I mean, Big Bang Theory was up there for me. Big Bang Theory was a really good show.
That show was so trash, bro.
No, yeah, relax.
It's not even funny.
It wasn't. No, it was really good. I mean,
Yo.
Friends was alright. Friends was alright. I know a lot of people don't like it, but Friends was alright. But if there's a show, I don't know if you're from the UK, you'll know it. Yeah, I know it's a bit harsh, but it's called "Can't Pay You or Take It Away." It's
Oh, I'm not saying that. Can't pay or
no,
take it away.
it's a show about bailiffs come to people's houses. I mean, the content on there. It is, bro. It's a wicked. That's what I'm saying. It's a wicked. Bro. I love that show. It might sound a bit evil, but it's a really good show, bro.
Why would you pick this show?
HS is addictive. I'm telling you. You watch one episode, you're like, no, I need to watch one.
Oh my god. Oh man. But
Hey, look at Sir Alex Ferguson, bro.
yeah, no, but see, that's the thing that's like, I can tell that if I did start watching it, man, I would probably get
Bro,
addicted
it's
because
hilarious.
look, but England, see, thing about England is that England is just so real that when England do like real shows, it's like really messed up. You have to keep watching.
It's so funny when they lie in front of the guy's face and then they get caught. It's just too funny, man. So,
You want to know another good show? Oh gosh, what's it called? Wasn't it that show where they have 4 people and they basically each prepare a meal and they go to
come
each
down
other's-
with me.
Come down with me.
Yeah. Now the one where the guy lost, he's like, "Be happy." He's like, "Get out of my house." Nah. British people are something else, man.
because there was one episode where like this is one episode where I think this woman's meal was just trash. And basically they have to basically like mark everyone's food.
Yeah.
I've given her like 3, 2, 1. And she started to like cry and say this.
Some people didn't even cook it. They just ordered food. This is some people's called. It's called come dine. We went to cook something and they're ordering food. No. Nah. FIFA kill me.
But
Man.
to be frank, though,
See, the thing about the UK though is that the UK TV has gone down. You see,
Yeah.
because if you used to go back in the 90s, because there was this thing called Big Breakfast and Channel 4, because basically the UK used to have really cutting edge shows were crazy. Like this is thing called Spitting Image, which is like horrific, where they basically have this kind of puppets of really famous people, but then there just came a point where the government just made the TV just so pussy. But there was a point where like you had all this crazy stuff, which is why all that stuff is now on YouTube now. So a lot of the guys who were in the 90s making all this really crazy cool stuff, because BBC, think about BBC, they're controlled by the government, and they've just sort of like desensitized all the kinds of TV shows and everything.
Well, hey, have you watched Balls of Steel before?
I mean,
that's not that great.
Yeah, just
funny back in the day.
This is Apprentice is good though. Apprentice stuff is good. Actually, another one, what's it called? Dragon's Den.
Yeah, Dragon's Den.
Dragon's Den is very good.
Yeah.
The Apprentice become cheesy though.
Yo, so I guess my favorite hero show, I would say Daredevil. And then I said cartoons. It was Boondocks earlier. But I think my favorite show, like I think all around show, it was Game of Thrones season 1 to season 4. Then kind of like for me, it kind of died after that one guy from season 4 at the end died.
Yeah. I mean, it became nonsense, man.
I'm not gonna say his name, but I'm just gonna say T. But
yeah. Oh yeah, I know it's good.
Yeah, that great actor, bro. Great actor. But my favorite show, I don't think you guys ever heard of it. It's called Mr. Robot.
Oh yeah. What was it called with the guy who was Freddie Mercury in this film?
Rami Malek, yeah.
Rami Malek, yeah.
He's like an actor.
Guys, I'm out. Yeah, peace.
Okay, peace out. So guys, there's one free space. Anybody who wants to jump in, there's one free space. I watched the first season, and for me, you see, maybe I will probably get back into it, but like it started off really well. I was like, oh, this is really good, and I think I really like Rami Malek's character, but I just sort of lost the way. I was like, wait, where is this going? I really don't know where it's going. But then it came back soon. Now, have any of you guys seen Battlestar Galactica?
Heard a lot about it. Never seen it. Because John Campia says that's the greatest TV show ever.
It is. Battlestar Galactica is freaking amazing. Basically,
it's better than Star Wars.
Basically, put it this way: it's what Star Wars should really be. Because it's you know how they say it's Star Wars. There's no war. Battlestar Galactica is like you feel the grittiness and of what being in a kind of rough, tough war would be like in space. Like, and it's just so great. Like, it is just a very, very good show.
Really a really, really good show. Like, had funny moments, sad moments, everything. It had historic moments. Everyone has watched it, by the way. It's about a football club that has spent 30 years without winning their own domestic title. Oh wow, that's amazing. Amazing, man.
You see, Asa, you took this conversation and where I've been waiting to get. So, in terms of personalities, acting, plot twists, interest, and you cannot tell where the story is going. I nominate a show I used to watch at midnight on Sundays. The first 3 seasons of the Sunday Hangout. was with all-star cast.
Those were
Kadeem,
the things
Red,
were very rare.
Muntaha, yeah, Red.
Juju Man, Mane, and the rest. It was
Tosin.
that was something and a half.
You know what's my favorite part was when they used to, when it was Juju Man and Mane used to gang up on what you call it, HH. Oh, it used to be the fun. It used to be the best.
No. That stuff was wild. Actually, guys, just hold that thought. Actually, so what do I say again?
Red versus Hazim was the best fight.
Wait. Worst TV show? Worst TV show you've ever seen?
Wait, I just have a question for you before we move on.
Wait, go for it.
Have you seen Peaky Blinders?
Ooh,
People keep talking about this show.
I heard it's
Because
good.
okay, if you haven't watched it, I want to ask you when you finish it, who's a better character, Thomas Shelby or Ghost?
Bro, you know how I feel about
Because
Ghost, man.
That's the thing. I feel the same way. And honestly, I feel the difference between the two characters is one can control their sexual desires and one can't. That's honestly the difference between them.
Wait, what is your opinion on Ghost, HH?
Oh, for me, Ghost was my guy. Ghost. The thing why I love about Ghost is that he's so imperfect. Like, his family life is a mess. He's pretty much cheating on his wife. He's got all the stuff that's happening. He has a messed up relationship with his son, but he still gets it done. No matter what, he gives. And also because of, for instance, I'm watching this TV show called Your Honor. That's currently showing right now. And it's like, okay, black guys are like the hood gangster guys. The white guys are the guys who are smart and rich and so forth. I was like, I've seen that before. The beauty of our power is that Ghost, he's smart. And you never really see a show where the black guy is 5 steps ahead. He's the guy leading everything. And he's not just like a hood guy. Nice suit, quality suit, and his intelligence. And his main asset is his intelligence. Not that, I'm from the hood, I'm really cool. His intelligence. So for me, it's like Ghost. I just love Ghost. Hence why when that happened, I was like,
one of the funniest and the weird moments of Ghost is when he says, like, no spoiler, but it's a quote. When he tells Tasha that, Tasha, like, can you give me a break? I just lost the love of my life. Oh, that was the funniest.
That's jokes. That's what's like, wow, this guy's cold, man.
Bruh.
look, I told you. There were moments in Power where literally I had to press pause and rewind like about 5 times. Where like I would literally like in tears crying. Because I'm like, Ghost, he was the audacity and the way he would just, wait, this is technically still your wife.
Of 2 kids. She has 2 kids with him.
3 kids.
3 kids, yes.
Look, basically, there was also a point where, like, when they're arguing in like the place and he uses his finger to okay, wait. So guys, amongst yourselves, I'll start first. Anyone can jump in. Worst TV show you've ever seen? Because I need to get another drink. Worst TV show you've ever seen? Anyone jump in?
That's a tough one, guys.
We
Uncle Grandpa.
interrupt this
It's a cartoon-
program
it's
to
a
give
cartoon
you
on Cartoon Network
Courage
now.
the Cowardly Dog Show.
Starring Courage. No, that was brilliant. That was brilliant. I don't know, guys.
Most of the stuff on Cartoon Network right now.
I think with me, I never give myself a chance to hate it. So if I just start to dislike it often, I just tune out, as opposed to like letting myself watch through the whole thing and hate it. So that's why it's hard for me to think of one that I hate.
Although I'm going to, I have one.
Who said my name?
No, I agree with Marvelous because I'm like that too. I would say the one show that I finished has to be Game of Thrones as the worst show of all time, simply because the ending made you feel like everything was just wasted. That's why, like, for me, I will never watch it again.
Game of Thrones, there was literally no points to it. Literally, it was a waste.
So that's the worst show of all time, in my opinion.
Guys, There's
What?
a show that has had 1 billion episodes. And till this day, I still haven't been able to complete the episode 1.
Mhm.
And the show, people pretend like it's the most smart, it's the smartest, funniest show in history. It's named Big Bang Theory, guys.
Yeah,
That
I
show is
agree.
crap, bro.
You
It's
know,
from the dumps. It
Joe, you know what's interesting about it? Because the thing is, I used to really like the
Wait,
Big
wait, wait,
Bang
wait,
Theory.
wait. This show is trash. Hence, I've never seen it.
Come
Love
on.
Island.
Uh,
Piece of
all
trash.
those love shows are rubbish, bro.
Joe,
Including the one on Cartoon Network that was titled Total Drama Island. It
oh,
was
that was so
horrendous.
A
trash.
Cartoon Network
Oh, so
version of
trash.
a Love Island.
Yes, it's called
What
Total
do
Drama
people
Island.
watch that for? Hentai shit?
No. That's
It was
that is sick.
definitely PG and
That is sick, man.
comedic. Boy, it was trash, bro.
But
But
Joe,
Big Bang
yeah,
Theory, I nominated.
I agree with Joe because like I used to really like Big Bang Theory till I watched a YouTube clip that have changed my whole perspective of it. Like there's like a clip where Big Bang Theory you see like scenes of it and they take out the laughing track. It's actually horrible. It's so bad, guys. It is so bad.
Do you know what's
Like, there's
messed up?
nothing funny
Do you know
about it.
what's messed up is I enjoyed the Big Bang Theory and I watched 10 seasons of it and then I stopped because I didn't like it anymore. And I realized that to me the show became really bad when they added more women to it. That's in season 4. I know it sounds messed up. They added 2 more women to it,
Ooh.
and they were both nerdy. I was just like, I watched the show because I enjoyed the nerds at the start, just being bros. Now it's about relationships and stuff. I didn't like it anymore.
Yeah, you know that
Point.
there's a point where you end the series. That's what I think. A lot of series have good. They're good, but then when you drag it out too long, there's nothing wrong
You
with
see,
having
you
a
see, you
5
see,
season
you
or
see,
4 season series.
you see, you
Half
see, you
Men is
see.
a perfect
The
example.
reason is that money is involved. Humans can never be normal when money is involved.
But then you ruin Game of Thrones. You know how good Game of Thrones
They
was.
don't care, bro. They're rich for life. Their generations unborn are rich. So yeah.
Wait, does anime
Wait.
count in this discussion?
Yeah. Anything can. Okay, wait. Let me bring this in. Thrones meant more to the world than anything ever. Ergo, the best ever, the most dominant in human history as well. Daenerys deserved better. See, my thing about it is this. This is what happened with Game of Thrones. This is not a spoiler. George R. Martin. Now, I know people who've read the books and seen the TV show. Some things they did better in the show than they did in the books. They caught up to George R. Martin, but remember, you know what? It takes a very long time to write a book. It doesn't take nearly as long to write a script because to write prose is much more longer than writing a screenplay. So these writers are good at adapting. They're not very good writers, although one of the writers did write 25th Hour, directed by Spike Lee, which was actually a pretty good film. But it just showed that they were good at adapting what R. Martin already had. Once they were left by their own devices, they didn't know where to take their story. It was already on the decline a few seasons before the final season. But the way in which they wrapped things up, it just showed that these guys just did not have a freaking clue.
Well, it seemed like they didn't care about the story.
Nah. See, the thing is, it became a situation of where they were too smart for their own good or
Too
too
smart?
wise.
No.
So you
They
see,
just didn't have
the
guidance.
writers, they literally were reading fan theories and changing the outcome to make sure it's not what everyone expected.
Oh yeah.
So they bought into that theory.
Subvert
That's
expectations.
Star Wars thing.
The show is never expected. You never see it coming, and so I literally heard the guy. I don't know where it's like the dude literally changes his ideas sometimes when it's been guessed to just make sure it's not what people predicted. So it's like
Joe, I heard that the girl that plays Sansa Stark, which was which was my least favorite character by far. I heard she had a lot of influence on the season 8 as well, where like she was like, there were certain things that she wanted to be added into it, and they said, okay, that's fine. It's just bad, man. It's so bad.
bro.
You know what the worst part though?
Wait. I want us to shift because this is now key. Important. I want to talk video games. I want to talk video games.
Let's go.
And I only want to hear one name. Only one. If there's only one video game
Richard 101.
that you could have. Only one video game that you can have. And this is the one video game in which you can say, yeah, man, boom. This is the video game that I vouch for. You see, for me, I'm going to give you a few that I'm going to go. I'll tell you which one I'm going to go for. Halo 1, Mass Effect 1, GTA 3, GTA Vice City, Football Manager. Now, this is tough. This is really tough. And you know what? I'm going to throw in Halo 2, Xbox Live. This is tough because I said again, Halo for me is the. There's so many Soul River 2.
Bro, you have to throw in FIFA 21 just for the fact that people still buy that crap.
No, I don't. Mute your mic. So, I almost forgot. Sky freaking Rim. You see, it's tough. It is hard. You see, actually, that's maybe for another question. I'll use that as another question. So, I have to go with GTA Vice City because the freedom you're given, the fact that you can go out and pretty much do whatever you want, and the fact that you have the freedom to complete a mission at any time you want, and this is the icing on the cake, it's one of my favorite decades, which is the 80s, in terms of the fashion, the music, the aesthetic, and so forth. But I said again, man, Halo 1 is a great campaign. Mass Effect 1, the feeling you had going through that game was freaking amazing. What's it called? Skyrim, bro. Sword and Shield, I'm good. Zelda, see, I'm currently playing Breath of the Wild, which is freaking amazing. But Zelda, what's it called? Wind Waker, freaking amazing. Zelda Wind Waker is freaking amazing. But all into account, man, like the fact that
was amazing.
no, the fact that you can be on your motorbike listening to Michael
Music,
Jackson and
yeah.
stuff, bruh. You can wear Hawaiian shirts and you're with like a machine gun and you're really rolling through. You can wear like a black tracksuit, you're on the beach. Yeah, is it for me? So, Martin, you need to. Yes, I have seen Sopranos. And it is a very good show. What I say about Sopranos is the best performance by a lead actor in any TV show is James Gandolfini as Tony Sopranos, 100%. So, Peter, your top favorite video game of all time?
I want to give a shout out to Red Dead Redemption.
Which
that's my
one?
first-
1 or 2?
Number 1.
Ooh.
That's my
Also,
first.
bro,
What's it called? Sorry, yeah, go on.
One of the best endings to any video game I've ever seen. Red Dead Redemption 1.
Yeah.
Amazing ending.
I love the what's it called? Those type of games you can just move around, do anything. I forgot the name of it.
Sandbox.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's my very first sandbox
Open
game.
world.
But the one I would play forever is Football Manager because one, you can play it on your own, and you can be stuck in your own world forever doing that because it will keep you occupied. But then two, you can play with your friends, and you can go up against your friends, and just you and your friends can be in that world, competing against each other forever. So I think all around to me as a football guy, Football Manager is the one.
Like Football Manager, for me, it is the most addictive game of all time. I said it was Tetris. Football Manager, I can literally. Hence why I'm scared of playing it because I will lose hours. Put yourself in Football Manager, you can just eat away about 5, 6, 7, 8 hours easy, man. Darian, talk to me. Video game.
Favorite video game of all time? I will go to Metal Gear Solid 4.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is that the one where he's old, or is that
that's
the one where?
old. Yeah, I know some people say it has a fan service in it, but I like the characters and I like the in Mission 4. We battle the bot. We have the old Metal Gear and the guy has Rex. Also that I just love that boss fight. I actually gonna play it over and over again.
Yeah.
Just enjoy
Wait.
boss
Is
fight.
that the game where like the ending is like 90 minutes long?
Yeah. It's a movie that's
No.
Yo,
Because,
Kojima's weird. Kojima's weird.
no, well, because basically I went to my Japanese friend's house and just watched him play it, and then he obviously reached the end, and then we saw the ending, and then I say, wait, yo, Taich, well, was this 90 minutes long? And we're like, yeah. That ending was literally a film. It was 90 minutes.
Yeah, and I think it's more than one ending. If you do something else, it's a secret ending or something like that.
Bro, Kojima is a psychopath. That guy is a psychopath, man.
Yeah, and especially Shelton Need for Speed, Most Wanted. How could be 15 years later we still can't get a better one?
Okay, so MGS4 is your number one all time.
MGS4, yeah.
Okay. Osasuna.
There are a lot of good games. I'll list a few. I think out of the Pokemon games, the best ones are Platinum and Heart Gold Soul Silver. You have Minecraft, League of Legends.
Leagues.
League is lit. Hearthstone, before it died, was also lit. If not to flex or anything, but I got top 50 legend in Hearthstone. But anyway,
Oh wow, okay.
Nice.
I think also, if you guys remember, Wizard 101 was funny. Mario Kart, and specifically Mario Kart Wii. You know, people still play that game. Like,
Bro.
there's a whole online server with Mario Kart Wii still.
I told you, give me Baby Peach. Give me Baby Peach. I'm getting that ass. Baby Peach.
No,
Trust me, Mario Kart Wii.
Everyone
Baby
played
Peach,
Funky Kong Flame Runner. Everyone.
No. Look, man, me with a Baby Peach, I'm lethal, man.
Yeah.
I'm lethal with Baby Peach.
So, my favorite. Oh. I think it would have to be. No, I
FIFA
can't.
21 accepted.
League is just it's just too much sometimes. I think it's Minecraft or no, it's Mario Kart Wii. Mario Kart Wii is my favorite game ever. But the most genius game ever is I know it's not the first sandbox game ever, but in my opinion, the most genius game ever is Minecraft.
Okay. Actually, because I actually had I got Minecraft on the what's it called, on my tablet, and I'm just basically trying to build like my own town and village. But look, man, shout out to Animal Crossing, man. Animal Crossing New Horizons, man. Trust me, man. That thing is out, man. The Nintendo Switch is crazy. What's it called? Joe, talk to me, man.
Mine is FM.
Look, Football Manager is okay. So you still play FM?
Now, no, but the nostalgia of having to go and buy the CD that I know would not last as long as I'd want to play it, but I'll still buy it and play it on that stupid desktop computer we had growing up. Yeah.
All right, Marvelous. What about you?
I would say GTA, just because of what it brought to
Which one?
Which one though? Which one?
3, Liberty City.
GTA 3
Yeah.
was also the soundtrack on GTA 3 was damn good, man. What's it called? Game Radio. Because I think GTA 3, that was the first time I heard about Royce of the 5'9". That was the first time I heard about Royce the 5'9" was on GTA 3. Said, talk to me, man.
Yeah, we talk about favorite video games, right?
Yeah.
Time.
Wait. I'm so sorry, guys.
What?
What's the price? Like, what's Football Manager? Like, what's the price range on that? Because I'm gonna get into that.
Oh,
Like,
wow.
how
I mean,
do
it's.
get it?
Oh, no. It's basically you can get it on PC, you can get it on Mac, you can get it on Xbox One, you can get it on Switch, you can get it on an Android. On
Xbox
Apple.
One, Football Manager 21, the new one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
And if you're getting it now, it's probably way cheaper because especially on PC, the sales are on right now. So
yeah.
if you want to buy any
Like I
game,
mean, it's like basically it is the gold standard of football management games because it is so realistic, But it is very very engrossing. So, talk to me games.
What's interesting? Because I've listened to a lot of your videos, and you always mention Vice City. Vice City is literally part of my childhood. Like like up to today, I still remember the main character's name, Tommy Fassetti. I
Tommy
just like
Fischetti.
I just like the side of his name, and I used to have it on PS2. So, and then with PS2, I don't know if a lot of you guys remember, there was no such thing as you can save. You didn't even have a memory card, and I didn't have a memory card for my PS2, so I had to start the game over again. When I turn it off, I have to restart the game. So I didn't save the game at all, and so yeah, Vice City is part of my childhood. So Vice City, San Andreas, but for me, it has to be growing up. It has to be one of the Dragon Ball Z games on PS2, Budokai 3. Dragon Ball Z Budokai 3 was my favorite. I played 1, 2, 3, Tenkaichi, but for me, Budokai 3 was my favorite. It like the sense of having that freedom. You can fly. You can like go to certain islands and stuff like
What?
that. It was
What?
good.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry about that.
So, what was that?
Sorry.
No, yeah, Dragon Ball Z Budokai 3. Look it up, guys. It was my favorite. And the worst thing about it is I didn't have a memory card like I for my PS2. So all the games I had I couldn't save. So every game I have to literally like turn off the TV, let the PS2 like on, it get heated, it get overheated. It was a struggle, man. Growing up, it was a struggle, man. So yeah, that was my favorite game.
it's for this reason and many other reasons that the PS3, in my opinion, was underrated.
Very. The fact that you can save the games, guys. Finally.
Because I never experienced the PS2. My first console was the PS3. So I basically was laughing at my friends while they were suffering and enjoying
No,
and
I
blissful.
actually see for me, PS3 I still think wasn't that great a console, but I think as you guys mentioned, a massive leap was, oh my gosh, I don't need a freaking memory card.
Yeah.
That I can just save it and it's saved onto the hard drive. Because I tell you, because I can't remember what game it was, but I remember there was a video game that I don't know whether I played or my brothers played where we lost the memory card. And we're like, oh fuck. Because once you lose the memory card, you're screwed, because that's where all your saves are. Because a good campaign or a good multiplayer depends. I can't choose because
Oh, good. No, go ahead.
because for me the best multiplayer experience for me was Halo 2. Playing that with my brothers, my friends was absolutely amazing. But at the same time, playing a great campaign, because I like films and putting something with like a great story is amazing as well. So, yep, I have Full Manager 21, and me and Danity will be doing our Twitch stream on that very soon, man. So you can join us, man.
No,
Zone, talk to me.
Oh, go ahead.
Favorite video game?
I would go with San Andreas. I actually think it's the best GTA out. Vice City is actually the worst in my opinion because if I remember, the character can't even swim. I don't know why.
I think he can't. I don't remember. He dies when he. Yeah, I think if you go
can't.
to the water, you die. Yeah.
He can't
Yeah.
swim.
Also, the cheat codes in San Andreas are amazing. And then Monster Hunter also is a great game. The third one, Monster Hunter. Or
No,
Ratchet.
You see, Monster Hunter is something I need to play. Like, because people have said that, oh no, this game is like. So basically, Monster Hunter, basically, is it like open world or is it like linear, like mission?
No, it's open. It's open.
Okay, so basically, you just roam around and then you just happen to see a monster and you just have to fight the monster. and you just can go wherever you want without any restriction.
Yeah, you can fight him. You can even run away or everything. There are no particular missions in the game. Ratchet and Clank also is a great game. Ratchet and Clank.
I always get that mixed up with Jack and Daxter.
I like Jack and Daxter.
No, Jack and
I
Daxter I
began playing
actually
Ratchet and
don't
Clank,
like.
but Jack and Daxter was that.
I actually didn't like that game. I don't know why. Ratchet and Clank is better.
So what's it called? So guys, remember, if you're in here, my guys, drop a like, my guys. I don't know how long we're going for, but guys, we are closing out 2020 strong. We're closing out 2020 strong, so we're going for a marathon, man. We're going for the marathon, man. Cool. Talk to me. Favorite video game?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm torn between 3 games right now. If it's one game that I have to be stuck with the rest of my life, so the first 2 are based on stories. So it's Red Dead 2 and Witcher 3. Those are my 2 based on story. And then my favorite like online game. Have you guys ever played Rocket League?
I've heard about it though.
It's pretty fun. It's basically just you're playing soccer but like with cars. Like you're like a car and you're like scoring goals. Like it's like football with cars essentially. But I think out of the 3, I would. But out of the 3, I'll pick. I would pick Witcher 3 because of the world. I think just because of how much lore is in the game as well. So yeah.
A soccer game that's fun is the Mario one. Mario, I forgot what it's called. Mario Kicks or something like that on the Wii. That game was so fun, man.
Oh, okay. Damien, talk to me. Favorite video game?
I have to go with Super Smash Bros. Just because it was my first game I ever played.
On what console is that?
Well, it was on the Wii, and also on the Nintendo Switch. I have it on there.
Okay. So now, I want to ask as well is that anyone can jump in, and also even people in the live chat as well. The most you've ever spent playing a video game. So the most time you've ever spent playing a video game, the most hours you've spent playing a video game. Because for me, easily Skyrim. I think I've clocked 70 or 80 hours. See, Football Manager doesn't count because that's just stupid because it's infinity. But if we just had to just say Football Manager, Skyrim, bro, there were times when I would just play all the way until the morning because there's so much to do. I just say Skyrim. So anyone can jump in. The most you've ever spent playing a video game.
Are we talking one time straight? Or are we talking total hours in a video game?
Just in general, just like so. Taking everything into account, or even in one session.
Leagues of Legend. You know what? A game session of League of Legend can last. Oh my god, man! League of Legend, man. It was one of those games you go in and like there's like no time period, or whatever, and it was all about a goal. Your goal is about like this is League of Legend when it first came out, when it was like pretty brand new. The first couple of years, oh man, I spent so much. I spent a whole day one day playing.
All right, anyone else? Who else?
I am an agreement. Did you say total hours or like just in one session?
You see, for me, I think because the thing about it is that you can actually check the thing on screen. So let's just say the most you spent in a session.
Okay.
In one go.
Well, because I was gonna say for my in terms of like in the longest I've ever spent in like one of those single player games, I have a save file of 150 hours on Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver. I think on Soul Silver, because there's just a lot of things to do in that game. The post game is really long. I mean, it doesn't take 150 hours, of course, but there's just a lot of things to do in that game. But anyway, in one session, I would say, when I played an entire playthrough, I think. Yeah. It was when I played the entirety of what's it called? Wizard 101, I think from level 1 to level 50. I spent about 26 hours in a row.
And you didn't sleep at all?
No sleeping.
God
I
damn.
was like 14 or something like that back then. Jesus Christ. I think I slept like 13, 14 hours the next day.
See, that's the thing with some games, because especially if, let's say, there's something that you have to. Do you know the worst thing for me is Zelda? Is like whenever you're like stuck in a puzzle, I'm like, bro, I'm not going to sleep. Like, I am going to stay here in this freaking bomber's temple until I figure out this whole thing, man, which is just freaking crazy wild, man. So
Yeah.
okay, so wait, who else wants to jump in?
I just want to say quickly.
Oh,
Longest
okay.
stint was like 6 hours playing Borderlands 2. And most hours ever clocked in a game is between Fallout 3 and Witcher 3. I have about 200 hours in total playtime. I want to see a fall.
Wow. So
Ooh,
wait,
22
is Borderlands 2 actually any? Is it? But wait, what happens in the thing? Is it actually any good?
If you got
It
friends,
has the
it's pretty fun. Could we just try to farm to get some like legendary weapons, so that way it took for so long.
It also has a really good story as well.
Yeah, like one.
Like the villain is really good.
Yeah, Kentucky's man.
Okay. So let's switch things up, because I said that I wanted to ask you guys this, man. So in terms of where you lean politically, so
Ooh,
yeah, man, yeah, we're going deep. We're going
That's a
deep.
dangerous question,
Tasty.
HH.
Tasty. I like it.
this can
We're
blow
going
up,
deep, man, we're
bro.
going deep. So because see, this is my thing about this, is that I hate when people say, "Oh no, I don't want to engage in politics." Because look, man, if you have your political views and so forth, it is what it is, man. It is what it is, and I think you have to be able to get in conversation. So my thing is this: is that you see, I began thinking I was a liberal, like really left wing, and I'm like, oh man, I love everyone. Let's help everybody like that. We should all be together as one. We should really be able to help people and be liberal, and anyone can do stuff. But as I've grown and so forth, I've realized that I really don't like super liberal people, because they're a bit
SJWs.
too psychopathic and they're very extreme. Like, they're almost extreme as people who are ultra right. And I think what I think is it's unhealthy to be so extreme at one end, because when you're so extreme at one end, you can't listen to reason. Because sometimes there is a right resolution, which means that you need to sort of compromise. So for me, I will say that I maybe lean a bit, I'll say I'm maybe left of center. A bit left of center, because there are a few kind of right-wing views that I say, okay, it does sort of make sense. And I may say that I'm maybe generally left, but I can't be super ultra liberal, because I think that people who are ultra liberal, they are being very unrealistic, and they're living in a utopia. So it's like, for instance, for example, I feel that everybody deserves a chance to earn money, to have a job, education. But you can't spoon feed people, because that then makes them lazy. It's like, there's no point in giving money to somebody who's poor. You've got to give them a job. Because if you just give them money, they have to give them money tomorrow, the next day, the next day. You have to actually give them a job so they can then make money for themselves. So giving people handouts doesn't really help things, So yeah, that's my things. That I'll say I'm maybe left of center, but more independent. I hate being put in a label where, oh, I'm left, I'm right. No, that's just stupid. I'm independent. Sometimes
All right, guys, I gotta go.
All right, man, have a good one.
All right,
Yeah.
man. Peace out, man. Peace.
Yep. See you.
Peace. So yeah, so sometimes I have views on this, sometimes I have views on that. So it all depends. So Peter, man, where do you lean politically, man?
This is gonna sound like a cop out, but I'm gonna say a central, very, very central. I've actually taken like one of those quizzes, and it came out very central too. My reason being is that I study economics at university, and most of like left-wing policies, like on a, I see politics as economics with morals and ethics. I don't see that as a right or wrong answer. It's just which one do you want to do, and how is it going to affect this bunch of people, and which one do you see as more morally right? Because all policies are mostly economic policies that are going to affect people, affect their job, how they live and stuff. And for me, especially in the UK, when I look at like the Labour policies and how they're going to tax people and how they're going to distribute the wealth, how they're going to, they're going to, if my mom's house is worth like £1 million, I'm not allowed to have all of it. I have to pay tax on it. Like when I look at that kind of stuff like just through different levels and from what I know of economics and what I've studied, I just generally can't agree with Labour and left-wing policies and left-wing politics. But at the same time, on a moral, ethical point of view, I can't agree with like the conservatives and right wings. I don't want to be known as being like racist or turning on my own and that kind of stuff, or like I'm against immigrants because I'm not against that kind of stuff like that. So that's why for me, very, very in the middle. I could go a lot deeper, but it'll take up too much time. But yeah, your mic's muted.
So you say you're more in the middle then?
Yeah, because like there's there's a lot of stuff where I'm in no subject or matter politically am I far left or far right. But when you put all my opinions together, I end up being quite central because I do believe people should get help, but only if they make it clear that they want a job at the end. I absolutely hate spoon feeding people too. That's why I remember as a kid, 2011 when 2010 when the conservative government came in. I actually knew people who had to get a job for the first time in like 5 years because of them, and I was like, I was a kid then, and I was like, damn right, they need to go get a job. I'm tired of seeing them around my house so often. So for me, like seeing that as a kid, um, it affected how I think that people should, just start from the bottom. Even I know that, that sometimes life hits you and you need help. I completely understand that. But when you get offered a job, then you take it and you can get support if it's not enough. That's like the way I see it. But so yeah, I don't want to go too much deeper into it, but yeah, quite central.
All right, that's fair, man. So Darren, talk to me, man. Politically, what is your philosophy?
When I was younger, I more leaned to the left because in Barbados, I think we have a more left-leaning kind of society in a way. But as I got older, I kind of, especially because of the American left, I can't stand them. I find them very annoying and slightly condescending.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't like the conservative either. So I think I don't like the party, but I like the ideas of libertarianism. Like, more you're free to do what you want, you know what I mean? Like, the how some people have the thing anti like gun ownership. I don't see nothing wrong with a man if you want a AK-47. Like, I don't see nothing wrong with it. Like with taxes, like I don't see a problem with the guy saying, "Why should I got to keep my money? It's mine. I earned it. I should keep it."
Yeah.
So like I have no problem with the libertarian view. So I kind of, even though I don't like the party, I kind of more agree with what the ideology in a way. So also I more have a libertarian kind of political ideology.
But so if let's say someone called you a liberal, would you be happy to be labeled a liberal or?
No, libertarianism and liberal is like two different things.
Okay.
Yeah, so like libertarian is like more like the individual has the rights to do not anything they want, but a lot of things come down to their choice. Liberal to me is more the government is more telling people, oh yeah, let's accept everyone. You could do what you want, but it's more the government in control. Libertarianism is more the individuals in control. And I can't stand this SJW nonsense. Like,
okay.
Which is strange because liberal literally means freedom. Or
yeah,
free.
but liberals don't encourage freedom, which is so ironic.
No. See, I think I just think like it's just because for me, as I told you, I thought I was liberal to begin with. But I just think with seeing just how liberals behave and how they present themselves and how they make you feel guilty if you just question that, actually, well, wait a minute, maybe, oh my gosh, how dare you? But I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I can't just question because you can't even have a conversation and they just sort of just pounce upon you if you be like, well, that seems a bit odd, but
1984.
yeah, man.
Yeah,
Okay, so,
yeah. So like, even like I want to shock quickly. So like
yeah.
even like with black people and like I go have said shit embarrassing in the United States of America, and I think the liberals sometimes like they sound good at first, but it's like they still exceed status quo in my opinion. Like they don't like to me they don't want black people to like do their own thing. And I have a problem with that because if you really care about us, you should. If you want to go and build cars, let's build it. I don't think we should have to beg for a job at GM or Ford or Toyota. If you want to build it, let's build our own thing. If you want to compete with Airbus, I mean, or about Boeing, since it's America, let's compete with Boeing. Like, we should have to beg for a job at Boeing. Why can't I work for EHH instead? Or partner with EHH instead? So, and we ask them kind of questions, even when they states, they kind of look at me kind of funny. So that's why kind of drifted away from the left.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Also, Sona, what about you?
I used to. I mean, there's not a lot of used to. I'm 19. Like I barely started developing my political beliefs, right? So when I was 16, I started getting a little bit into politics, and I think I started out thinking I was on the right wing. I thinking I was one of those like cool people watching Ben Shapiro and everything, right? And then I started like thinking a little bit, and I wasn't exactly like I started thinking a little bit from the left side, and I developed some of those views as well. But here's the thing: I would consider myself in the end, or at least by definition, a liberal because I'm very. I just kind of want just individuals do what they want. Like I don't really care what you're doing. I might think what you're doing is completely and utterly stupid, but if you want to do it, fine, do your own thing. I don't think that the government should say anything about what you should or should not do. But then at the same time, you have like you put me in a room with a person that calls himself a liberal, we will never get out of that room alive. Is a thing. So I don't know what I would say about that. I think there's a lot of like I would get along more with the so-called conservatives. It's just in the end my views are just sort of because here in America I have very European viewpoints. I also have like very traditional European viewpoints. So I'm a little bit sort of no one gets me here, but the conservatives I get along with a little bit better. Like you put me in a room with a liberal and things don't go down well.
Okay, so sort of where you are in sort of Denver, Colorado, it's more conservative or more liberal?
So Denver is very liberal. I live just outside Denver in Golden, because that's where I go to university, and it's sort of it's a more conservative area than Denver, but it's still like it's sort of like mixed. You have people here that are very much on the older side and want to come here for a vacation town, whoever and for them they're more conservative, and you have the students here that live here, and they're more on the liberal side. So that's just kind of how it is.
Okay. Yes, Sideman, talk to me.
Well, I see that I don't have I don't have a political party that I'm affiliated with.
So you're basically an independent.
In the purest, in the ideal standpoint, I feel like I have more conservative viewpoints. My family are immigrants. My family is from Africa. I'm a son of an immigrant, so I feel like I have more conservative viewpoints. But the problem is with the conservative in America are very they're not exclusive, not inclusive. They're exclusive, which is weird. Why they're just like, oh, we just want our own type of people. We don't care for people that look like me. That's the kind of vibe that I get from them. So why would you join or be a part of something that doesn't accept you? You know, but I just and then just since we're on the topic, I just wish we had. I just never understood the whole idea of having a president that has an affiliation with a party. This especially the fact that we had this two-party system that made no sense to me. It just seemed
It's to put very simply, the 1% knows that the 99% are stupid. So because they know that they're stupid and you can easily control them, again, you read 1984 or whatsoever, you keep things simple. So it's black or white, apple or orange, this or that. And the people en masse can change things. Even the people just reject the bullcrap that these lying politicians spew, things will change. But the unfortunate thing is that people, the 99% don't question. They just go with the flow. And the 1%, since they are smarter, they know the things to say and they know the elements to create in order to control people. So the two-party system will never change until the 99% wakes up. But they'll never wake up because the 1% keeps them asleep. So
yeah. So for me, I'm not afraid to tell people that I voted Democratic all my life. But the real only reason is because I generally don't either is I vote Democratic or I don't vote because at the end of the day, the from where I'm standing point is like, okay, these guys say the Democratic Party generally they're not aligned with my views, but at least the Democratic Party will actually is, you know, quote unquote, even if they lie to my face, they would say that they're going to do something for me, and then like I said, I just never understood why because our government is simple. There's three branches: the judicial, executive, and there's the Senate. Senate, you have the two-party system that dominates, the Democratic and Republican, and to have a president that represents one of the two parties makes it seem like the executive branch and the Senate won, which makes no sense. It makes them too powerful. Where if you have a Democratic president, Democrats kind of rule, and if you have a Republican president, the Republican kind of rule. It's a crazy system we have. Because by the way, in January 6th, there's a Senate race in Georgia where
yeah,
the Democrat have an opportunity not only to have a Democratic president, a Democratic House, then they could also have a Democratic Senate. So that means the
They
Democrats will control basically the government. That's
they
that
they
that's
started
kind of
voting
scary.
today.
That sounds scary, HH,
no,
That sounds very scary to me.
but my thing is that
They
if they
started
have
voting
all
today.
that, no, but if they have all that control, do you think anything will truly change specifically for black people? That's the question. That I think black people have to wake up and realize that you're being had. As in, these people, they don't really have your best interest at hand. And I think it isn't as simple as, hey, they're good, they're bad. Like when you do your history, they say that it was really a Republican that's actually signed the Civil Rights Bill. So things just get very, very complex. And I just think that even for me, I was sold that conservatives are bad, liberals are good. But when you now go deep into it, liberals don't give a crap about black people. They just want to just use black people for their agenda. Same thing with like feminism. Modern feminism is really for white women. It has nothing to do with other women. They just want to use black women, but really it's about having rights for white women. So you always have to look beyond the pale. So even if Democrats now rule everything, are they not going to help black people? Are they not going to change the places in the ghetto and so forth?
I need to go. Peace out, guys. HH, we need to have a discussion about the left-footed camel that plays for Liverpool on the right wing.
Okay.
I'm tired of him. But that's a conversation for another day.
Okay.
Best guys.
Peace, man.
Yeah.
Peace out.
Yeah, peace.
So let me come to Zone Man. Where do you lie politically, bro?
If we got to choose how the world works, I think in the ideal world, being a liberal would be the best, but that's not realistic. I think that when you listen to what the liberals have to say, it's not really, that would never happen. The way humans are, that's impossible. But when you listen to the conservatives, which I think that conservative ideologies actually works more for the world we live in. But
So where do you lie? Do you lie more conservative or more liberal?
if I could choose the way the world works, I would say liberal because it's fair for everyone. But that would never happen. So I don't know if it could what it doesn't matter.
Okay. Damien.
Well, I'm very young to really have like political view, but I mean, I guess I'm an independent, I suppose. I just think that politics just bring the worst out of people. It's just whenever I see it, it's just gets me sad that the world we live in and see how people do the things they would do for their political views. And yeah, that's all I have to say on
Yeah, no,
that.
yeah. I mean, no, I think that's the thing. I just think like it's which is why people. I always never understood the notion when people say, "Oh no, never bring politics or never talk politics at home. Don't really bring politics at home and so forth." I never really understood what people meant by that. But it's like people have such kind of strong views on these things that it makes it very hard for you to really have like a normal conversation because especially with the whole Trump or Biden thing, people are saying that they've actually like lost family members and so forth based on this whole Trump or Biden shit. So Kool-Aid, what about you, man? Where do you stand on this whole thing?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you, man. Can hear you.
Cool. For me, like politics, I've had a long journey with politics. I think to describe my politics, I guess I guess my politics are akin to y'all know who Bernie Sanders is, right?
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, like I would say
That's
like
my dude. I love that guy.
yeah, I love that guy too. Yeah, like I think like once he started running back in 2016, like I think he really inspired me, and like I kind of fell down to that role. Like if you were asking me this, like what would I would consider myself like during the BLM time, I would say full out like an anarchist. But like now, like I've started to like kind of simmer down and kind of like look at my views more rationally. I would say I'm more. I wouldn't say I'm liberal, but I'm saying I'm like a little lefter than liberal, like more progressive. Because I feel like liberals today, like they look at American issues, but like they see it, but they don't really see it fully. Like there's this kind of lens that they kind of stop themselves with.
Yeah.
And what I hate about like American liberals in the US is like they keep fawning over like, oh, they think, oh yeah, Biden's here, now we can stop. Oh yeah, Biden's Pelosi's got us under control. But the thing is like these same people are the same people that we have to keep fighting against. Because yeah, like because like now you're gonna see like with Democrats now they're gonna start backing off of BLM, even though BLM marches were one of the reasons why they were able to be successful.
Yeah.
You look in Georgia, like in Atlanta, like BLM was critical for them for securing Georgia, and like I think now you're just gonna see them just kind of like back away from that. So I think
no, but because I think because
He had
people
a
understand is
black
that
president for 8 years.
no, but see, Democrats they just wanted to get in power, which is why Biden didn't win the election. Trump lost the election.
true.
Like Biden just had to just exist because Trump was so bad and messed up. Biden didn't win anything. Like when you just look at Biden, does that look like a guy that can win a presidency? Basically,
No.
put it this way: if there was no COVID, Trump is still president.
Bro, but this shows how terrible Hillary Clinton was, and you put everything into perspective. Hillary, like, bro, like it had to be similar to like what Barcelona did against Liverpool. Like was the biggest choke job of all time.
But
Like
Hillary
it
was.
was
Go
it
ahead,
was
bro.
the greatest. Oh wait, what were you gonna say yesterday?
No, I just said that Hillary. I feel like people don't want to realize, like, face the reality. Hillary wasn't the reason why Hillary lost was because she was a woman. That's just beyond. Let's be honest, guys. You could beat the bush as much as we possibly can, but the fact that she was a woman and her last name had Clinton, people despised her for just for that fact.
No, because basically I was watching a program like leading on to the election,
Have you ever
and they
heard of
were
Benghazi?
so basically they were interviewing some woman about this, and they interviewed, and this was basically what shocked me. So these were a white woman, middle class white woman,
Yeah.
and when they said that, man, I just don't like her, and we just saw the hate they had for her. I was like, oh my god, this is screwed. If these women hate Hillary and won't vote for her because they just don't like her, then she's screwed, because really that should have been a slam dunk for Hillary to win. And I think that there was a strong element of a
Pokemon
lot
go
of
to the
people,
polls.
yeah, they didn't want because it's two things: Clinton and woman. As I said, those were the two things that went against her. So
The thing is, woman would have helped her a little bit. It's just because she was a Clinton that just helped in a negative. If she wasn't a Clinton and it was just a different woman, it could have actually been helpful.
My thing though
But
is
nah,
that
but the thing is though, Bill Clinton, if you look at Bill Clinton in the popularity polls, he's actually still very popular. It's not, I don't think it's because of the name. Yeah, Clinton's very, Bill Clinton's super popular.
Clinton's very
Yeah,
popular.
people still love Bill Clinton today.
The
Yeah, but like the thing about
no, they love him.
the thing about Hillary, but like the thing
with
about Hillary is
not only, well, she's a woman, so there are people who feel as though the United States isn't at a place where a woman can be president, but that's not the main issue. I think with Hillary Clinton, she has a long history of holding positions of importance, and people feel as though she has sabotaged the country many, many times. A lot of military families hate her. And if you know the underbelly of this country is very military, defend America, motherland pride. So that whole thing with the whole Benghazi, the email scandal, just a lot of you could give many an example of instances where she's
Primary scandal even
sold out the country.
Yeah, then not only that,
so I feel as though with that and just how Trump was able to come through as the polar opposite of her. Trump is like, I'm going to tell you what it is, whether you like it or not. And then people looked at her and her record of, well, she would probably tell us what we want to hear, but it's not going to be the truth. So people just went with Trump. Trump was like cold water. He was a shock.
Guys, looking at this election itself, do you know what demographic that Trump has won, that he has beaten Biden in? White
Latinos,
Cuban men,
white women,
white women and Cuban,
He has lost more white men than the previous election he had. The white man percentage went down. He has lost more white men. He has gained more white women.
That's ironic as hell.
Yes, I looked it up. The polls, it was shocking to me. More white women voted for Trump.
But here's the thing, like,
if
Trump really fucked it for himself, because here's the thing, and he fucked it for the country. When you have a global pandemic like this, the last thing you want is a switching government. It's the last thing you want.
Yes.
And yet you're so shit that you can't win the election for yourself, that you need to win. It's the most important election in the history, and you can't win it. You needed to win it, and you can't.
Oh, no. I think the thing with Trump is that I just think like because remember, this is a once in a lifetime occurrence, which is this whole COVID thing. I just think in his arrogance, because he won, and he won when no one knew he could win, and it was like a Hail Mary of a win over Homeboy. I think that the very fact that he won, he was arrogant. And all through the whole COVID pandemic and everything, he was arrogant. And I think that's because of his arrogance and so forth. He just made so many bullshit, stupid decisions. Hence why I says I give Biden no credit whatsoever. in winning the election. And even as I said again,
Biden almost threw him himself.
yeah, but
True.
also you can just see the very fact that you look at Bernie Sanders and what he's offering, and you look at Biden, and the Democrats literally sabotaged
They screwed
Bernie
him.
Sanders because
Twice.
they all
Twice.
came together.
Twice.
Yeah, twice.
Twice.
But okay,
Happiest Bernie
But
Sanders.
it's just, you think America will really go for like such a socialist president?
this
I don't think America will go for it.
this is where I wanted to go, and this even is that you wanted to bring this in. Do you really believe America as a whole, not just LA, not just New York, not just your neighborhood, the country of America as a whole could go for a someone like a Bernie Sanders? Because I think he's too extreme for America.
The Democratic
let
Party
me-
would vote
Let
him in.
me.
Oh yeah, go ahead first.
I guess the thing about Bernie, the thing about it is Trump was running similar to what Bernie Sanders was back in 2016. He had that populist energy, and that's what Hillary couldn't keep up with. Because Hillary, like if you saw back then, Hillary was like the establishment. She was the ultimate establishment queen, and I think Bernie Sanders, like he was the perfect matchup for Trump, because you're taking someone like Trump, who, let's be honest, you can't be a populist if you're a billionaire. Like, yeah, and like Bernie Sanders, he had that perfect thing. It's just like the Democrats were just like, nah, he's too extreme for our platform. And right now, like it's just like what could have happened. I think this election could have sailed through much easier with the Bernie, but I guess like your question, like, is the country ready for Bernie Sanders? Well, to be honest, like it needs to be. Like, I don't know, because the thing about it is like there's a very left wing bias in the media. Well, because of the Cold War and like a lot of people that grew up during that time. And look who are the most people that vote. It's older people that go out and they vote the most. Young people don't vote. That's why Bernie lost, because young people just didn't go out and vote. And old people, like they have that bias towards left wing. They think like anything slightly left and liberal is like communism. And like that was like the main thing they used against Bernie Sanders. Like, oh, he's a communist. But like he's nothing communist at all.
But do you know
Here's
why
the thing.
in the caucus, like, so the way they do is like they had like the Democratic primaries. The reason why a lot of the young people didn't come out and vote, because the young people it was during that time, I think it was midterms. So a lot of the young people, like they were focused on finance and stuff like that. They didn't have any time to deal with like voting or stuff like that. And then a lot of times it seems like it's just like these people in power are just very opportunistic. They schedule things in a way to kind of favor them. I don't know. I just feel like
Wait, I want to bring in your boy Daniel, because he hasn't spoken. So Daniel,
All right.
politically, where do you stand? Where do you lie philosophically in a political sense? Left, right, center? Daniel, you there? 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Get that picture out of here. That picture sucks. Everything about that picture is ass. Literally
man.
everything.
Wait, what is it? Oh my
You
god.
don't explain it. There's no
yes, let's
explaining
go.
to be needed.
Nah, I'm good.
No.
Okay, so what's it called? Let's go around again, man. Let's look towards 2021, man.
Aliens coming, bro. Aliens coming.
They could, man, because see, this has been a crazy year, and I think I've got to quote Joe Biden, because I just watched like Joe Biden's thing, and he said, "Man, don't sleep on 2021. Don't just think that things are now going to be great." So, what are your general plans?
I'm expecting worse,
bro. Easy.
I'm expecting worse too.
Wait,
I gotta
worse than
whisper when I
2020?
say that. I'm expecting worse. I gotta whisper.
So Darian, what are you hoping for 2021, or what do you hope to try to achieve in 2021? Or what is your feeling with as the year is now approaching? Darian? All right, let me come to Osasuna.
2021. What are my plans? I want to get through my first year of school. I want to try to become happy again. Try to do what's it called? More things again. If the government lets me, of course, But I don't know. I think I just need to think a lot about myself more. I think I need to reflect upon my own
So,
things that I've done in my life and
but do you think at the end of the day, do you think that you have improved as a person, like psychologically, mentally,
definitely
emotionally?
not. Over this last year, I've definitely whatever the opposite of improved is. I've gotten worse. I don't know.
So this is because of the lockdown and lack of interaction
Yeah,
with
pretty much.
people. See, I think this is the thing, though, is that I think it's like sometimes it is, see, interaction is very key. Because I was speaking to my mom, and like obviously my mom, because she's a lot older and so forth, she has to really much stay indoors and so forth and just be keep safe. But like she spoke to like her docs and everything, and she said that it is actually very important health wise that when you speak to your friends, you have to look at them visually. So always video call people. And I do think that hence why like let's just say for instance like the vaccine works and we can now go free. It will be really weird just seeing people. Like I'm so used to not interacting with people that it will be so odd just viewing people and touching people, like hugging people, because we are so used to like. Do you know what it means that whenever I now walk on the street, guys just like distance, go away, like they just that psychologically, just obviously will play your mind. But I do think though that it is a great time to do some inner thinking, and I think that maybe for you also, Sona, it's a good way to like learn a language, read a book, and just sort of just like learn more about yourself. So don't you think that maybe it's a time where you can
Yeah,
sit down, just
I think that's
space
why I
out?
said I should look into myself more. I've used to read a lot of books until I kind of stopped, and I've never since. But in terms of learning languages, I already I speak four. I don't know. Like I don't know if I want to learn another. Like I just can't be bothered. Like it's just a lot of things right now. I just can't be bothered is the thing. And before I do anything, you need to first. Well, I don't know. Is it the other way around? Do you need to? I need to ask you this: when you do something and you have no motivation, do you need to first develop the motivation and do something, or do something and then you'll develop the motivation? I don't know which way it
You
goes.
you have to force yourself, because if you don't have the motivation, it's not gonna drop upon you.
Okay.
So if you're lacking the motivation, you have to psychologically, mentally make yourself just be like boom. Because see, here's the thing. This moment is an opportunity because what you have is time. Specifically because you're young, you have time. And in this time is, what have I done that I haven't tried before? What books can I read? What instruments can I learn? What things can I research? What projects can I pick up? What kinds of skills can I learn and can I attain? Because see, the world is changing. And this is the world of the youth. Because when I grew up, we had freaking dial up. We didn't have broadband. We didn't have WhatsApp or Facebook. But for you who is 19 specifically, because 20s is when you could just have a ball. 20s is where you make a mistake and have a ball. And I think specifically for your 20s, the way the world is going is everything's going to be online. Everything's going to be media. And this is just where you just be like, let me just really get into this media world, like make a YouTube, make an Instagram, and whatever. Because I see you on the Hangout, you're very knowledgeable of football and so forth. Create a TikTok, create an Instagram. Who cares who views it? Just get yourself, because that's very therapeutic. I have this thoughts on this thing. Hey, let me just give my thoughts. Boom, talk, and see what interaction that you're gonna have. Even if you have no interaction, just talk. Because even me during the Hangouts is therapeutic. So if you're just actively doing something, I think it definitely helps you psychologically. But the thing about it is, do it. Don't be like,
Okay.
well, what's if? No, just do it. Don't even think. Do it.
Yeah,
Just
that makes sense.
do, and then boom, and then it'll be cool. Marvelous.
I just wanted to say really quickly when you said the whole thing about your mom going to the doctor and the importance of video calling. Have you ever heard of the mental health spectrum? Not the autism spectrum, but like the psychological spectrum. So it pretty much labels out the mental health of a person, whether they're if there's any chemical imbalances, their tendencies to become a psychopath, things of that nature. And they're usually every human being has like a trigger or like things that could make them whatever's going on in your life, whatever stresses you're going through, even if sometimes it's even like things such as being too happy, being too successful, you could become narcissist, things of that nature. And there have been just like critical arguments all over the internet as to how this quarantine and the pandemic is going to affect people when the world opens back up. How many people that have self isolated alone or people who were introverts have fallen deeper and their spectrum has shifted. And we may be living in a world where they may start to become more serial killers, more psychopaths,
Wait, could
more
I
depraved,
answer that?
more depraved and just sadistic people. Because this year may have made a lot of people identify with being loners or being alone, being outsiders. So that's like a scary part of it. And then the flip side is those that are going to become narcissists, money hungry, willing to do anything. Imagine an individual that has lost it all. When the world opens back up, he or she has nothing to lose. If you see what happened in Nashville on Christmas Day, people are saying expect more of that in the new year. People just like going out with a bang. You know, apparently the guy that did the Nashville thing, his last words were, the world is going to remember me. So you can only imagine. But what I will say in terms of 2021, I'm very apprehensive because from what I'm seeing is similar to what I was seeing when 2019 was ending. People were like, oh my God, I can't wait. This year has been terrible. I'm so eager to go into the next year. And then boom, we started right from January. Kobe, Pop Smoke, it hasn't let up. It hasn't let up. It's almost as if it started with celebrities, and then the universe was like, "Oh, I could affect normal people too." If you think this is some Illuminati thing of me just killing all celebrities, I could give you guys sicknesses. But I was having a conversation with my grandma, and she was saying to me about how she brought up a Bible thing, and I'm not Christian, but Nigerian grandma, so I got to play the part. So I was engaging in the conversation, and she talked about how the plagues of Egypt, if anyone's
Oh
familiar
yeah,
with that,
yep,
and
yeah.
now with how there are reports that the COVID strand is mutating. I believe in Colorado, if I'm not quote saying this wrongly, in Colorado,
Yeah, in Colorado.
they just identified the first mutated strand.
Yes, they did.
So everyone's so eager and excited to go into next year, but we don't really know what it holds. We're not like Nostradamus. Imagine if that's just like the first tipping point. Who knows what comes next? You know, there's a lot
That's
of
the weird part,
uncertainties,
man.
and that should just round my point up. With the Democratic Party and Joe Biden, I'm happy in a way that okay, Trump has been so volatile and he's split the nation, so he's out of office. Maybe some of those cracks can be peppered, like painted over, and we could start to work towards some kind of a balance and some kind of harmony, even if it's false. But
Do
my
you
whole
believe in
thing is
Biden? But do you trust Biden that
I
he's
don't
gonna?
trust I don't trust him. And I feel as though the Democratic Party may be using him as some sort of a puppet. Because
That's exactly what they're doing.
here's my thing though. Listen, I feel as though the Democratic Party has a revisionist agenda. So they play the long game with Republicans not having any problems of being labeled as racist and standing for what they stand for, being called conservatives, right wing. You saw how Mitch McConnell in the Senate, he just said, no, I'm not giving you a bigger stimulus. I feel as though the Democrats, on the other hand, they want to be the party that's known for achievements, not necessarily helping people. So they know that Biden has a history of brain aneurysms. His health is in question. He's just been elected. I wouldn't be surprised if he fails to see out his tenure. You know,
So,
like
so
And
basically,
Kamala
so
Harris
basically
becomes
Kamala
as
Harris becomes
president.
president.
that
And then
is the night.
in the future, people don't remember what she accomplished. All they'll remember is the Democratic Party gave us the first female minority president. And that keeps Black people or people of color in that monolith way of thinking because it's very revisionist. That's what the Democratic Party does.
Okay.
Pretty
Saeed.
much 2021 is going to be like the X-Files. Be ready.
All right. Saeed, talk to me, man. Talk to me.
Yeah, man, 2021. I don't know. I'm optimistic. I'm looking for tickets, hopefully, to Manchester. And during May, so I gotta prepare myself, just in case, because I got to be there. So that's one thing. But for the most part, I don't, I really, I, I don't know. I've always wanted to, start my own YouTube channel.
Wait. Okay. Why don't you do it tomorrow?
I don't know, HH. Maybe
Just what?
it's not easy, HH. I've followed a lot of YouTube channels since they have been like since the beginning. It's very, very hard.
No. Okay. What is the difficulty? Tell me what the difficulty is.
I don't know, HH. Maybe it's just like I don't know. I mean, I've never tried it. Maybe failure. Maybe like I mean, I'm kind of a very ambitious person. I'm very ambitious. Like there are certain things that I will generally like to get through with my YouTube channel. Like, but it's something I always wanted to do. Something that I feel like I will enjoy doing.
See, here's my thing. Here's my advice: is that, and I think that is your problem. Is your problem is also what will also help you, which is your ambition. So you want it to succeed, and which means that you're not going to now come in half-assed to do it. But the thing though is, there's never going to be a right time. You just have to do it because you're like, no, this time, not this time. Then years will just go past, and you'll never do it. Sometimes you just need to be like, bite the bullet, like, man, screw it. United just lost, they just won. I want to get my thoughts out there. You get a good quality camera, good quality sound. You research what the best camera is, what the best microphone is, and so forth. Tag up, put it out there. YouTube, Instagram, just put it out there because how YouTube works is you have to understand people's psychology. People want to see real reactions. They don't want to see fake. They want to see, this feels real and genuine. I can feel the authenticity in this. And you, obviously, nobody wants to fail. But that fear of failure could just be hindering you from just saying, you know what, fuck it. I just want to just go in there and do that. So anytime people say, I want to just start a YouTube channel, I say, just do it. Tell me what your channel is. I'll promote it. I'll come onto one of your shows just to boost you up. Make it happen. But don't, see, this is what my mom always tells me. Don't leave tomorrow what you can do today.
Wow. Yeah, so that's my plan, man. That's gonna be my plan. So yeah, I'll definitely get
And
to it.
also, see, especially now, when everyone is at home, everyone is locked down, everyone is dealing with cabin fever and so forth. This is the best time to do anything online is now. So
So yeah, for me, that's one thing I really want to get into. So that's gonna be a really big focus of mine. Um, so yeah, that's my goal. Like I said, man, I I've never been to England. That's just one of my goals to go to England and actually visit all the stadiums. Um, even Anfield, I want to go, bro. I do. I'm not gonna wear my United kit. I'm not gonna do that. That's probably crazy, but I want to. I That's one of my dreams is to go there and visit all the like I wish there's like the historical I want to visit Stamford Bridge because I feel like that's one of the few still kind of oldish stadium left. I wanted to visit the old Arsenal one hybrid, but that one was moved to Emirates. So I want,
Yeah. Hybrid isn't. I think they actually tore it down.
yeah.
So
So that's my goal in life to go visit these stadiums. These you know, it's the
I feel
San
like I would.
Siro, the Camp Nou.
I feel
Yeah.
like
So
I feel like I would cry if I ever visited Stamford Bridge.
okay, see,
Old Trafford, man, that's a
it's
dream,
it's
man.
so weird because it's like I think I sort of take it for granted, um, living in England because I told you basically I am really close to Stamford Bridge where I am because I'm in West London right now. So Stamford Bridge is close to me. So for instance, like where I watch my films is a place called Fulham Broadway, and that's pretty much where Stamford Bridge is. So man, I could just take a train, go there, and so forth. But for you guys, it's like thousands of miles away. And because I always say, man, like, why are there so many? Because whenever I go to like the Emirates Stadium, there are always tourists there. And I'm like, mate, wait, what is this? This place is just down the road. But for these guys, they may have come from thousands of miles away to come to the stadium, and for them, it's like a really big deal. So it's
Ichi,
like,
you know what I do? You know what I do sometimes when I watch games and I'm so excited? I have those chants. I memorize chants that people sing in the stadium. I be singing that while watching the game, guys. Like, oh man.
Bro, when I lived in Madrid,
mm,
I used to live right next to the Bernabeu. So I would
wow.
walk past it like every day. And I don't know, like when I hear now about Real Madrid and all that, I almost like it's kind of unbelievable that I used to live like right next to the Bernabeu.
Wait,
So, yeah.
but Daniel, have you been to the Camp Nou?
I've been to the Camp Nou, but um, like the Bernabeu was like I literally was like past it every single day. Like it was
Damn.
crazy.
No,
Yeah, I lived
no,
there.
yeah,
So
because what's it called? One of my friends, because basically my my house, or like sort of my kind of like my family house, because this is my apartments, but from like my family house was pretty much 40 minutes walk down all the way down to maybe 40 minutes to 50 minutes walk what it took to get to the Emirates Stadium. And my friend lived like in an apartment block that was literally right next to Emirates Stadium, right next to it. So
mm,
it was literally right there. So for me, I'm like, oh, I could just walk down Emirates Stadium and just see it. But for some guys, man, they're like, wow, you've got to go for like freaking like 1,000 miles and so forth. So Daniel, since you're here, then
yeah.
so how do you review your 2020?
Oh
Tough
man.
difficult year, and then now looking forward to 2021. What are your hopes and aspirations for 2021?
So 2020 has been like the longest year of my life for sure. So at the beginning of it, I moved from Houston to to the UK, right? So my parents just dropped me off at the airport, and then I flew on my own to the UK, and I had to just manage my own life. I went to university there in Wales, so I went to Swansea, and I was doing computer science there, and it was pretty rough. The weather was very different. The people spoke different. Um, Everything was different. So it was rough at the beginning, and then after that, we had the huge lockdown where nobody could do anything pretty much, and everybody left the campus, but from me and another friend of mine from India. because we couldn't travel back to our families because you know the flights to the US were closed and to Asia or anywhere else was closed as well. So we were just there in the flat, and it was really lonely. We didn't see anyone for like months. And then I actually went a bit insane, to be honest. There was a point where like I hadn't socialized with anyone for so long that it was actually hard to socialize again.
Yeah.
So I was like, should I go to my auntie's house? Should I not? Eventually I went, like at the beginning of the summer, and I spent like a week there, and then I went to Spain. As soon as I arrived to Spain, my friends picked me up from the airport and we went to a party and everything. So it was like one extreme, one extreme, which was being locked down on my own for months, to going out and being with people. Turns out I met somebody in that party that I'm with right now.
Cool.
So yeah. So
Congrats.
yeah. So it's just been after that. I went back to study in the UK, and I moved to a different flat. So I moved all my possessions from the campus to another flat, and that was pretty tough to get that done. But then in that flat that I'm in right now, I met some amazing people, which is really lucky because a lot of people, you know, they can't really meet different people because of lockdown. But because I'm living in a great flat with great people, you know, I was able to really get to meet them and stuff. And so for me, 2020, it was really, really, really hard at the beginning, but now it's really good. So I don't know. I'm looking forward to 2021. Maybe I'm too optimistic, but you know, like the thing is, I don't necessarily see problems as a bad thing. You know, as long as you know you can. So the way I see them is like, if there's a problem, you can always take that problem and resolve it, and therefore have like a good story to tell afterwards. So, you know, there's so many problems right now in the world, but if you know, there's a way you can turn that into a positive. You know?
So I mean, so do you think things will get better in 2021 where we will?
So one of the things on lockdown, the reason I say I went a bit insane was because I started to believe that the things that were happening to me happened because I started to think about them way too much, right? So I don't know, just little things like, for example, like my flight back to the US was a week before the lockdown, right?
Oh, fuck,
So
okay.
so I started to believe like, was the lockdown due to me having a ticket back to the US? You know, stupid things like that. So anyway, eventually I realized like, I think I said this to you before, but basically the thing I wanted to tell people is, your state of mind controls your reality, right? And I know how crazy that sounds, but if you can find a way to keep yourself like entertained and just trying to have a good time in life, eventually things will start to feel more positive, right? Even though maybe the same things would have happened, like if you try to have a negative mentality and just do more negative things, things will seem just a lot more negative, right?
No, but I think that
So,
it's like, I think for some people, and I think this is where you have a situation like Osusuna where it's difficult because if you are a particular person and you live your life a very particular way, it is a really tough adjustment to have to be like in this lockdown. Because again, for me, I'm an introvert, but my big brother is an extrovert. So I know that this situation for my big brother is going to seem a bit crazy because he's a guy that has to talk. He's got to meet people. He likes to be out there. He just likes to sort of mingle a lot. For me, I'm like Batman. I like to sort of be in the shadows and everything. So this lockdown for me has forced me to like, hey man, this is what I like doing anyway, which is like going in and really internalizing and really meditating for more. But if let's say you're like
yeah,
an extrovert, this is fucking hard. Really
yeah,
fucking
man.
hard.
Like thing is, for me, I was the biggest introvert ever, right? At the start of the lockdown. And I know some people discussed this on the show that because of the lockdown, it's going to get even worse. But what happened with me, which is crazy, is that I turned from an introvert to an extrovert because of the lockdown.
Mm.
Like I was such an introvert before that when the lockdown started to happen, I was like, this is perfect. Like I
Then you know what
can
that proves?
do this.
Then
Sorry?
you know what that proves? That
Sorry,
there's no
what?
such thing. There's no such thing as an introvert or extrovert.
Right.
Trust me, guys. That's what that literally proves, man.
No. Okay, no.
Yeah,
But
so that's the thing. But
but it's interesting. So, what process did you
yeah,
go through the months that led you to being
so
an
that
extrovert?
yeah, so
It's
maybe
ever
there's no such thing
changing.
as introvert, but for me it was more like I just felt very comfortable being on my own and being just doing whatever I wanted on my own pretty much. And it got to a point where I was so lonely, like I was just so on my own for so long that I got so fed up that I just started to really just talk to everybody. Doesn't matter who it was, doesn't matter like there were people that I hadn't talked to in years. In years. And I started to talk to them because I was like, wow, I wonder, if I just talk to this person, I wonder where that goes. And so I started talking to more people. And yeah.
No, so real quick. But do you know how weird that is? That's like the opposite. Cause I have my phone right here, and I've got so many contacts on my WhatsApp, guys who I've not spoken to for months, but I just have no urge to send them a text. And it's just so that's why is that? Because you're right, like, wait a minute. You've got this time, I don't speak to this guy in 5 months, in 4 months, in 6 months, in a year, in 2 years.
HH.
But I have no urge. And also, there are times when even it's so deep where guys have sent me a message. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm not responding to this guy's message in like 3, 4, 5 days. So it's like shit.
HH, man, I hadn't used Instagram for about 5 years, right? And I had so many contacts on there, like old school friends or even people in school that I used to like want to talk to. Like maybe there was like a school crush or something that I used to want to talk to, but I never did. And then now I'm just like talking to everybody. I'm literally meeting up with like people that I've never talked to before, just being like, hey, we were in school for so many years now. Let's just meet up, right? And I'm meeting up with these people, and I'm like, wow, they're actually really interesting to talk to. And I don't know, it's just one of those things that I would have never done this before lockdown. No way. But now now I'm just starting to talk to people, which is crazy.
How you said that there's certain people that you just don't even have the urge to talk to? Is it because subconsciously in your mind you're already having the conversation with that person? You're like, you know what? Nah, I don't want to have that conversation.
No. I think it's one of those things of where, if I didn't send you a message before the pandemic, why am I sending it to you now? So it's like the guys that I talk to are guys who, I was talking to you already before the pandemic. Hence why this is another key thing. And this is something for everyone here and even on the live chat. Who has called you? Who has sent you a message through all this time? Because I was watching a program and this girl was saying that I have sort of lost friends. I've lost a lot of friends during this time because I'm like, mate, 3, 4 months. You've not moved anywhere. How come I've not heard from you in 4, 5 months? And that's the key, because there are friends that I've lost through this period because I'm like, bro, I've not heard from you in like all these months. And it's like, everybody is standing still. So that's my question for you guys in here. Well, let me just say this. Yeah, I've seen Sopranos, bro. I already told you I've seen Sopranos. Quality show, I've seen it. Have you lost any friends during this time? Anyone can jump in.
So, could I just start?
Go for it.
So basically, the only friend I can think of is actually my best friend, growing up. I think I told you about him in one of the YouTube like comment sections one day. Basically, he has a very serious drug problem. And yeah. So what? Anyway, I wanted to meet up with him because I hadn't spoken to him so long, and he just didn't respond to my messages for some reason. And then one day, out of nowhere, I was walking down the street in my town here in Madrid, and I see him, and he was holding a suitcase, and he was just walking around like the street. And I was like, "Hey man, what's going on? Like, I haven't seen you in so long." And the guy got kicked out of his house, and he was like living on the street and stuff, which was like the most incredible thing I've ever seen.
Living on
Like,
the streets. Wow. Okay.
he was living on the street. So he's explained to me all the stuff that's been going on with COVID. How it was hard to find jobs and stuff. So for me, it wasn't even to do with people just like not trying to contact. It was just that they just couldn't because they just couldn't contact me because of COVID, and they didn't have any money or anything. So it was pretty rough to see it like that. So yeah, that's the only one. But it really, really, really affected me because I'd never, to be honest, I don't really know many people who have like drug problems, but my best friend had one, so it was really traumatic, to be honest.
All right.
But
So,
yeah.
so Kool-Aid, what about you? Your thoughts for 2021 coming up, and
Or I guess yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, could hear. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I keep saying that in the beginning. I just want to make sure. But I was wondering if I could start from 2020 and kind of just like kind of build up from that. So 2020, like 2020 was like my fall because I started 2020 like high because during 2019 during the end that's where I got my movie theater job, and I was working hella a ton because especially with Frozen and with the Star Wars that came out, I was working so much. But like I got the bag, and it was good. And I was doing good educationally. I got a lot of friends. But then, the pandemic kind of rolled around, and it just crushed me. Like I lost playing football. I lost my job. I lost all the spaces that I had. Like I would never be home rarely, but now I will be just stuck at home. And these months have just been like terrible for me. Like I I think I didn't go outside for like almost 2 months. And like I gained the habit. I don't really like to talk about this, but I gained the habit of talking to myself because I didn't have people to talk to.
Oh,
and
no,
like I wasn't.
wait, bro. Let's hold you up right now.
Yeah.
I don't give a damn what anyone says. I talk to myself, man.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
say what you
remember the saying, right? As long as you don't answer yourself, there's nothing wrong with talking to yourself. Just remember that one.
Yeah.
No.
I would just be
like, look, not say anybody that says they don't talk to themselves, you're lying. Specifically during this period in time, you're lying. Everyone
Isn't
talks to
that
themselves.
basically thinking out loud? Like, what do people do when they think? Do they not have a conversation in their head? I don't get it.
No, but I'd just be in my imagination. I'd just be talking, and like my parents would catch me like, "Oh, what are you doing?" I'm like, "Oh no, I'm just having a conversation." And but like, yeah. And like it was bad because like politics with everything stuff going on, like it got me so depressed and shit. And like I think I was like if I didn't have if I didn't really have those core friends, like I would have been gone. Like I think I was teetering like towards suicide maybe. But with school that came around, like I really it really gave me like, because like all I needed was a distraction, like just something to like kind of like take my mind off thing. And like school came back, and it was what like, kind of saved me. And also now that going to the gym, because like I got it, because like before I would go to the gym at my school, but it shut down. So I went to the other school, like in the other gym around the area, and that got shut down due to recent restrictions. So that's 2020. 2021 is gonna be my fucking redemption year, man. Like I'm going all out, man. Like I'm gonna start running again. I'm gonna start just doing everything I can to get up. Like I'm I'm not, because before I let politics and let all the big things kind of put me down. But the thing about that is though, like I can't do anything about like I can advocate and fight against systemic racism, but I myself, an individual, cannot do anything to change the system at B. And for so long, I bear myself down like, oh, I could be doing more. Oh, I could be doing more. And then like one of the things that got me down so much was Instagram. Because always when you go on Instagram, you see all the people, they're happy, they're doing fine, and it's like, wait a minute, I'm not happy, I'm not fine. And that would just tear me down. But I think, for this 2021 year, I'm gonna go all out. I'm gonna get the bag again. I'm gonna try getting another job, and just just try to push myself, just
Well,
to
I
go
think
back up,
yeah, it's like I think look, because it sucks that because again for me this is someone that I love cinema. Like cinema is one of the key things for me, and even I have to accept that. You see, the pandemic is going to change cinema. It won't kill cinema because cinema can never die. Because see, what people understand is that people, most people don't go to the cinema to watch films. They go to the cinema as an outgoing event. So it's like, hey, let's go to a restaurant, let's go bowling, let's go to the cinema. Most people don't actually watch the film in the cinema. It's just a thing to do. So cinema isn't for guys like me, film enthusiasts. It's for families, it's for couples, it's for brothers, it's for groups, it's for groups of friends and so on and so forth. It's not about watching the film, it's just going out. So the cinema is going to get reinvented. But I think the key thing is, look, the world has changed. This is the online world, and even this is even what my mom said to me. That my mom said, "Man, do you know how lucky you are that you do YouTube? That this is the thing that is like pandemic proof, that you do this thing, and also see, because my job is so I'm like a correspondent for like a TV channel and stuff. So it's lucky where like this literally is like my office. So obviously, because we have like this program called TVU where you can pretty much broadcast remotely. So when you sort of tell me your experience, man, I'm like, fuck. Like, I have to count myself lucky. I just count myself lucky because, for instance, if let's say I had my like, because I used to be in sales. So, but even in my see when I did sales, you had to be in the warehouse because you had to pick out the secret stuff. I'd be screwed. Or if I had my market research job where you had to be in the office with a specific phone and a specific thing, I'd be screwed because you have to be in that office. So yeah, man, but I think you have to just sort of come into the new year recharged, ready to crush it, ready to kill it. But what, fuck, I'm gonna just do what I need to do. Damien, what about you? Your 2020 and your thoughts for?
Oh, and I just wanted to say one thing. Oh yeah, no, I just wanted to say, thank you, bro. Like, thank you for doing what you ever, because like you're like one of the only 3 people I watch on YouTube. So, thank you for doing what you're doing, and yeah, just keep working hard, bro.
Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro.
Yeah.
Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro.
Thank you.
I love how HH always like, I wouldn't say he gets like shy, but he always, whenever someone compliments him, he just does it quick. Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, no. See, for me, like, yeah, because I just get weird when people, because my thing is that what am I supposed to say? Because I'm like, because obviously, I am very thankful,
appreciative of it. Yeah,
appreciative of it, but yeah, I do feel uncomfortable when people be like, "Oh wow," it means because I'm like, I don't know how to say, I don't know how to take see, I know how to say, I know how to respond when someone says like you're a brick, you're a liar, something. See, now I like that because I'm like, I can respond. But when someone compliments me, I don't know how to respond. So I just feel uncomfortable. But I appreciate it though. Damien, thoughts on 2020 and 2021?
For me, it's been really bad. I mean, my mental health is just so low. I mean, personally, supporting Barca, I mean, it's been terrible. I mean,
oh gosh, hey, we are. It's okay. My team is last in the league.
Hey, we're all in it together, brother. We're all in it together.
Yeah. So basically, it's been doubly worse because I know how much you love Barcelona, and obviously you already told us about that kind of the 8-2 thing and so forth. So this has been a tough year for you, though, hasn't it?
Yeah, personally, I lost my grandmother. I got me and my girlfriend broke up. It's been really bad.
Damn.
Hopefully 2021 is gonna be far better. Hopefully Barca can get better. I mean, I'm just hoping for the best possible things that can happen. And yeah, just hope for the best for 2021.
Okay. You know what? Okay, we're gonna end this on a good note. I want us to end this on a happy note. We're not ending this on a fucking shitty note, man. We're gonna end this on a good note. So, if you had to just pick just one happiest memory, if just you're looking at your whole life, one singular moment in time that I said this was when I was my happiest. This is what brought me most joy. This is the thing that really puts the biggest smile on my face, man.
Pull up Renaissance comment.
Oh god, I think I saw that.
He put two. The first one was, once HH makes a milli, he's gonna business.
Yeah.
And the second one was, he's gonna start doing hangouts with Jeff Bezos.
Bro, wait, Gatlock can clip this. Even if I get to 2, there is no freaking way I'm doing hangouts with Jeff Bezos. I'm doing hangouts with Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos. No, that's never happening, man. That's never happening. So basically, if you just pick one moment it's throughout your life that said, man, this was the moment that I always look back in my memory as like my happiest, and no matter what happened, like, nah, this is what put the biggest smile on my face. And obviously, just tell me why, and just a bit of history as to what led up to that. So,
one question, in 2020 or like the rest of the life?
Oh, whole life, entire life, just one memory in your whole life that brought you most joy, that made you the happiest. So, Darian, kick things off for us, Darian.
I'm going to start with something very simple. Is when I got my first paycheck. Okay, made me feel like I was a man now. It wasn't a little boy, got to beg mom and dad for anything. I had my own money. So it probably wasn't the best thing ever happened to me, but it was the most prideful. And that's something I was back on, have a little smile on my face.
Oh, no, that first paycheck is huge. That thing was huge. So what was the job that you were doing?
I was working at a bank. So.
Oh wow. That.
The position was pretty nice, so.
Okay, so basically, when you had that first paycheck, like, aha, man, parents, man, no longer begging for checks, begging for allowances, no longer begging for any of that cash.
Yeah, you feel independent. So that force, when I think about that always puts a smile on my face. No matter how upset I am, it always puts a smile on my face.
All right, nice one. Okay. Also, Suna, what about you? Happiest memory?
I think I can't choose between two. It's between one is more achievement and one is more emotional. The achievement one was when like I was extremely happy when I was in like 7th grade. I had won in like a math competition for like I know, nerdy, right? But like I won a math competition for like all international schools in Europe with a group of 3. And that was actually like, it's probably the greatest achievement I ever have in my life. Like I won a bloody iPad from it. Like it was pretty sick. Yeah. And in terms of like, I remember that was probably one of the best days of my life, just because like,
wait.
Proud of myself.
How old were you?
I was like 13.
Okay.
Yeah, and then but in like with emotionally, like what some of the best moment of my life I think was actually this year. I know it's strange because it was the worst year of my life, but because it was the worst year of my life, the few good moments like were actually really, really good. And when I like my best friend in the Netherlands, the guy, like we worked at the same bar and everything, and after like a time in Corona, I finally went to his house for the first time because we lived like really pretty kind of far away from each other, and we both didn't really have a car. And so like, I went to his house for the first time, and we just went chilling. Like it was just, we went to a bar, we got drunk, and we just went to a sort of a lake that was by his place, and we just brought a joint and a couple beers with us, and it was pretty much just after all the shit that had gone down in the year, it was nice to just sit with a great friend and just to, like chill with him, like with a great view, you know. Like it's so weird that's one of the best.
Oh no, yeah, man. Especially with all the crap that's going on, just to chill, yeah.
Like just to relieve, and was just so really, it's really good day for me that day.
All right, cool. Marvelous. What about you, bro? Happiest memory?
For this, like in general, or this
No,
year?
no, whole life. Just in your entire life as of right now, what is the one happiest memory in your whole life that you go back to?
Um, See, let me give it a quick thought right now. Okay, before I came to the United States, I don't know if anyone aside from HH and I are Nigerian, but there's an academy. I think they're defunct now, but back then they were called CAT. It was pretty much the scouting academy for Nigerian Football Federation, and they pretty much would scout kids to either play in the Nigerian league or to go to like European teams in Eastern Europe. So like that's why you have a lot of Nigerians in like Anderlecht, Spartak Moscow, teams of that nature. And I used to go to this secondary school called Fountain Heights, and we had one of the best football teams in the whole of Nigeria. And I was on the team. That's why, like, sometimes in the chat, I like jokingly comment, like, HH, do your Googles on me. I'm like a Mushi legend. But I was like incredible. And they scouted, we played a competitive game against them. They trashed us. When I say trashed us, it was horrible, like destroyed us. But they
So how's this
scouted.
a happy memory? Okay, so
They scouted 5 of us. I was one of the people that they scouted. And long story short, we flew out. We went to Russia. We went to Norway, Switzerland, and we played in like tourneys, tryouts, things of that nature. And it was just like one of my happiest moments in terms of my love for football and being able to play against people from all over the world. So, and it's also like anytime I think back on it, I'm like, if I would have dedicated like my life to football, who really knows?
yeah,
You know?
interesting. Man. Zone, talk to me.
It's hard to find one but the one I could think of is one of them is in 2014, the Champions League final, because I'm a Real Madrid fan, and
Okay.
I actually thought that the game was lost. 94th minutes. that only happens in movies.
So I practically creamed my pants from that, and I was like, I have no affiliation to Madrid. That was one of the craziest finals ever.
It was a so that for you is sort of like a happiest memory than when Sergio Ramos scored the free kick and then the extra time.
Yes, that was. I could watch that game at least 2 times a week. Just for that moment.
When he scored that header, at that moment, because they drew, that was at that moment that was the equalizer. At that moment, did you guys believe? Did you believe you guys want to win it?
I didn't even think about it. I was just happy the game wasn't over.
Oh yeah, no. I think at that point you're not even thinking about it. You're like, wow, still in it. You know, so you're not even thinking about what.
And the fact to watch that live is
live. You seen it live?
You saw it live.
Yeah.
Whoa. As in live, as in the stadium?
No, live. That wasn't what I meant. No, live.
Okay, yeah. I was about to go because that changes the whole thing, though. You know.
No, that would be great. Or another one is that's not a big thing, but I'm from Burundi, and then last year I think we qualified for the first time in the African Cup of Nations.
Yes, I remember that.
And actually, the game when we qualified against Gabon, I think I was at the stadium, so that was.
Oh wow! Yeah, great. I actually remember that because I always do the Nations Cup, always cover it, and I was like, wow, because Burundi, because it has never been in, and then it was a big deal because it was the first time that Burundi ever qualified for the Nations Cup, and also it was again, and I think wasn't Aubameyang playing in that game against Burundi? Was Aubameyang playing?
Yeah, he was playing.
Wow, man. So you see now that's an iconic moment, man. Damien, what about you, man? Happiest memory?
It has to be in 2011 on my birthday. My birthday
It,
present. Huh?
wait. The birthday was the final?
No. It was in December.
Oh, okay.
It was me getting my first Barcelona shirt. I'll never forget that day.
Wow.
Um, it was amazing. You know, I've been through it all. I've been through the good times, bad times. I mean, it's been a crazy ride, but I'll always have
Was,
have this
was,
badge on me.
so who first of all, so who gave you the jersey, and did the jersey have your name on it, or it had a player's name on it?
It was my uncle, and it had the name of, I think it was. Oh yeah, wait, no, that was 2012. Oh, it had Puyo. It had Puyo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. What about you, Saeed, man? Happiest memory?
So my happiest memory is as a kid, I'm the oldest in my family. So I was always the older brother, but so at times, as a kid when you're the older brother, it you kind of get lonely because you don't have an older brother that are
Yeah.
So my father had like those he had four brothers, half brothers that were very very young. So they were like quote unquote my older brothers. They're technically my uncles, but then they were my older brothers, and so we used to live by each other. Like we used to live in the same apartment. They used to live in a floor above me, but they ended up moving to San Diego. And I was and then I remember it to like yesterday. I was so sad that they left. It was like losing my brothers. So so my dad ended up taking me. It was me, my dad, and my mom. We all ended up going to visit them in San Diego, and I remember like just landing there and actually getting to see them and spending time with them. As a kid, it was like it was more than I could ever wish
So,
for.
spending time with those your uncles.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I mean, it was like they just showed me around in San Diego. And hence is one of the reasons why have a really kind of emotional attachment to that city. Is one of my favorite cities in the world.
Which city?
San Diego,
San Diego.
California. Yeah. So it's I just like I can like vividly like remember like landing at the airport with the palm trees and everything, and that that weird kind of like streets where it's like kind of wavy whatever, and um heading up to the. I remember going up to the beach, getting destroyed as a little kid by the waves. Yeah, I got knocked out like 3 times. So it was just one of my happiest memories, just like reuniting with my brothers, my older brothers. So that was like um and so yeah, that's for me. And then one of my I mean, football has been really sad lately, as you might have said, because I remember like 2013, Sir Alex Ferguson retiring. Oh man, I cried, man. If I have a dream, and my Ron Dean was my favorite all-time player, and I would love to meet him. But if they had to say pick one person to meet in the footballing world, that would be Sir Alex Ferguson. If I could just meet him one day, just like say hi, or even be next to him or be near him, that would just that's my wish.
Okay. What's it called? Daniel, what about you? Happiest memory?
So I was 16, and for some reason I decided to train for a half marathon. Um, and I don't know, my parents for some reason they decided to put me in a school where I had to do the Spanish curriculum and the English curriculum at the same time. So I was in like both curriculums, so GCSEs and LISO, and that was extremely tough. And I had spent like my entire day studying, and then I went to school, and then after that I would be running like 20 kilometers at night, and it was freezing sometimes. and I did that for like months until my half marathon, right? So by the time my half marathon came by, I had finished all my exams, and I got pretty good grades, so I was happy with that. And the summer was coming by, and I remember I was running the half marathon, and it was like really tough, and I managed to finish it in less than 2 hours. And I remember I was there with my dad. I finished it, and it's got to be probably the best moment. Yeah. So I was really, very happy.
So how many miles is a half marathon?
About
13,
13.
right? Yeah, 20. Marathon is probably like a little less than 26.
Damn.
26 kilometers. Yeah, and I was 16, man. I don't even know how I did that, but I remember that was the happiest moment for sure.
No, yeah, because I was in my cross country team, which is crazy in my teens. But let me run like a minute now. I'm literally collapsing out of breath, man. So,
Actually, you did cross country?
bro, I don't know what it was, man. But back then, I had amazing stamina. Like because we had 6 guys on the team, and yeah, I was on the cross country team. Like I told you, before. Look, it's just that I'm a brick now physically. Before football,
How's your back?
basketball. My mom, it's a mess. It's a total
Class
mess.
B. Class B.
Yeah, class B. No, it's true. But yeah, look, I used to do football, basketball, freaking sprinting. I was one of the fastest guys in my school. Cross country team. Boom, I was everything. But now it's a mess. Kool Aid, talk to me, man.
Yeah. So I think the recent most happiest moment I had, I think it was winning a TV from work. So this was going back to like my work. So like there was like a contest going around, and this is like during when Star Wars was releasing. It was like, okay, they will pick 7 of the people that worked the longest hours like within 2 weeks, and I worked like about like over 100 hours. Like, I think like 110, 120 hours, and I was able to win a TV from there. And it was like one of the old TVs that they had up on the walls, and like it's a pretty nice flat screen TV, and I was able to win it and take it home, and that was pretty good. But I think like all around, like my best moment, I would say visiting Camp Nou. I think that was this was in 2014. That was like the thing about seeing Camp Nou is like seeing on the TV is like, wow, it's big, but when you see it in real life, it's like and like going around like looking at the trophies, and it's just
Like that's because again, my thing is hopefully when this whole COVID shit goes, that I have to do like a round trip of all of the stadiums. So the Maracana, the Azteca Stadium, San Siro, Bernabeu, Camp Nou, like because see, and that's the thing, there's that even viewing it on TV, I can only imagine what it looks like to actually go there physically.
Like the thing about the thing about these stadiums is like when you see it, when you visit a stadium, you are literally visiting history. Like so much has happened there. Like especially for the Camp Nou, like Camp Nou, it's a stadium that symbolizes Catalonia. It has a very strong presence, and just like kind of being in that vibe, it's just it's heavy. But yeah, totally.
I've also heard that when you watch a game live and close up, that your perspective of players change dramatically.
100%.
Yeah, because for me, all jokes aside, I genuinely forgot how good Eden Hazard was, and when I actually stopped and the other day I stopped to think about it, I was like, I used to remember as a Man United fan that I used to fear for our own defenders. Because the guy was phenomenal, man.
Yeah, no. But like, but my thing is that whenever you see almost anything in real, just your brain just views it differently than when you see it on television.
I'll just say one word: Elche. Elche.
Look,
but AJ,
Elche.
What? Yeah.
I saw Sterling because Sterling is Jamaican. Also I am Jamaican as well. If you feel like that guy's fast live, man.
Who?
Ryan Sterling.
Oh, Sterling.
I saw him play a charity match with Bolt, the other guys. Man, if you feel like he's fast on live TV. You don't want to see him in real with a man.
He's fast.
And the thing is, AJ, the ball is so glued on his foot. If it's so glued on Sterling's foot, I don't want to see Hazard, Neymar,
Yeah, man.
front up.
But I think Sterling also provided H was one of his happiest moments of his life as well.
Oh, that's missed. But so what about you? So, happiest memory in your life?
I would call it a happiest. Well, my favorite what I say is that England versus West Indies T20 World Cup when Brat went. That HH, when I saw Gale went, then I saw Bravo went, then I saw Man, and then when I saw how much balls were left and how many runs, and Ben Soak with his cockiness and his hypeness saw this celebrating, and Bradway just did 4-6 in that over and sealed that final. Ben Stokes having recovered from that all now.
So did you see it live or on TV?
No, it was on TV. But man, through the TV, seeing that and feeling that, man, I wish I was in the stadium. But my other memories and my fondest memory was when I was in high school. I used to play inter-school competition, and I was just getting in the school. I transferred and everything, and
can I just say? Sorry, go on.
I was coming off an injury, an ankle, and I was there warming up, and everything. And the captain, which was the captain at the side, he got injured. So I was there. I didn't know I was going to play because, as I said, I would just come off injury. And this is a new school, new system, new team. And I was there and everything. The coach called me and said, put on your shin guards, everything. Went out there. Boston midfield provided the key assist. Went home with a couple of champagnes and 2 girls.
What a guy. What a lad.
Okay.
Man, that was a fun memory.
Now, because I think we're probably going to just pop off when we get to 6 hours. But I think we'll go 6 hours. So, is there anything anyone wants to bring to the table? Anything that anyone wants to talk about?
I just wanted to say, I forgot there was another thing that I wanted to say for the favorite day, just because of in the end, it was actually the Nations League final of 2019. I actually watched that in Porto.
Oh,
I was literally 20 meters from Ronaldo, cursing at him. And if we had won, it would have been the best day, but we didn't, because apparently, what was that guy's name? I've already forgotten the guy's name that scored against us.
Gedesh.
Gedesh.
Yeah, what a trash player to score against you.
So is there anything that anyone wants to bring in?
Did you mention yours? Or I don't think you mentioned yours.
Oh gosh, I thought you guys would forget.
Oh boy.
Happiest memory. You see, okay, I'll give you a football one and then just a general one. So, a football one has to be it's probably when Nigeria qualified for the World Cup. And I think I say that because even if I was very young, obviously Nigeria, I'm sure Marvelous will obviously know this, there are lots of issues of, electricity, light, tribalism, and so forth. So, things, and also especially this is like the 90s, where things were again a bit tricky and so forth. So when Nigeria just qualified for the World Cup, it was the first time that the country as a whole was united, and that was just such like an amazing communal feeling with the country just coming as a whole and just sort of being like, oh wow, like we are now sort of together in this, man. So that's one I'll say with the football one. In terms of just in general, and I've always said this, and this is wild. The summer of 2003, because that is when
Matrix.
The Matrix Reloaded came out, and for those months, and you might see this is what I'm saying, for those months, I have never felt happier. Like just because even now, even when I just think about it now, even during this whole lockdown thing, I'm like, man, I just think of like, because again, when the Revolutions came out, that film was a bit, but just seeing that film for the first time in a cinema and experiencing that for the first time, and because see, I watched it in the cinema 6.5 times, so it's the most times I've ever watched a film in the cinema. Because literally, anytime I had free time, cinema, watch it. Cinema, watch it. So it was like a very, very kind of like special moment watching that film, man. So yeah, for me, Reloaded was a happy, happy memory though. A happy memory though. That was crazy. So because there's something I wouldn't even talk about, but actually, also Sona, why do people love Amsterdam so much?
I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea. I'm not a fan of Amsterdam myself. I actually hate it there. I think
it's the weed. It's the weed.
I mean, we have weed where I am, so we don't care. But I guess it is a lot to do with the weed. I don't know if anyone here has smoked weed, but it's if you haven't done it, it's like an experience, right? And the place to do it in Amsterdam because it's legal. But I'll say this: American weed is 10 times better than Dutch weed. But anyway, the thing about Amsterdam is, for me at least, it's way too not unfriendly. Like people will act friendly, sure, but and look friendly, but it's not like you go to a bar or something and you'll just get just the atmosphere. It doesn't feel genuine in Amsterdam, but I understand it very much as a tourist city. I think.
No, because see, the thing is, because obviously I went to Paris, and obviously I've been to, but Paris was obviously cool. I actually went to Disneyland, but I didn't actually pay to enter because it was too expensive. I said, no, that's a rip. I'm not paying that much to enter Disneyland. But one of my friends, for his 21st, he went to Amsterdam, and he said, bro, it was amazing. So he said, like Amsterdam is freaking amazing. Man. So I'm like, I have to do this. I have to go to Amsterdam.
Like you definitely should if you haven't. Like it's definitely worth. Don't bother with like the the red lights. Unless you're into that, but like you don't seem like the type of guy that is. Unless you are.
I've actually.
I mean,
but I mean, yeah, it's worth looking. I would look at some of the museums. I would definitely also, if you can, try to go to The Hague, because
I was born in The Hague.
No, really, The Hague.
I heard something about the red light district in Amsterdam or something.
Yeah, I've actually been there. It's
no.
Behold.
I've actually been to
I think
Amsterdam
because
too.
I think the notion from what people tell me is that like Amsterdam is just there's a very kind of free nature to it. Hence why I think it's one of those things of like whenever I see tourists in London, I'm like, bro, what the heck is that to look at? But I've been living in London since '98. So I'm like, okay, wow, Big Ben, so what? Oh wow, Buckingham Palace, who cares? But for tourists, it must be amazing because this is such an old country. And it's such a historical country, so for them it's a bigger wow factor than me. So if you're Dutch, you're like, bro, like, okay, what's this whole thing?
Exactly.
But for tourists, because Amsterdam is maybe so unlike the cities they're from, it is so refreshing to see a city sort of operates like that, that is a bit more no holds barred than, let's say, a Milan, a Rome, a London, a Paris, and so forth. You know,
I mean,
so
but here's the thing: if you really want a good party city and you want to like get beautiful girls, but you want to work for them, go to Eindhoven. Like, by work for them, I mean like you want to do, you want to pick them up. You don't want to just
yeah, and hope.
transaction. Right? But Eindhoven, that's a real party.
And also, so my thing is that in school, because I was like, why are Dutch guys? Is their English so good? So is English something that everybody is taught?
Yeah, it's just taught in the school system. Everyone knows English. If you don't know English, it's weird. Although there are some people, like my best friend actually doesn't speak English very well. When he speaks like, yes, I speak English like a Dutch person. Yeah, but so it's just how it is.
I've never been this angry in my entire
Oh
life.
boy, what is this?
This is bad. It's real, real bad. Lampard has to go. He has to.
Wait, who's playing?
No excuse. This is
marvelous.
the worst time I've ever seen in my entire life.
He was practically crying that stream. I swear he was crying.
Can I give you my advice?
What?
Can I give you a serious advice to you, to pretty much to you and all Chelsea fans, all Man United fans, all Arsenal fans? Can I give you a straight advice? This is from the heart.
No, Side. This is, see, I am so footballed out. Because this is therapeutic for me. I don't want to think about Chelsea.
This is therapeutic for you,
Chelsea. I don't even want to discuss those.
No. This advice is very
therapeutic. Non-football stream, man.
Non-football.
This is very therapeutic. It is what it is. Whatever's going to happen, no. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. It's either you're going to be successful. It's either you're going to be successful, you're a manager, or he's not going to be there, and you're going to be successful despite him.
Yes,
it's that simple.
I'm not even. Again, I am not speaking any football on this stream. My lips are sealed. So is there anything that anybody wants to bring in? Because I want to ask a question. But is there any question that anyone wants to?
Have we talked about travel? Like traveling?
You read my mind. You just read my mind.
Just travel to Jamaica, man.
Because I want to ask you guys that. See, so basically, I've lived in. That I've been to, obviously, Nigeria, England, Geneva, Switzerland, Japan, Uganda, Ghana, sort of, France, Germany. I fucked up because my mom went to China. This was way before, okay? This is way before this whole crap went through. But went to China, but for some reason, basically, I had the chance of either going to Beijing, China, or playing Road Rash on the 3DO. I don't know whether you guys have heard of the 3DO. It was this kind of weird, obscure gaming system. So because I love the game so much, in my stupidity, I chose to play Road Rash over traveling. So yeah, I mean, I've always said that the place I want to go to the most, 100%, is Cairo to see the pyramids. Because for me, that's the craziest freaking thing in the world. I think that the pharaohs and the pyramids for me is the most fascinating thing on this planet. By far, it's the most fascinating thing on this planet. So let me start with you then, Coleman. Where would you, if there's one place that you'd love to go to, where would you want to go to and why, traveling wise?
Okay. Could I start with like my favorite place that I've been to so far? Yeah. So I guess my favorite places that I've been to so far, top 3, Spain, then Netherlands. I went to Amsterdam, and then Germany. I love Berlin. Like Berlin was. I went there during my. My trip. It was after I graduated from high school. I went there for a backpacking trip, and it was great. And this was during the World Cup too. And the funniest thing that happened. So I was in Amsterdam, and we were just like walking around on a tour, and I saw this American family. They were part of our group. They walked into a coffee shop, but the thing is, coffee shops. That's where they sell weed. It's different from my cafe. So this whole white family, they walked into that coffee shop thinking it's just like a normal coffee shop. And I swear to God, I never seen a family run out of a place faster than them, bro. Bro, because they just walked in and they ran straight out.
Wait, so they just walked in, showed their IDs. They were wondering why they had to show their IDs.
No.
Yeah, and then they just ran straight out.
So my thing is that you walk into a cafe of weed and they don't buy any weed.
No, they didn't buy weed. They thought it was just a normal cafe. Then they realized we just.
You were mistaken.
Oh yeah, bro.
So what is it about Berlin that is so cool? And like, why do you like Berlin? So what's the thing about Berlin?
Oh, Berlin. The thing about Berlin, I don't know. Like, it's just. I think it's just. There's a lot of like diversity, like in scenery. Like you have the old, like you have that scene. It has a lot of history, of course. But then like you has different architecture. You have the old architecture that was during East Berlin and West Berlin, and kind of seeing the contrast between them and like how different they were. I think also now that I think the culture there was pretty chill. Like it reminds me a lot of the city where I'm living at right now, which is Portland. It's very similar to Portland and Seattle. So yeah, it was very easy for me to kind of chill and vibe. But yeah, but I guess okay. So now talking about the city I want to go, I really want to visit Japan.
Oh my God, bro!
I want to visit Japan.
I don't think you realize. You see, I say to people that do you have the money? If you have the money, go to Japan.
Yeah.
It'll be very hard to find better run countries than Japan. Because like basically Tokyo, because basically it's so specific. See, for me, especially if you're into like anime, the creative stuff and everything.
Oh, I am.
Bro, the toys. Because basically, my friend, he's Japanese, so he basically invited us over, and then we went to this toy shop. Bro, the quality of toys that you see here will blow your mind. Will blow your freaking mind. Because obviously, like, because I remember we went to this toy place, and there's this massive like classic Batman toy that I bought, but then there's this another toy, which is basically Spider-Man and Venom, like fighting each other like on a building. I was like, fuck, this is crazy. There was like a crazy Robocop toy, crazy Terminator toy. But because basically the main city in Tokyo is called Shibuya. And just when you just look at just what it looks like, the buildings and so forth, and everybody's like, because literally, all you have to just say, just like, arigato gozaimasu, like sumimasen is excuse me, arigato gozaimasu is thank you very much. That's all you need, and then you can pretty much, sobalash is like amazing, and then you can then go with beer. But I always say to people that like, because I didn't like sushi before going to Japan, I was like, fuck, so 2 weeks of eating sushi, man. But for those 2 weeks, we didn't have any sushi. We had all the food was great. Even if I didn't understand all Japanese, the TV shows are hilarious. And also, bro, when you go, man, you have to, because you have to just plan it. You have to go to Mount Fuji. Sorry, you've got to go to Fujiyama.
Bro, the worst thing,
those roller coasters will fuck you up, bro.
Yeah, the worst thing about me though is I'm vegan, so it's like it's gonna. I guess I have to like balance it out, but hey, I still want to go see the
even if you're vegan, man, because there is still such like a myriad of stuff that you can have. That trust me, there is such a variety of stuff you can have there, so it's still cool. But also, I think the key thing is that you've got to go to Kyoto, bro. I think the key thing is you go to Tokyo, you go to Kyoto, because Kyoto is where they have all the old temples, and that stuff is when you say that stuff is crazy. But yeah, you've got to go to Japan. You have to go to Japan, man.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
So who else, man? Let's go to Daniel. Talk to me. Where would you want to go?
So the places that I've most enjoyed have to be obviously Spain, because I grew up here, and Houston, Texas.
Oh, okay.
To be honest, Houston was so amazing. Like people think that the UK is really advanced and really like convenient to live in the UK. But to be honest, with living in the US, like the lifestyle there is so easy.
So you're talking about Houston?
Well, yeah, I don't know about the rest of the US, but Houston for me was really great, and Texas in general was really good.
Great, yeah. I lived in Austin.
So
It was great, yeah.
yeah, if I had to pick one place to visit, it would either, well, I mean, Japan was already said, but it would either have to be South Korea or New Zealand. I really
New
want to go to New
Zealand.
Zealand. Yeah.
So
I think
what?
it'd be really nice.
Wait, so why New Zealand?
I like the idea of it being so far away from everything. Maybe it's kind of twisted, but I like that. And also, I think it's really pretty as well. Just the scenery and everything. If you look at the pictures and stuff, it just looks really interesting. But yeah, South Korea also. I don't know. I like a lot of Korean stuff, so if I can go there, then that'll be really amazing.
Korean technology is some of the most advanced in the world right now.
No, because what's it called? Like one of my cousin, he went to South Korea and he said, yeah, the country is crazy, man. So
Yeah.
South Korea is a really crazy country, man.
So for me, like for the uni that I'm in right now, they gave me like an opportunity to go to South Korea next year.
Okay.
So, it depends on the grades I get, but I hopefully.
So is this like as like a placement or?
It's a year abroad, so
Okay.
you basically go there to work at the uni and stuff.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah, and it depends on the grades, so it's pretty stressful. But if I get it, then I'll be awesome.
Oh yeah, no. Korea is pretty damn good, man. So Syed, what about you, man? Where do you want to go to?
All right, so the places I have been to first is, so I went to Italy twice. I actually went the second time I went to Italy, I went to Rome. That was nice.
So have you seen the Leaning Tower of Pisa?
No, I haven't been to there. I think it's located in Pisa, which is a different city than where I was staying at. So I didn't get a chance to. I kind of not like I've been there. I've been to Italy twice, and the amount of cities to go to in Italy is a lot. There's like I still haven't went to Florence yet, which is a must-go city, must-see city. So I've been to Sweden. I've been to India. I've been to Saudi Arabia. So I went there for a pilgrimage to Mecca.
Yes.
So
this is to Hajj.
It's called Umrah. Hajj is like Hajj is different. It's similar, but it's different.
Okay.
I went there. That was fantastic. It was an experience of a lifetime. But then my favorite place is Peru. I went there as so I graduated 2 years ago, and while I was in uni, I was doing cross country. So we went there as a cross country trip to Peru. So we stayed at this place called Pisac, Peru, I believe it's called. It's like a little village. So they had the village had it was not modernized, so it was still up in the mountains. So we had a chance to go mountain biking. Man, that was fantastic. Imagine, it was scary, it was frightening, but it was so fun. Biking down a mountain. A girl. So it was a whole team. So a girl almost died.
Jesus.
It was crazy because she was like a couple bikes in front of me and she spinned off and she fell off the cliff, but then she got stuck in some vegetation.
My God.
The whole thing was wild. It was scary. That didn't stop me from still riding down the mountain. We also went to go see Machu Picchu. Oh my God!
Why? What is that?
It was one of the seven wonders of the world. Machu Picchu is like it's called. I think it's the Inca in Peru. Yeah, it's one of the. It's like an ancient civilization. Is in the. I think it's is the Incas. They left it, and they
The
have
Incas were in Machu Picchu, yeah.
yeah they built all the stone carvings, all that stuff, and all of a sudden those civilizations just suddenly disappeared. Yeah, I was there. I was
Oh
literally
wow.
there. I'm scared of heights, guys. So me being there up in the clouds was this different. I was literally amongst like this is like
Shit, that's crazy,
amongst.
man.
I could see I could see like if I look across, I could see the top of the mountains. It was wild. And then there was
Okay, so people basically this is like from thousands or hundreds of years
yep,
ago or something.
yep. So it's and then there's llamas there. There's what you call it just llamas just living there, just doing their thing, and how they got there, no one knows. There's alpacas and all that stuff. That was so fun.
So what about places that you want to visit?
Visits. I've said I wanted to visit the UK. I really want to visit like the major like Manchester, Liverpool.
Oh no, you have to. I think
Yeah.
see for me, I think it's like it's one of those things of like because I live in the UK and I see all these stadiums and so forth. Even if I've not actually been to any of Trafford or Anfield, but I can only imagine what it must be like for people not living in England to see these stadiums for real. And I think that's like because what a lot of people do, because for instance, like this guy, my colleague of mine who's basically based in Nigeria, when he came over to do some work while he was in England, he basically did like a trip around to see all the major stadiums pretty much. So
Yeah, so a quick story. My uncle, my mom's brother, he used to live in Sweden, and he moved to Leicester City, like the city of Leicester. The year he moved was the year they won the title.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was crazy. He still is there, so yeah.
Okay. So what about you? Marvelous, man. Places you've been to, places you want, and a place you want to go to.
A place that I would like to go. I really would like to go to.
There must be a place where like, oh man, I want to see that place, I want to experience that place. I told you, like Geneva is there's not much, but guys, Geneva is chill, man. Geneva is very chill.
See, I would like to go to visit the pyramids just because I cannot fathom or understand how they were built and how
It's
they were
insane.
they're able to stay the way they are. And
With
if
no
possible,
cranes. No cranes, man.
if possible, I would like to take a tour of Tutankhamun's what's it called? Tomb. If they allow people to still go in there, I don't know. But you see, whenever people ask me what country I would like to go, I never have a specific country, but I always have like a region, like a feel, like maybe somewhere like tropical with like a nice beach, something like that. But I don't have a specific country. And if I were to be very, very honest, the thought of just being in a different place that is unfamiliar to me kind of makes me a little bit anxious.
Oh no, you see, for me that's the thing. I'm the opposite. I love that. And I think the reason for that is because I spent 2 years in Geneva. So I went to an international school in Geneva for 2 years, like l'International de Genève. Well, they called the International de Genève in Geneva.
Wait, is that the boarding school?
Boarding school, yeah.
Wait, is that the really, really expensive one? Like the one that costs like $100,000 to go into per year?
Bro, I was like 10 years old when I went, so I have no idea.
Crap.
So I was like 10 years old.
HH was getting them super chats.
I was 10. So basically,
God.
so I was there from 10 till 12 years old, and Because remember, I'd never left Nigeria in my life because I went to nursery, primary school in Nigeria, so I'd never left Nigeria before. Like I told you, I vividly remember the first time I saw a white person, first time ever, and I was like, "Fuck, man!" I was actually scared because I'd only seen black people like my whole life. So I remember the first day of my school in Geneva is probably the most scared I've ever been in my life. Because I was terrified because like, shit, this is like a new place, people of all different races that look different. I was like, oh my gosh, it was crazy. But because I did that, I've always had a curiosity for travel. So the thing that excites me is I don't speak the language. Everything is different. Everything is new. And I just have to just figure it out. And for me, I just love that, you know. And I think for a lot of people, they're like, oh my gosh, new country, what do I have to do? But that excites me because I think specifically because it was an international school and we had people of all different cultures and so forth. I've always been very inclined to sort of travel, meet different people, just learn different cultures and so forth. So yeah, that was like a very key thing to get me curious about traveling. So okay, so obviously you're sticking with Egypt then for where you'd want to go to Marvelous.
Yeah, Egypt. And I have a question though. The Bermuda Triangle isn't a place. Well, it's a place, but it isn't.
No, it's
There
like
isn't.
a region.
It's a body of water. That's
There
what it
isn't.
is.
There isn't an island that falls in that region, right? Because
Uh,
if there's an island that falls in that region, just out of curiosity, I would like to go there just to like see what's so like
I don't think
mystical.
there's such thing. I think it's a myth. I don't believe it's real.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Because it's like because of what's been reported over time about it and the myth, I would like to go to an island that rests in the region just to like see like, you know, I might like hold a compass and see like what happens or like rub two stones together and see if something mysterious happens.
all right, so who's next? Zone, talk to me, man.
Uh, I'm hesitant between the pyramids and the Great Wall of China because that's
Great Wall of China. Well, I mean, going now is a bit tricky, you know, based
no, not
on
now, not now.
no,
The fact that you can see it from space is
yeah, because what's it called? Because my mom again, because I was such a fucking moron when I was young. Because yeah, my mom she went to China, and she obviously did the whole wall of China. And I think afterwards they give you like a certificate when you climb it. But yeah, that I have to see. That is what I've got to do. Like first pyramids and wall of China. But yeah, continue.
and without being realistic, uh, I would like to go to space or visit another. That's it.
That's an honest question, though.
Is this planet that bad?
No, but then that's the question, though. Why are we able to go to space yet? If you know, if people have gone to the moon,
Beginning of the Hangout.
No. Let's see. My thing is this: is that that's my thing. Which is why I started this Hangout by saying that moon landing is a pile of bullcrap. Because if you landed in the moon in the 60s, we should be able to have holidays to Mars, Neptune, and so forth, and be building moon bases and so forth. We should be able to have it. There should be a holiday trip you can take to freaking the moon or Mars. You see, the thing about space is, see, I really want to go to Mars just out of curiosity. But if someone said, oh, no, we can really realistically take you, I'm not too sure whether I'll jump on the first ride just to head into Mars, man. But I am curious, though.
But you
Just the fact to be able to see the Earth from another
That would
planet
be wild, man.
Would be.
But HH, like apparently, in terms of science, none of the other planets are habitable. Even Mars, there's still inconclusive evidence that said that you can actually live there. So I mean, the moment you set foot on Mars, you're probably gonna die. So.
No, and I think that's just the sad thing. I think pretty much this is the only place that we can right away. So literally, we have to make. But you know the thing about it is we've not even investigated all of Earth. We've only explored like 20% of the sea. So fuck.
Apparently, all of Antarctica is uninhabitable, and so like no one has explored it. There's a barely few people, like few scientists, that actually are crazy enough to actually go there.
Mate,
So
I'm already freezing my balls off here
You know
in the
how
UK. Think I'm
fucking
gonna go to
cold it is there?
Antarctica?
Oh my god.
No. Hell no, man. Are you
yeah,
crazy? No way.
apparently it's the biggest desert is located in Antarctica. But yeah,
Antarctica itself is the biggest desert.
yeah.
So what's it called? Damien, what about you? Places that you want to go to? Damien.
Sleep.
Yeah, I'm here. Well, I've been to Miami. I've been to Toronto. I've been to Cancun. I went to Toronto to see the Raptors game. I got to see Kawhi Leonard. It was actually pretty cool. You know, it was actually pretty good.
So were you at the Raptors 76ers game 7?
No, I think I was in game 2.
Oh, okay.
I didn't went to the last one.
Okay.
I was gonna, but didn't have enough time to do it. But
okay.
Yeah, I would probably want to go to probably Brazil. Want to see what's going on there. See some girls. See what's popping over there.
Yeah.
And probably London too. Probably be pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's like for me. I think the best way for me to sell London is that it depends what you're looking for, because I think in London, London is an amazing city. I'll give it that. I think obviously before this COVID shit and everything, and which is what I miss the most, is walking through London. Because the thing about London is that everything is very much centered. So once you get into central London, you can just walk through and everything is all interconnected. So the tube and everything. So it's quite easy to reach all the key spots. And what's amazing about London is you can go through London and hardly hear any English. It is so international and so cosmopolitan, which is why it has such like a unique kind of character about it, you know. But it's like, see, London is great to visit. I'm not sure whether living within London is great, because first of all, it is one of the most expensive cities to live in. But visiting London is cool though, because there are some pretty cool places in London to visit, you know. Darren. Yeah, go for it. Yo.
Will you ever do like a fan meetup, like ever?
Oh yeah, no. Like I was even thinking of doing that one time. Like I've actually been thinking of doing that. Just that it's finding the time and so forth. Because I even said to it like, yeah, let me actually do like a fan meetup and everything. But as I told you guys, like it's like I think I'll probably have like a bit of anxiety issues of like, oh fuck, I actually have to now meet people face to face. So it's something that I've got to sort of build up to, because trust me, you have to understand that it is very different when, hey, I could just talk to a camera, or I can rant about Lampard and all that crap on the camera. I can pretty much hazard. I just put it out there, it's cool. But now when, oh wow, geez, I now have to see, it's like, oh shit, it'll be pretty crazy. But I will do. Hopefully when this whole COVID thing there, I have to. If I meet up. Well,
let me ask you a random question. Because you mentioned like you being cold. What was the coldest temperature you have ever experienced in like the place you live?
It has to be. It might have been when we went to Wales back in school, and it must have been about -5 or something, because there was one time when, because I used to play rugby, and yeah, there was one time when we played rugby. I can't remember. I think it was maybe when we went into Wales, and this was in winter. And the thing in rugby is that our shots are like really short. They're like really high up here and so forth. And bro, I tell you, man, I couldn't feel my balls, man.
And I live in Wales, man.
Oh,
you know how cold it gets in Minnesota? Minnesota, I think last year we had -24 degrees Fahrenheit, which is minus 31 degrees Celsius. And plus with its windshield made it like minus 36 or 32 or something like that. Oh my God. We had what it was called a
Arctic
warning.
vortex.
Yeah, we had like a warning.
Bruh,
It was a
New
cold
York,
warning.
New
It was like,
York,
please don't go outside, or else you can literally like get instantaneous frostbites for
New
standing like a
York,
minute or two outside.
New York, Chicago, Minnesota,
Yeah.
pretty anywhere in the Northeast. We get lubricated every winter. I'm already waiting, bro.
Forget
I'm
about the
waiting.
cold, the snow, the cold. Like we get so much snow in Minnesota that the amount of accidents that happen on the roads. You see people spin off. Oh my God,
Oh, no,
it's a
no,
dangerous state to live in, man.
No, but see, what I've always said though is that it's like, what is the use of cold weather? That's my thing. Is like, does anybody see? It's cool right now because right now
Those rabbits got to sleep.
Man, but look, see, it's -1 right now, -1 Celsius right now where I am. But it's like, what is the use of cold weather, man? Because see, for me, I have to be in a place that's hot. Like for me, my dream place is because me and my sister, we went on a holiday. We were with my uncle to a place called Nassau.
Nassau.
Oh, I've been there.
Yeah, Nassau. You see,
Bahamas.
that is my dream place.
That's
Like,
a bit
for me,
Bahamas.
Nassau County.
no.
No, Bahamas, Bahamas.
The island of Nassau.
Oh, okay.
Actually, oh no, sorry. I think it's not. I spelled it wrong. Nassau. Let me bring. Here we go. Nassau Island. Because it was the first time that I saw like a starfish, man. Oh my gosh.
I got so sunburned there, bro.
Oh my God. Look at the. Let me bring this up for you guys, man. See, this for me is like just my dream. This is what I dream about like every night, man. Look at that. Look at that. It's just beautiful, man. That is just freaking beautiful. So like, yeah, we went there, saw a bunch of starfishes and so forth. So yeah, if I have a chance, man, is go there for a few months and just chill. Look at that. That is amazing. That is absolutely freaking amazing.
That looks like
man.
a proper beach. Oh my God.
Yeah, basically, look at the water because
Not like one of those shitty beaches, like an actual proper one.
Oh no. Because see, I live on an island called the United Kingdom, aka Queen Lizzie's crib, and I'm sure Daniel can satisfy to this. Go to the beach. Those waters look like class A.
Yo, I live my university, right? It's on the beach. I never go there ever. Okay, it is so bad, and it's windy as hell, man.
No. Because see, when you go to a beach, see, this is a beach. This right here is a beach where it's like clear blue waters and so forth. The beaches are clear and so forth, and you compare that. So guys, just keep this image in mind. Keep this image in mind. Just please hold to this image, and then compare it to this.
Ew. Ew. Do you know that we have worse than that? We have what's called the Mississippi River in Minnesota. My God, it's darker than that. It's black, straight black. Oh,
the American Black Sea.
Oh
yeah. I mean, it's a total mess, man. It's a complete total mess, man. So my thing is, so who else hasn't spoken, man?
I haven't spoken.
I asked you.
Wait. So who said who hasn't spoken?
Me.
Go for it.
Yeah,
go for it.
me and
So for me, honestly, with the amount because my whole life, because my dad has been moving around so much, my parents split up and everything. My mom's Korean, my dad's Dutch, and all the complications. Like, I've lived in a lot of different places. I've lived in Korea, I've lived in the Netherlands, I've lived in France, I've lived in Austin, Texas. I've gone to 2 different schools there. I lived in Colorado, I've lived in Portugal. I've lived in like 7 different places in 19 years of life, and at a certain point, and I've been continuously traveling between them as well, and because of my parents and everything, and because of that, I kind of just want to stay somewhere. Like,
same.
I want to just if it's in Colorado or maybe in the future, like one of my favorite places in the world is Pamplona, of course, right? And like if there was a place if I had to visit somewhere, the place I would is Brazil, in Recife or Rio, one of the two, because my dad has a lot of ties into Brazil, and I've never been to South America, so if it was
You don't know. Yeah, I want to go to South
one
America for
place
sure.
that I want to go is definitely there, but otherwise, I just kind of want to stay somewhere and just live a normal life without having.
So basically, if you had to choose a place where to settle, like this is a place that I'd want to be in for like 5, 6, 7, 8 years, where would it be?
I mean, right now I don't see anywhere else but here. But if ideally, I think Pamplona. I've been there so many times. I have a family there. Like
Wait, what's it called? You say Valbona?
Pamplona.
Pamplona, it's in Spain.
It's in
Oh,
Spain.
Pamplona. Okay.
Yeah. Like there's a reason I'm an Osasuna fan, eh?
Okay. All right. Okay.
And so I think because of that, and the weather there is perfect. I don't have to deal with the cold so much. So Spain is just very ideal, to be honest, for what I want. Even though I hate their guts for 2010, it's still a really great place.
Oh wow! You see, I think that's for me. I said I have to be in a place where it's warm. I need because I grew up in a country where it was sunny. Like it's weird. Like I have spent more time in England than in Nigeria, but I'm still not used to the cold weather. I still need the heat, man. So what's it called? Who else hasn't spoken? Come in.
Yeah, you too. So I can finish off.
Go for it, man. Go for it.
The only country I've been to, except for Barbados, is Soccerland. So I can cheat, and I say want to go to at least one country in every continent. So like going with in Europe, I want to go to Italy. Africa, I want to go to more than one, but I say Ghana. In Asia, I want to go to Japan. In Eurasia and Oceania, I want to go to New Zealand. Everyone says Australia, so I want to go to New Zealand.
New Zealand, okay.
And South America, I want to go to Brazil.
Yeah, no. As I said, look, I mean, so wait, why don't you want to go to Antarctica or the Arctic Circle?
Oh my god.
Who the hell does want to go to the Arctic Circle?
Bro,
You know what?
You'd be
I would
surprised.
actually like to go.
There are some psychopaths that want to go to Antarctica or the Arctic for a laugh.
Wouldn't it be
They want to
really
be
interesting?
Santa.
No,
Guys.
but
Those are 12-year-olds.
no. It's just like, there are some crazy people out there who are like, I want to go to Antarctica, guys.
Shout out to P's Q's for that comment till Timo scores.
Hey man, I'd go. I wouldn't live there, but I'd go.
So how do you get to Antarctica? You can fly to Antarctica, or you gotta get a boat.
Okay, guys, look, man. Guys, it's been 6 hours as well. We'll try and do this weekly, man. Let's try and do this weekly. We'll try and make this like a weekly hangout. So come in, chop it up, see whatever you guys want. But guys, thank you for joining. It's been 6 hours.
You have the Q&A tomorrow, right?
What is it?
The hangout, the dugout, the Q&A Thursday.
Yeah. Q&A is still there.
I want to say, what everybody doing for New Year's?
What is it?
What is everybody doing for our New Year's?
Nothing,
Bro.
man.
Trying to live. That's what
24 hours is reserved for when PSG lose against Barcelona.
You know how crazy that would be? Guys, any result for us, it would be good for us. Either or.
Okay, guys, look, man. Let's
slide that complicated link. Slide that complicated link.
Oh, bro, look, man, it's gonna get ugly, guys. Peace out. Stay true. We'll see you guys next Wednesday. We'll see you guys next week.
All right,
Peace.
Bye.
Bye.